Torture and impunity. The U.S. doctrine of coercive interrogation. Alfred W. McCoy. For Maria Elena Ng and the many victims of torture, whose courageous testimony will one day end this inhumane practice. 3. 1. The CIA's pursuit of psychological torture 16. 2. Science in Dachau's shadow 53. 3. Torture in the crucible of counterinsurgency 85. 4. 114. 5. The seduction of psychological torture 151. 6. 188. 7. Psychological torture and public forgetting 216. This work is the culmination of a quarter-century of thinking about torture. Back in 1986, I happened upon this sordid topic, quite by accident, in the aftermath of the Philippine People Power Revolution. A television producer had hired me as a consultant for a mini-series to research the backstory behind this world historic event. My interviews with the colonels whose coup attempt had sparked this mass uprising were intended to be informative, even laudatory. But their remarks soon struck some discordant, even disconcerting notes. Subsequent research into the records of human rights groups revealed that almost all these supposed heroes had served as torturers in the dictatorship they later fought to overthrow. How and why did these once loyal servants of the state seek to become its master? This troubling paradox set me on a 15-year search for answers that led to a conclusion stark in its simplicity yet complex in its implications. Torture, particularly the psychological variant practiced in the Philippines, was a mutually transformative experience, simultaneously impairing the victim and empowering the perpetrator. In conducting this Philippine research, RST published in 1999 as a book titled Closer Than Brothers, I accrued many debts that have carried forward into this current project. My host in Manila, Dr. Helen Mendoza, was an unfailing source of support, with contacts that opened doors across this vast city. The country's top journalists were well informed and enormously helpful, notably Melinda de Jesus, Maritz Dangwilan-Vidig, and Sheila Coronel. When this book was done, I tried to put this troubling topic behind me and move on to another subject: biography, photography, anything but torture. As it turned out, I may have been done with torture, but the torture issue was not yet done with me. At a conference on human rights violations at Cape Town, South Africa, in 2000, our convener Lee Payne asked me to turn the analytical lens away from the developing world and focus on America, particularly the U.S. government's tolerance of torture by its Cold War allies. So I drafted a paper that would become, in time, the seed for this book. Since this was a controversial topic, I was nervous about my paper's reception before an audience of human rights experts gathered at historic Robben Island, the prison where Nelson Mandela had been held for 18 years. When I nished this presentation about the CIA's global propagation of torture techniques during the Cold War, my Wisconsin colleague Steve Stern responded, "You mean to say these dictators in Latin America and elsewhere couldn't even figure out how to torture on their own?" The sharpness of this response from the leading historian of human rights abuse under General Pinochet gave me pause, making me realize both the sine qua non of my argument and the need for its clarification. "We are not," I replied, "talking about the simple physical abuse that comes naturally to any military regime, but instead a sophisticated psychological doctrine developed by leading cognitive scientists and propagated globally by the world's most powerful covert agency." Two other Wisconsin colleagues present, Kesnija Bilbaja and Joe Ellen Fair, joined in that discussion which lies, even now 12 years later, at the core of the inquiry that produced this book. Yet I held back, reluctant to pursue this project. Any academic book takes a decade, and I was unwilling to spend another living with and thinking about this depressing dimension of human society. After all, the Cold War was over and the CIA's role in propagating psychological torture was fast fading into the past. Then came the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001. In the months following 9/11, I was troubled to hear politicians and media commentators arguing that torture was necessary, even imperative for our nation's security, seemingly unaware of the lasting damage torture does to any modern society. 3 years later, when CBS television broadcast those famous photos from Abu Ghraib, I could see the telltale signs of the CIA's basic psychological torture techniques in every frame. With knowledge comes responsibility, and I felt compelled to resume my work on this troubling topic to trace the connections between these recent events and the history I knew all too well from earlier research. Once launched into this project, I received strong support from an ad hoc human rights coalition that sprang up across the country and around the world. In Boston, the editor of the New England Journal of Public Policy, Padraig O'Malley, accepted my RST essay on the history of CIA torture research. In Hamburg, Dr. Till Tolkamet of the publishing house 2000 solicited a short book manuscript, which his company published in German in 2005. In New York, editor Tom Engelhardt commissioned an expanded form of that manuscript for his R.M., Henry Holt, which published it under the title, A Question of Torture, in 2006. Usually when an author publishes a book, it is question asked, question answered, move on. But not this time. Instead of providing definitive closure to my work on torture, that book opened me to larger questions. And it gave me a ticket to travel America and the world, gaining insights into a complex issue whose ramifications reached far beyond the borders of the United States. The politics of torture were being played out on a global, not national stage. And impunity is a seemingly small process with an extraordinary power to twist societies worldwide into knotty legal and political contradictions. There was still much to learn. Only weeks after my book's publication, LM director Alex Gibney interviewed me for his documentary about torture by U.S. interrogators in Afghanistan, Taxi to the Dark Side, asking probing questions that pushed beyond the limits of my book. A subsequent interview with director Rory Kennedy for her documentary Ghosts of Abu Ghraib was an intense encounter that stretched my thinking further. As I traveled continuously for the next 3 years lecturing about torture across the country and around the world, dialogue with audiences and fellow speakers deepened my engagement with this issue. In Manila for a human rights conference hosted by Teresita Quintas Diles in 2001, I was invited to Malacanan Palace for a dinner conversation with President Gloria Arroyo, who was still reeling from a massive coup attempt by unreconstructed military torturers. These conversations gave me a strong, visceral sense of the high costs of impunity for any society that has tolerated torture. During a conference at Humboldt University in Berlin, I proceeded from a dialogue with Manfred Nowak, the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, who had a unique international perspective on the Bush administration's policies. A second trip to Berlin for a conference sponsored by the Republic Attorneys Association, arranged by its director Wolfgang Kalik, revealed the deep, lasting imprint that human rights abuse leaves on any society. And it introduced me to activist Jennifer Harberry, whose loss of her husband to CIA-sponsored torture in Guatemala made her an eloquent witness. At the Center for Investigative Journalism in London in 2006, I shared a podium with the Russian reporter Anna Politkovskaya, whose insights about the difficulties of exposing Russian human rights abuse were given added weight when she was gunned down outside her Moscow apartment 3 months later. Throughout these trips to Berlin, Cape Town, London, and Manila, my wife Mary McCoy was present, distilling insights and deepening my understanding. During travels to Australia, the writer Mark Aarons introduced me to the editor of the monthly magazine, Sally Warhoft, who solicited 2 articles about David Hicks, the Australian detainee at Guantanamo, requiring my immersion in this illuminating facet of the torture controversy. While researching these essays, Bob D. Buss, then Attorney General for New South Wales, expressed his country's growing disquiet over Canberra's handling of the Hicks case, insights sharpened by conversations with veteran journalist Marian Wilkinson, anthropologist Brian Fagan, radio host Philip Adams, and documentary LM director Curtis Levy. Weekly travels across America for lectures at campuses from Boston to Seattle allowed ample opportunity for discussion and debate. At the University of California, Santa Barbara, symposium conveners Elizabeth Weber and Richard Falk were thoughtful about the legal and humanistic dimensions of America's torture debate. A day-long reaction on the torture issue at Drew University allowed a productive dialogue with Jeremy Varon, a scholar of American political history at the New School. At Michigan State University, anthropologist Beth Drexler convened a dialogue with her students that drew us into a productive exchange about the comparative dynamics of impunity in Indonesia and America. A national teach-in on torture at Seton Hall University, organized by Professor Mark Denbose, allowed thought-provoking conversations with a diverse array of specialists: Craig Haney of the University of California, Santa Cruz, Walter Pincus of the Washington Post, General Stephen Xenakis, and Leonard Rubenstein of Physicians for Human Rights. A lecture before public health professionals at University of Washington, arranged by Professor Amy Hagopian, allowed me to feel the strong sense of outrage over their government's use of torture felt by this important segment of the nation's caregivers. Several seminars at the University of California at Davis, organized by Almerindo Ojeda of the Center for the Study of Human Rights in the Americas, provided rich insight into the cognitive complexities of the torture experience. Closer to home in Madison, the editor of the Progressive magazine, Matthew Rothschild, commissioned a timely essay on the ticking bomb scenario that drew me deeper into this dimension of the nation's torture debate. On several occasions, host Joy Carden of Wisconsin Public Radio invited me to participate in on-air conversations, asking thoughtful questions in her measured manner. As research into the politics of torture continued, my associate Brett Riley used his formidable skills to track down elusive sources. When the time came to capture all this experience between two covers, my editor at the University of Wisconsin Press, Dr. Gwen Walker, encouraged the project. Once I began delivering chapters in the summer of 2011, she not only read the text with an unerring editorial eye, but she also challenged assumptions and interpretations, forcing me to sharpen my analysis at several key points. When the work was in press, Adam Mering supervised the book's production with his usual care and tolerated my many revisions. Bringing this decade-long voyage of discovery full circle, Steve Stern, who had challenged my argument so sharply at Cape Town back in 2000, read the book manuscript and graciously accepted it for his series on human rights at the University of Wisconsin Press. Though I am most grateful for all this help, I remain solely responsible for any errors or omissions. Madison, Wisconsin. April 2012. Torture occurs in small, secret places and yet has profound global implications. Every act of torture plays out on a narrow stage, not a battle-eld with opposing armies arrayed before countless witnesses, but a sequestered chamber, closed to the eyes of the world, where one individual accosts another in ways that are intrusively, destructively intimate. As rumors or reports of such transgressions inevitably leak and spread, these private acts become profoundly political. For nearly 3 centuries, peoples worldwide have reacted in fear and anger as states and empires used their enormous power to inflict unimaginable pain upon hapless individuals. Since the dawn of the Enlightenment in the 18th century, social reformers have worked to ban this ancient punishment, making torture synonymous with tyranny. After 2 centuries of such struggle, the United Nations General Assembly voted unanimously in 1948 to adopt the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which stated, unequivocally, in Article 3, no one shall be subjected to torture or to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. A year later, the Third Geneva Convention stated explicitly in Article 17, no physical or mental torture, nor any other form of coercion, may be inflicted on prisoners of war to secure from them information of any kind whatever. Prisoners of war who refuse to answer may not be threatened, insulted, or exposed to unpleasant or disadvantageous treatment of any kind. Over the next half-century, governments around the globe enacted national, regional, and international agreements that ban torture in all its means and methods. Most important, in 1984 the UN approved the Convention Against Torture by a unanimous vote that represented an absolute repudiation of such inhumanity. 4 years later, President Ronald Reagan sent that convention to Congress, advising that its ratification will clearly express United States opposition to torture, an abhorrent practice unfortunately still prevalent in the world today. When Congress nally approved this UN Convention in 1994, the United States joined 100 other nations in a comprehensive ban. By the dawn of the 20th century, humanity had agreed that torture was an illegal, immoral practice that stigmatized any ruler or regime that stooped to such barbarism. Throughout the Cold War and the decade that followed, the United States was an outspoken defender of human rights. Evidence would occasionally come to light suggesting that the world's preeminent power might be guilty of tolerating torture by its allies. But it was only in America's response to the terrorist attacks of September 2001 that the nation's public image would really be tested, at home and abroad. In the aftermath of 9/11, the Bush administration de-ed international moral and legal standards by adopting torture as its prime weapon in the war on terror and authorizing the Central Intelligence Agency to use harsh psychological methods. In the weeks right after September 11, senior officials made public statements that hinted at these practices with oblique metaphors about gloves coming and working the dark side. But there were no questions and no elaboration. 3 years later, however, these secret orders for torture were exposed to public view when photographs of abuse leaked from Abu Ghraib prison in Iraq, showing prisoners stripped naked, sexually humiliated, blindfolded, and painfully shackled. At RST, the White House denied any responsibility, attributing these acts to a few bad apples among the military police. But, as investigators began tracing responsibility to the highest levels in Washington, the Bush administration became increasingly bold in its embrace of tortures that it euphemized as enhanced interrogation. Asked if he had authorized a medieval form of torture called waterboarding, former President George W. Bush told the London Times in November 2010, "Damn right. We capture the guy, the chief operating officer of Al-Qaeda, who kills 3,000 people. We felt he had the information about another attack. I believe that decision saved lives." His former vice president, Dick Cheney, proclaimed himself a staunch proponent of our enhanced interrogation program, calling it, in May 2009, legal, essential, just-ed, successful, and the right thing to do. With the election of President Barack Obama, the problem of torture did not, as many had hoped, disappear, wiped away by new executive orders. Instead, it entered a particularly sordid phase called impunity. Simply put, impunity is the failure to punish a wrongful act. But reaching that seemingly simple end in a nation of laws requires an enormously complex political process. In the United States, multiple actors have contributed to this failure by ignoring or facilitating torture: politicians and lawyers, scientists and shoal. 5. Rs, media, and the public. Once a state, such as the United States, willfully transgresses its own laws and principles to torture, it twists itself into a knot of contradictions from which there is no easy end or exit. As the Obama administration and its successors struggle over the disposition of detainees at Guantanamo, as revelations about tolerance of torture in Iraq mount, and as new exposés of detainee abuse emerge from Afghanistan and other covert battlegrounds, torture will remain one of the most vexing issues at the intersection of U.S. public debate and scholarly discussion. For a half-century, through evasion, euphemism, and denial, the American public and their academy failed to address the torture issue with an appropriate analytical engagement, producing a thin discourse. Then, for 3 years after the 9/11 attacks, prominent academics and media pundits popularized the idea that torture was a necessary and effective weapon in the war on terror. After the Abu Ghraib scandal broke in mid-2004, there was a brief burst of more critical coverage in books, articles, and documentary LMS, much of it exploring the same rudimentary question: who was responsible for the abuse we saw in those photos? More in-depth reportage focused on the question of efficacy, asking whether or not torture works and often answering ambiguously. Though this discussion was a necessary RST step, its narrow focus ignored the deeper damage that torture does to a society: empowering perpetrators, coarsening the national culture, compromising the rule of law, and damaging its international legitimacy. Whatever its analytical merits, this intense public debate over torture has, since 2004, produced a wealth of new documentation that now affords a closer analysis. During the decades that human rights groups like Amnesty International have struggled to ban the practice, medical understanding of torture's lasting impact upon its victims has grown significantly, particularly through studies into the lasting pain of psychological torture. Moreover, the steady release of information about Bush's interrogation policy allows an inside look at decision-making in his administration. In the years since the CBS television network broadcast those notorious Abu Ghraib photos back in 2004, fast-breaking events and ongoing revelations have superseded most published sources, including my own 2006 book on this topic. Yet, in the months that followed Obama's inauguration in 2009, critics became less vocal and discussion slowly faded. In this widening gap between mounting information and ill-informed public perception, between international opinion and U.S. policy, there is a vast and growing void that this book hopes to fill. To explore these many complex issues, the chapters that follow are both independent and intertwined. As an historian, I find that examining events in chronological order reveals an underlying logic within the processes of change. 6. Far beyond a mere succession of dates, intimating and imitating the force of time driving human developments. Thus, there is a chronological thread throughout the volume, moving from the CIA's experimentation with psychological torture during the 1950s, through its propagation of these techniques worldwide during the Cold War, then revival and normalization of the practice for the War on Terror under President Bush, and, finally, impunity for past perpetrators under President Obama. The RST chapter provides a succinct overview of this progression, albeit from the perspective of the CIA's pursuit of psychological torture since the start of the Cold War. Each of the subsequent chapters offers a self-contained argument illuminating different facets in the history of torture as practiced by the US and its allies. As they unfold sequentially, however, these chapters also tell a larger story, one that leads back at each successive stage, sometimes predictably, sometimes surprisingly, to renewed violations of civil liberties and human rights. By reviewing the CIA's psychological interrogation techniques over the past 60 years, the opening chapter introduces the reader to Washington's tacit tolerance of torture, from early, secret experimentation under President Eisenhower through impunity under Obama. Though its EX are often sanitized in the language of science or the euphemisms of politics, interrogation aimed at manipulating the minds of its subjects can cause intense suffering and long-term damage. As documented by treatment specialists over the past 40 years, the lasting EX of psychological torture include loss of volition, recurring depression, persistent fear or anxieties, and a wide array of physical ailments: crippling headaches, exhaustion, sleeplessness. Unlike most physical forms of torture, however, psychological techniques leave no visible scars, what human rights lawyers call physical sequelae. As an elusive phenomenon, mental abuse resists prosecution and lends itself well to the politics of impunity. Psychological torture thus emerged as a persistent, albeit covert adjunct to U.S. foreign policy during Washington's rise to global power. Offering an overview of the processes that have led to this outcome, the RST chapter traces a narrative arc that begins with the origins of a contradictory U.S. human rights policy during the Cold War and then follows this tangled history through the administrations of President George W. Bush, when Washington narrowly resolved this contradiction by the de facto legalization of torture, to President Barack Obama, who placed a bipartisan imprimatur on this policy through impunity. Despite ratification of the UN's Universal Declaration in 1948 and the Geneva Conventions of 1949 with their explicit renunciations of torture, Washington soon mobilized its scientists for secret research to develop ingenious new torture techniques in contravention of those same international 7. conventions. From 1950 to 1962, the CIA led a secret research effort, detailed in Chapter 2, to crack the code of human consciousness, a veritable Manhattan Project of the mind, with costs that peaked at $1 billion a year. Reacting to news of Soviet mind control experiments, Washington's secret research moved through two distinct phases. First, CIA in-house exploration of exotic methods failed in their aim of controlling the subject or extracting coherent information. But somewhat later, more mundane behavioral methods were outsourced to leading cognitive scientists who succeeded in identifying innovative techniques foundational for the agency's emerging psychological paradigm. Through case studies of two eminent biomedical researchers, Dr. Donald O. Hebb and Dr. Henry K. Beecher, this chapter explores the corrosive onions of this secret research upon American science. After a decade of such mind control research, in 1963 the CIA coded its endings in a secret instructional handbook, the Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual. Originally designed for interrogation of a few suspected Soviet spies, Kubark's doctrine involved a mix of sensory deprivation drawn from Hebb's research and self-induced pain through stress positions adapted from KGB interrogation by other CIA-funded cognitive scientists. Leaving few visible marks on their victims, Kubark's mental methods easily eluded detection and proved especially useful in secret counter-guerrilla operations that could not win broad support from the American public. Over the next 30 years, the CIA propagated these torture techniques among anti-communist allies across Asia and Latin America. Under its Phoenix program in South Vietnam, detailed in Chapter 3, these methods soon metastasized into a lethal brutality, with more than 40 prisons, thousands of mercenaries, computerized data banks, countless torture interrogations, and 41,000 extrajudicial executions. As the Cold War shifted to Central America, the CIA taught Honduran military interrogators that they should, in the words of a 1983 training manual, manipulate the subject's environment to create intolerable situations to disrupt patterns of time, space, and sensory perception. In short, a total assault on the sensory pathways to the existential platform of human identity. Although the Phoenix program failed in its objective of neutralizing the Viet Cong's clandestine infrastructure, the use of similar methods in Central America was encoded in CIA institutional memory and re-emerged during the Iraq War nearly 20 years later, producing intriguing parallels between these coneists. Between the Phoenix program in South Vietnam during the 1960s and the CIA's Latin American adventures of the 1980s, another close Cold War ally. 8. The Philippines elaborated upon the agency's methods to develop an array of tortures, both psychological and physical. While the United States tried to conceal the tortures used against its enemies, the Philippine state deployed such abuse openly and emphatically against its own citizens. During the 14 years of President Ferdinand Marcos's dictatorship, 1972 to 1986, his elite anti-subversion squads expanded the agency's psychological paradigm into a grand guignol of sexualized torture and extrajudicial killings that made the country a virtual proscenium of terror. Through this case study of global propagation, Chapter 4 explores the long-term damage to democracy when a nation's security forces engage in systematic torture. Through interviews with both Filipino interrogators and their victims, this chapter also recreates the torture moment, revealing it as a transactional experience that simultaneously destroys the victim and empowers the perpetrator. Following a decade in the safe houses of the Marcos regime, the Filipino perpetrators were transformed from uniformed servants of the state into Nietzschean supermen who would be its master. After a half-dozen abortive coup attempts between 1986 and 1989, these military rebels went underground for 3 years of terror before emerging to win impunity for crimes ranging from torture to rebellion. THEIR Superman self-image made these rebel colonels woefully incompetent as coup commanders. But this same innate egotism, freed from regret or remorse, proved brilliantly effective in the arena of mass media and electoral politics, where they eventually won immunity from prosecution. These endings about the ways torture emboldened its Filipino perpetrators provide important insights for this book's NAL chapter about the United States, particularly the way that similarly empowered Republican torture advocates would extract impunity from a Democratic administration committed to human rights reform. Building upon these insights from study of the CIA's methods in Central America, South Vietnam, and the Philippines, Chapter 5 returns to the United States, exploring the enticing appeal of psychological torture for perpetrators, the powerful who command them, and the public that sustains and supports both. Starting from Susan Sontag's analysis of the Abu Ghraib photos as mirror of America's pornographic subculture, this chapter probes an unsettling psychological terrain that ranges from simulated torture demonstrations inside the White House to lurid practices inside CIA prisons. In the aftermath of 9/11, Americans at all levels seemed enthralled by the power of the torturer. In top-secret CIA black sites from Thailand to Poland opened after September 11, interrogators twisted the agency's psychological paradigm into a paroxysm of mental cruelty, inventing harsh techniques and waterboarding one detainee 183 times in a single month. While the White 9. House ordered torture and national security agencies enacted abuse on thousands of detainees from Guantanamo to Baghdad to Kabul, ordinary U.S. citizens consumed countless torture simulations through television, and video games. In the public arena, screens large and small across America were LED with dramatizations portraying both the allure and the khaki of torture. Sidney Cantley, after Taxi to the Dark Side, won the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature in 2008 for its sobering depiction of torture inside a U.S. prison in Afghanistan. The Discovery Channel refused to air this measured description of detainee treatment, claiming its content was too disturbing. Fictional, fetishized portrayals of torture were acceptable on both broadcast and cable television. But an informed depiction of torture's harsh reality was banned from at least one major cable network. Through the invisible tendrils that tie mass media to their government, the nation's news and entertainment industries thus normalized torture in the aftermath of 9/11, actively indoctrinating Americans into a belief in the necessity, khaki, and enticement of torture. Looking back on this extraordinary chapter in America's political history, we might ask a counterfactual question: how much greater might the opposition of the American people to abuse have been if their vast, sophisticated media had confronted them with the realization that their own government was guilty of torture? Brought home by the release of the photos from Abu Ghraib prison, this revelation of a particularly degrading form of torture, perpetrated by Americans wearing their country's uniform, seemed for a time to threaten the nation's self-image as what the president called, in the wake of the 9/11 attacks, the world's brightest beacon of freedom and opportunity. But the victims of this and other types of torture were doubly distanced from ordinary Americans, first by their status as citizens of other nations, and second through their rationalization in and television. Indeed, the very sophistication of 20th century media seemed to encourage identification not with the victim but with the perpetrator. Shifting from representation to reality, Chapter 6 explores Bush's policies of endless incarceration and enhanced interrogation through the legal biography of a single Guantanamo detainee, the Australian David Hicks, and his defense attorney, Major Michael Maury of the U.S. Marines. When the United States invaded Afghanistan in 2001, Hicks was guarding a Taliban tank in a parking lot. Captured and sold by an Afghan warlord, he was tortured by American soldiers before being transferred to Guantanamo, where he endured months of solitary confinement aimed at forcing him to confess to terrorist activities. As the unlawful combatant put on trial before the controversial military commissions, Hicks is a gur of exceptional significance who, by his refusal to capitulate after 244 days of sensory deprivation, exposed the injustice. 10. Ingrained in this new system of presidential justice. Through his tireless advocacy for his client, Major Maury exemplifies the ethics and independence of the Judge Advocate General Corps, whose officers fought, often at the cost of their careers, the deep AWS within Bush's military commissions. In the months following 9/11, the Australian people agreed with their Conservative Prime Minister that Hicks was an outcast, unworthy of their concern or protection. But, after he suffered years of incarceration and inconclusive litigation, a rising chorus of protest from the Australian public forced Prime Minister John Howard to press Vice President Cheney for Hicks's repatriation. Suddenly, a possible prison term of 20 years was cut to 9 months, and Hicks was homeward bound on an executive jet for a few months' imprisonment in Adelaide, South Australia. By that time, however, the scandal of his ill treatment had wounded Howard's government, until then one of the longest serving in Australian history. Rough a mix of economic and moral issues, the Prime Minister suffered a stunning electoral defeat in late 2007. Intensive media coverage and mass protests over his harsh treatment at Guantanamo made Hicks a genuine cause célèbre in his native Australia. But, absent any coverage in the US media, Americans remained blindingly ignorant of Guantanamo's negative portrayal in the international press and the serious damage it was doing to their country's reputation overseas. Viewed in retrospect, this trial illustrates the way that Guantanamo has become a latter-day Devil's Island, a palpable symbol of America's defiance of international law that eroded the legitimacy of its global leadership, even among the closest of allies. Despite the transparent weaknesses of this ad hoc judicial system erected under Bush, the military commission survived and was revived under Obama, becoming a problematic legacy of the War on Terror. To conclude this volume's analysis of torture in America, Chapter 7 explores the politics of impunity, placing this recent process after Abu Ghraib in the context of a half-dozen U.S. torture controversies reaching back over the span of 30 years. From 1970 to 1997, recurring torture exposés by Congress and the press failed to arouse sufficient public outrage or political pressure for major reforms. Even so, as the Cold War drew to a close, Washington felt the international stigma from its failure to ratify the UN Convention Against Torture and, under President Clinton in 1994, moved toward nominal compliance. Through U.S. contingencies or reservations attached to that ratification, the Clinton administration effectively split the UN Convention's ban on both physical and psychological torture, remaining the rejection of physical abuse but evading the prohibition of psychological methods. Building upon these reservations, which were soon codified in U.S. federal law, the Bush administration authorized enhanced techniques after September 11 that the International Red Cross 11 would later deem to be torture. By parsing these federal codes in a series of lengthy memos, political appointees inside the Bush Justice Department not only authorized psychological abuse by CIA interrogators but also laid the legal foundations for a later impunity. And, just as Republicans were losing their majority control over Congress in 2006, this exculpation was ratified with the passage of the Military Commissions Act by bipartisan majorities in both the House and Senate. Assisting this deft bit of legal legerdemain, the Bush lawyers played upon the elusive character of psychological torture, which leaves no physical sequelae, making it resistant to any attempt at prosecution or prohibition. Although President Obama announced dramatic reforms to U.S. interrogation policy on his second day in OCE, the accumulated weight of this exculpatory legislation, compounded by media thunder on the Republican right, pressed his administration toward compromise. At this intersection of law and politics, the United States moved, during Obama's first 2 years, through the three basic tactics that perpetrators have used to win impunity in societies worldwide. First, blame the supposed bad apples. Second, invoke national security as justification for the abuse. Finally, appeal to national unity as a reason to forget this troubled past. But the Obama administration also experienced an uncommon fourth tactic found most visibly in Indonesia, Russia, and America: a political counterattack by perpetrators and their protectors who excoriate human rights reformers for weakening the nation's security by their criticism of state agencies battered by these attacks from the right, which were compounded by an inherent commitment to its own principles. The Obama administration retreated from its original defense of human rights, permitting the CIA to practice rendition, continuing the controversial military commissions, and allowing Special Operations Command to operate secret prisons in Afghanistan. This process of impunity pushed Washington back toward the contradictory torture policy that it had adopted during the Cold War, that is, publicly advocating human rights while covertly outsourcing torture to allied governments. In sum, there is a cumulative logic, revolving about a tension between concealment and exposure, that has been driving events at each stage in the history of U.S. human rights policy from the Cold War to the present, deepening impunity with each succeeding decade. Initially, impunity thrived mainly on secrecy. Classy ed research conducted in the 1950s led to lessons applied in covert operations overseas, two key factors that preserved a secrecy conducive to impunity. Another factor was the type of torture. Loath to engage in physical abuse that contradicted its advocacy of human rights, the United States developed forms of psychological coercion that permitted it to deny, perhaps 12. Even to itself, that it was involved in torture. Whether intentionally or just coincidentally, the CIA's psychological methods promoted impunity by the absence of contusions or other physical sequelae that would aid investigation and prosecution. After September 11, with its dramatic attacks on the Pentagon and the Twin Towers, America's public commitment to human rights was put to the test and failed. Building on the legal foundations laid by its more liberal predecessor, the conservative Bush administration parsed the black-letter texts of U.S. anti-torture laws, using their excessively narrow definition of psychological harm to provide the CIA and military intelligence with orders for harsh interrogation that soon crossed the line into torture. Congress, led by Republican majorities, failed to check this process and, despite some dissent, generally endorsed it. In the atmosphere of fear that prevailed after September 11, prominent pundits and academics gained a media megaphone to call for torture of terror suspects, drowning out the few dissident voices. In the NAL analysis, however, the American public was not sufficiently opposed to enhanced interrogation to insist on stopping it. During these same years after September 11, the U.S. mass media regularly produced and the public eagerly consumed countless representations of torture whose overall EECT was to normalize abusive practices that, pre-9/11, Americans might have forcefully disavowed. Thus, exposure alone has not done away with torture. The release of the photos from Abu Ghraib produced a shock to the American psyche, creating a short-lived potential to reverse the processes of impunity that had been decades in the making. But the American self-image soon recovered, and the public pressure for reform faded. Already accustomed to their leaders' argument that torture, or enhanced interrogation, was necessary for national security, Americans, by now inured to abuse through its glamorized media representations, tried to move on as if nothing had happened. But something had. America's position in the world was changing. Amidst a decade of national profligacy and military misadventure that spilled the nation's strength into desert sands, those photos of torture from Abu Ghraib and reports of abuse at Guantanamo did irreparable damage to America's moral authority as world leader. Placing this history in a comparative perspective raises some disconcerting historical parallels. In the long wind down of their global empires, both Britain and France used torture to contain anti-colonial resistance, producing scandals that delegitimated their imperial rule. In Algeria from 1954 to 1962, the French resorted to systematic torture against nationalist guerrillas and thereby normalized terror to forestall the collapse of the empire in an age of decolonization, exposing with dazzling clarity the narcissistic and ideological cultural 13. Core of colonial rule. Indeed, the French counterinsurgency that secured the city of Algiers in 1957 entailed systematic torture of thousands and more than 3,000 summary executions, dumping the victims' bodies in the desert. You might say that the Battle of Algiers was won through the use of torture, observed the British historian Sir Alistair Horne, but that the war, the Algerian War, was lost. Similarly, in its long imperial recessional, Great Britain also used torture sporadically in Malaya, systematically in Aden and Kenya, and scandalously in Northern Ireland, ending in each case that exposé weakened the moral legitimacy of its cause. If torture is the last gasp of a dying empire, not simply consequence but indeed cause of imperial retreat, then the United States may well be suffering a similar experience. By focusing its full might to break a hapless individual through torture, an empire, whether French or American, reveals the gross power imbalance otherwise concealed within daily exercise of dominion, turning once compliant subjects into bitter opponents. Looking back on the occupation of Iraq a half-century hence, future historians may well indy that the Abu Ghraib scandal was emblematic, as both cause and consequence, of the decline of U.S. global power. From the perspective of informed opinion in Berlin, Brasilia, Cairo, Mumbai, Tokyo, and Beijing, America could not and cannot simultaneously claim moral leadership of the international community and the sovereign prerogative to torture in defiance of international law. We cannot justify any state's descent into torture on grounds that terrorists are an exceptional threat that requires extra legal measures. The rules for a national government and its outlaws must be diurent. The state, in all its majesty, must uphold the law and the highest standards of the human community. The state, particularly one that aspires to world leadership, is not only an enforcer, it is an exemplar. Faced with Washington's ingrained resistance to reform, history itself, the recording of a troubled past, can serve as an antidote to the oblivion that is the prime requisite of impunity. In this unequal struggle between state security's deep institutional memory and the public's media-induced amnesia, history has proven, by default, an effective medium for reconstructing the past and recovering its patterns. Like Penelope unraveling her weaving by night to delay the day of reckoning, state security seeks to tear at the threads of collective memory, making each exposé seem isolated, anecdotal, and, ultimately, insignificant. But, by weaving these threads together into the tapestry of collective conscious, history allows the public to discover a larger design, seeing torture as an instrument of state power, impunity as its necessary adjunct, and, in rare circumstances, the past as a path to prevention. Yet, this history is by no means uncontested. Indeed, the past, as we will see. 14. In the chapters that follow, has many uses. For lawyers in service to the powerful, history provides pretext and precedent for extra-legal action. In the end, when these deeds are done and victims' screams no longer echo, the powerful can reconnoiter this history to serve as exculpation and even justification. For critics in the human rights community, by contrast, recovery of this past is essential for both prosecution and prevention of these crimes. And, for historians such as this writer, history's most elemental tool, chronology, provides a trail through clandestine bureaucracies cloaked in layers of secrecy akin to the thread that guided Theseus through the Minotaur's labyrinth to slay the monster and liberate his victims. Once the shock of revelation has faded, history, like film or television, can also serve to numb and normalize extra-legal state action among the citizens of a nation. But, in an age of globalization, such revelations ramify uncontrollably, informing formal complaints before international bodies and emboldening other states to exercise their universal jurisdiction for crimes against humanity, thereby constraining the usual processes of impunity that once operated largely within national boundaries. In an era of declining U.S. power, Americans no longer enjoy the political options of indifference and impunity. Under the doctrine of universal jurisdiction, European courts and international tribunals regularly prosecute foreign violators whose homelands have failed in their legal obligation to punish crimes against humanity, whether genocide or torture. Already, national leaders from Chile, Yugoslavia, and Liberia have been arrested for such crimes. In 2009, an Italian court convicted 24 CIA agents in absentia for the kidnapping and rendition of an Egyptian national in Milan. In 2010, George Bush was forced to cancel a trip to Switzerland to avoid possible arrest on charges of torture. In these same years, the United States has used its diplomatic leverage to block similar indictments against Bush and his senior officials in Germany and Spain. But the day may yet come when the U.S. failure to investigate torture charges fully will allow a foreign court to indict a senior American official for crimes against humanity. Apart from the still distant threat of international sanction, the United States has good reason to investigate and reform on its own. Over the past 40 years, there have been a half-dozen major scandals over torture that produced dozens of congressional and executive investigations, usually yielding very modest reforms. In July 2011, while releasing an unusually detailed, Hard-hitting report on crimes of torture committed by Bush-era Ochales, Human Rights Watch recommended, an independent, nonpartisan commission, along the lines of the 9/11 Commission should be established to examine the actions of the executive branch, the CIA, the military, and Congress. 15. With regard to Bush administration policies and practices that led to detainee abuse. Unless such a formal inquiry is convened to investigate this history of coercive interrogation and begin to break the cycle of secrecy, expose, and impunity, we are likely in a few years to end ourselves once again facing another major torture scandal arising from some newly discovered dungeon in Asia, Africa, or the Middle East. When that happens, the world will not have forgotten those photos from Abu Ghraib. The damage to this country's international standing will likely be nothing short of devastating. 16. On April 28, 2004, American viewers were stunned when the CBS television network broadcast those troubling photographs from Iraq's Abu Ghraib prison, showing hooded Iraqis stripped naked and American soldiers standing by, smiling. As the scandal grabbed headlines around the globe, U.S. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld insisted that the abuses were perpetrated by a small number of U.S. military, whom the conservative New York Times columnist William Saw rebranded creeps. The iconic photo of a hooded Iraqi standing on a box with arms extended showed not just the sadism of a few creeps but also the two key trademarks of the coercive psychological interrogation developed by the Central Intelligence Agency. The hood was for sensory deprivation. The arms were extended for self-induced pain. Indeed, the same two techniques recur in most of the 1,600 still classy ed photos that the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Command collected from the Abu Ghraib crime scene. While these methods leave no permanent marks on the body, they cause serious, lasting harm to the mind and emotions. They are, in short, forms of psychological torture. Nor were these methods a recent innovation. Tracking the trail of these distinctive tortures through declassy ed documents, we end an extraordinary institutional continuity, from the Cold War past to counter-terror present. From 1951 to 1962, the CIA led a secret effort to unlock the mysteries of the human mind, searching for methods that would make spies reveal their secrets, turn enemy agents into double agents, and persuade millions through a subtle psychological warfare. With costs that peaked at $1 billion a year, this Psy-War project developed, as its most lasting legacy, a distinctive method of psychological torture for the next 30 years. The CIA disseminated these techniques among allied security agencies worldwide. After a decade-long hiatus following the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, Washington revived the CIA's pursuit of psychological torture. 1. Agency's harsh methods for its war on Islamic terrorists, renewing the psychological paradigm to exploit both cultural sensitivities and personal phobias. Over the past 60 years, the CIA's pursuit of psychological torture has passed through 4 basic phases: experimentation, propagation, perfection, and, most recently, impunity. Thus, this Cold War past is both prologue and precedent for Washington's recourse to torture in the global war on terror. Through this long skein of historical continuity, there is one noteworthy element of discontinuity in U.S. torture policy. CIA developed techniques, trained torturers, and exploited the intelligence throughout the Cold War. But, with a few transitory exceptions, the agency left the dirty work of actually running prisons and conducting interrogations to allied agencies in Asia, Latin America, and the Middle East. After the terrorist attacks of September 2001, however, the CIA created its own global gulag of so-called black sites, while U.S. military intelligence conducted interrogations at dozens of prisons in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Guantanamo Bay. Though a seemingly small distinction at an ethical level, this change would have profound implications, bringing the torture issue into U.S. domestic politics, entangling Washington in the labyrinthine process of impunity, and damaging America's international standing. Experimentation. At the start of the Cold War in the late 1940s, Communist states in Eastern Europe staged show trials that shocked the West with automaton-like confessions by Protestant pastors and a Catholic prelate. This concern that the Soviets had somehow learned to manipulate human consciousness was one factor in Washington's decision to launch a massive, often misdirected mind control effort that reacted the era's rudimentary knowledge of cognitive science. Inside the CIA, moreover, covert operatives working in Germany like Richard Helms realized that they were being defrauded by double agents and needed some means to ferret out such betrayals. Consequently, as early as 1949 a team from the agency's OCE of Security experimented with drugs and hypnosis under a project called Bluebird, whose aims were almost entirely defensive. According to a later CIA memo for Senate investigators, this project began with the objective of discovering means of conditioning personnel to prevent unauthorized extraction of information and establishing defensive means for preventing hostile control of agency personnel. But the project soon found, through interrogations done overseas, that mind control had broader potential, and the CIA added another goal: the evaluation of 18 offensive uses of unconventional interrogation techniques, including hypnosis and drugs. By 1951, the agency had shifted the aims of its top-secret program, renamed Project Artichoke, away from simply studying enemy techniques to creating its own capacity for the development of any method by which we can get information from a person against his will and without his knowledge. In April of that year, Allen Dulles, then CIA Deputy Director for Covert Operations, met with military intelligence chiefs to seek their assistance in launching Project Artichoke. Within weeks, the agency had acquired secret prisons in the Canal Zone, West Germany, and Japan, and was dispatching Artichoke teams overseas for interrogations with drugs, hypnosis, psychological harassment, and special interrogation techniques. The aim of all this activity was, according to an April 1952 agency review, to discover a method so powerful that an individual under its influence will it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning. Announcing his agency's battle against communist brain warfare, CIA Director Allen Dulles told Princeton University alumni in 1953 that the Soviet Union was using powerful combinations of drugs and electroshock for the perversion of the minds of selected individuals who are subjected to such treatment that they are deprived of the ability to state their own thoughts. In launching an expanded mind control effort dubbed MK Ultra in April 1954, Richard Helms wrote his CIA director that this program would test chemicals that could potentially aid in discrediting individuals, eliciting information, and implanting suggestions and other forms of mental control. Decades later, in 1977, the New York Times conducted a major investigation into this secret, 25-year, $25 million effort by the Central Intelligence Agency to learn how to control the human mind. The agency was able to assemble an extensive network of non-government scientists for experiments the agency's inspector general considered to be professionally unethical and in some instances border on the illegal. In this mobilization, the CIA employed a combination of financial incentives and collegial manipulation by a few leading researchers to elicit a subtle redirection of the nascent cognitive science community. This alliance between the intelligence and science would prove seminal. Through a seemingly erratic yet systematic process, the CIA and its contract researchers produced a distinctively American approach to psychological torture grounded in a scientific understanding of the sensory pathways to human consciousness. In centuries past, even the most brutal physical tortures had an inadvertent psychological component. The Inquisition's interrogations with scalding irons and painful stupidity also played upon spiritual fears of eternal 19. Damnation. Medieval European cities condemned victims in stocks or pillory that combined physical immobility with public humiliation. Waterboarding, though scientifically reneged by CIA scientists after September 11, dates back to the 16th century and was described in graphic detail in a 1541 French judicial handbook. Absolutist regimes practiced mock executions, notably when Tsarist police placed Fyodor Dostoevsky and his group of liberal reformers before a ring squad before sentencing them to years of imprisonment. After the Russian Revolution, communist regimes, as discussed in Chapter 2, combined physical and mental methods to break prisoners psychologically, forcing them to make false confessions. But these past approaches seem crude when compared to the CIA's scientific form of psychological torture. Through its collaboration with leading behavioral scientists, the agency developed a doctrine that was explicitly psychological and scientifically grounded in cognitive research, published in peer-reviewed journals, and read by interrogators whose innovations were recorded in class ed manuals and memoranda. Using this doctrine, the agency found that physical abuse was, at best, a distraction, and that the senses were pathways to the mind that could, when properly manipulated, enhance human behavior. In retrospect, there seem to be two dominant threads, detailed in Chapter 2, running through this tangled decade of CIA research that advanced TFLI, by trial and error, toward a coherent psychological doctrine, RST, a largely in-house exploration of exotic techniques such as drugs, electroshock, and hypnosis, and, second, more mundane behavioral research outsourced to leading scientists at hospitals and universities. The experiments with drugs proved chimerical, a failure illustrated by a hidden chapter in the otherwise distinguished career of Dr. Henry K. Beecher of Harvard University. After the Army's Medical Intelligence Branch sent him a captured Gestapo report in 1947 claiming that mescaline was effective for interrogation, Beecher spent the next decade in a quixotic quest for such a truth serum, RST, visiting Germany for information about mescaline and later conducting LSD experiments on unwitting subjects at Massachusetts General Hospital. Although such drug research was pursued vigorously at CIA headquarters and at a half-dozen university research hospitals for a decade, this controversial agency experimentation led nowhere except to lawsuits. By contrast, conventional behavioral research at leading universities, supported by secret CIA funding, contributed to the development of a distinctly American form of psychological torture. This behavioral approach was given real impetus by an American-British-Canadian research effort that was launched in 1951 when Sir Henry T. Tizard, the senior scientist at Great Britain's Ministry of Defence, 20. crossed the Atlantic for meetings in Montreal with representatives of Canada's Defence Research Board and the CIA to plan mobilization of Allied scientists for mind warfare against the Soviet Union. After this meeting, the Canadian Research Board gave Dr. Donald O. Hebb, a professor of psychology at McGill University, a confidential grant to explore sensory isolation as means for intervention in the individual mind. All this research produced two endings foundational for the CIA's psychological paradigm. For his part, Dr. Hebb soon discovered the extraordinary power of sensory deprivation to induce virtual psychosis in just 24 to 48 hours. For 2 days, his paid student volunteers at McGill University simply sat in a comfortable cubicle deprived of sensory stimulation by goggles, gloves, and earmuffs, a seemingly benign procedure that induced extreme hallucinations similar to the EECT of mescaline. After Hebb started releasing his results in 1954, more than 230 related articles appeared in peer-reviewed journals during the next 4 years, confirming his endings about sensory deprivation and demonstrating the effectiveness of the CIA's manipulation of the cognitive science community during the 1950s. As well, 2 researchers at Cornell Medical Center working for the CIA found, in a second significant contribution, that the KGB's most devastating torture technique involved not brutal beatings but simply enforced standing. When victims were forced to remain immobile for days at a time, legs swelled, skin sometimes erupted in suppurating lesions, and hallucinations began, all incredibly painful. This procedure became integral to the CIA's psychological paradigm and is now called stress positions. These 2 researchers, cardiologist Lawrence Hinkle and neurologist Harold Wohl, a close friend of CIA Director Alan Dulles, also directed the Human Ecology Fund, which served as a covered conduit for agency funding and an exemplary mechanism for secretly steering the scientific community toward the CIA's research needs. As the agency's mind control focused more on behavioral factors such as isolation and stress, the fund contracted 2 unwitting social scientists, Alan Howard and Robert A. Scott, to do library research, which they later published as a journal article on stress and gastric disease. Simultaneously, the fund made that research available to the agency, which reverse-engineered the endings to understand how a subject under coercive interrogation might reduce the imbalance of discomfort or pain, by providing the interrogator with the requested information. In doing a similar library study on the seemingly obscure topic of bereavement, these two junior scholars reached a conclusion that would likely interest the CIA: when social isolation is involuntary, the individual experiencing separation from others may become obsessed with the idea of death. 21. Although the main goal of this mind control research was for ONs, either breaking or controlling enemy agents, there was a renewed interest in its defensive uses between 1953 and 1955, when American prisoners of war who had sued communist brainwashing returned home from North Korea after a protracted military inquiry. President Dwight Eisenhower ordered, in August 1955, that every soldier at risk of capture be given Spec-IC training and instruction designed to better equip him to withstand all enemy efforts against him. Consequently, the Air Force developed its SEER program to train its pilots to resist psychological torture, and the other branches of the military soon followed as the Pentagon consulted psychologists and psychiatrists to diagnose past POW treatment in Korea. There thus developed two related strands in mind control research: offensive and defensive. The most famous of these defensive studies, by Air Force sociologist Albert D. Biederman, contained a chart of 8 basic communist interrogation techniques, indicating that enforced standing was the most excruciating, since the immediate source of pain is not the interrogator but the victim himself, thereby turning the individual against himself. Indicating how completely the two research strands for ONs and defense merged into a single inquiry, Biederman's major publication, The Manipulation of Human Behavior, collected studies funded by the Human Ecology Fund and another CIA conduit to explore not just resistance techniques but interrogation for the purposes of intelligence. After a decade of research, the CIA concluded that its exotic methods of mind control using drugs and electroshock were not effective. As John Gittinger, an agency psychologist, later told the Senate, by 1963 the CIA had recognized that brainwashing was largely a process of isolating a human being, keeping him out of contact, putting him under long stress in relationship to interviewing and interrogation, without having to resort to any kind of esoteric means. Consequently, in 1963, the CIA distilled this decade of secret mind control research into its Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, which detailed its doctrine for psychological torture. Citing experiments conducted at McGill University, Kubark, a CIA code name or cryptonym for itself, explained that sensory deprivation was effective because the calculated provision of stimuli during interrogation tends to make the regressed subject view the interrogator as a father-figure, strengthening the subject's tendencies toward compliance. This CIA manual also stated that Biederman's study of lessons derived from the interrogation of American POWs by 22 Communist services was one of the most useful works consulted, adding that few Kubark interrogators would fail to pro-T from reading it. The Kubark manual was not a dead document led away for future reference, but instead became the basis of a major agency training program that lasted about a decade. Calling it the CIA's premier course open only to the best recruits, one former agent, Bill Wagner, attended the 3-week interrogation program in 1970 at the Farm, the agency's famed training center near Williamsburg, Virginia. Competition for admission was so strong among ambitious young agents that many secured slots by RST volunteering for the role of captives. For weeks, these volunteers, following the Kubark program, were deprived of sleep, kept doused with water in cold rooms, forced to sit or stand in uncomfortable positions for long periods, isolated from sunlight and social contacts, and subjected to mock executions. Even for hardened agents, the psychological abuse was so devastating that at least 10% of the volunteers dropped out and many later refused to take the course when their turn came. By the time this controversial program was shut down during Congress's investigations of the agency in the mid-1970s, an entire generation of CIA agents and interrogators had been trained in psychological torture. If we can attribute any genius to these discoveries, then the CIA's development of this no-touch torture was the real revolution in the cruel science of pain since the 16th century. Throughout 2,000 years of Western judicial torture, the same problem had persisted. The strong did pain, while the weak blurted out whatever was necessary to stop it. In the 3rd century AD, when scourging witnesses with beatings and hot irons was a requisite of Roman law, the jurist Ulpian noted the deceptive nature of torture, writing, "For many persons have such strength of body and soul that they heed pain very little, while others are so susceptible to pain that they will tell any lie rather than swear it." By contrast, the CIA's psychological paradigm fused two new methods: the sensory disorientation discovered by Hebb and the self-induced pain documented by Cornell researchers, in a combination that would, in theory, cause victims to feel responsible for their own swearing and feel subservient to their inquisitors. Renet over the next 40 years, the CIA's method came to rely on a mix of sensory overload and sensory deprivation via the manipulation of seemingly banal factors: heat and cold, light and dark, noise and silence, feast and famine, all meant to attack the essential sensory pathways into the human mind. In EECT, the agency's psychological techniques could transmit intolerable pain directly to the brain through means that eliminated any need for physical abuse. Yet even though the methods for inducing pain were now sophisticated and scientific, the basic human responses to such swearing 23 remained pretty much as Ulpian had described them so many centuries ago, rendering all torture, whether physical or psychological, generally inactive. In its clandestine journey across continents and decades, this American form of psychological torture would prove elusive, innovative, enticing, and destructive. In a fundamental sense, the subtle intertwining of these facets into a distinctive doctrine lends some coherence to the broad term psychological torture. Since these attributes have allowed the CIA's method to persist to the present and perhaps into the future, we need to review each one briefly. Unlike its physical variant, psychological torture is elusive, lacking clear signs of abuse and greatly complicating any investigation, prosecution, or attempt at prohibition. With no visible marks to indicate the degree of severity, psychological torture is particularly vulnerable to the definitional challenges inherent to any ending of torture. After being trained in this doctrine by British intelligence, the Royal Ulster Constabulary applied these methods on IRA suspects at Belfast in 1971 by using the so-called VE techniques: enforced wall standing, hooting, blaring music, sleep deprivation, and dietary manipulation. After articles in the British press stirred controversy, a parliamentary inquiry by Lord Parker of Waddington found that these psychological methods greatly complicated any determination of torture. Where, Lord Parker asked, does hardship and discomfort end and, for instance, humiliating treatment begin, and where does the latter end and torture begin? The answer, he stated with uncommon prescience, turns on words of definition, and thus opinions will inevitably die. Although a majority of Lord Parker's panel were thus willing to countenance the continued use of these VE techniques with safeguards, the report's disturbing endings prompted Prime Minister Edward Heath to tell Parliament in March 1972, "The government have decided that the techniques which the committee examined will not be used in the future as an aid to interrogation." When Dublin sued London over this Belfast incident in 1977, the European Court of Human Rights found Britain guilty of inhuman and degrading treatment but not torture. Alone among this court's 17 justices, Judge Demetrius I. Evragiannis of Greece, a nation then just emerging from its own landmark torture trials, criticized the majority's narrow definition of torture, pointing out that this ancient abuse is now based on methods of inducing swearing which have already been overtaken by the ingenuity of modern techniques, developed in multidisciplinary laboratories which claim to be scientific. Although there are now new forms of swearing that have little in common with the physical pain caused by conventional torture, they can, the justice observed, produce the disintegration of an individual's personality, the shattering of his mental and psychological equilibrium, and the crushing of his 24. Will, whose some must have caused extremely intense physical, mental, and psychological suffering, inevitably covered by the strictest definition of torture. Similarly, when General Randall Schmidt investigated conditions at Guantanamo for the Pentagon in 2005, he found that the standards for physical torture were clear, but anything else beyond that was fairly vague, adding that something might be degrading but not necessarily torture. And it may be humiliating, but it may not be torture. In reviewing the treatment of the Camp Star prisoner, the general felt that the cumulative EECT of simultaneous applications of numerous authorized techniques had an abusive and degrading impact on the detainee, a ending later rejected by the military's higher echelons. Perpetrators and their protectors have a strong stake in maintaining the elusive quality of this psychological paradigm by muddying definitions of torture or resisting them altogether. At the annual convention of the American Psychological Association in August 2006, a time when Washington was defending its use of enhanced interrogation, the U.S. Army's Surgeon General, Kevin Kiley, emphasized the imprecision of legal definitions for torture, asking, in an intimidating, almost mocking manner, "How loud does a scream have to be? How many angels can dance on the head of a pin?" Indeed, definitions of terms such as severe mental pain, degrading, cruel, and even torture have played a key role in both the defense and the prosecution of perpetrators, making these words of definition a central focus in the political struggle over torture at home and abroad. Reacting the scientific rigor that helped to create this distinctive doctrine, the CIA's psychological paradigm has also proven surprisingly supple, with each sustained application producing innovation. Such innovation is not accidental but is the result of scientific research and systematic application at each key stage in this doctrine's evolution over the past 60 years. During both the experimentation of the 1950s and the application of the doctrine in later decades, the U.S. intelligence community consulted cognitive scientists, usually psychologists, and frequently combined interrogation with close observation to re-NE techniques. For both the perpetrators and the powerful who command them, psychological torture also offers an enticing sense of empowerment, allowing them to dominate their enemies through sanitized scientific methods without recourse to crude physical force. The language of science can make psychological torture seem like a series of carefully controlled procedures, sanctioned by rational experts who have the aura of authority that comes with knowledge and credentials. Psychological torture also avoids the unseemly physical brutality. 25. Unpalatable to the American public. Even though a New York Times headline in 2009 warned that memos spell out brutal CIA mode of interrogation, the public seemed nonplussed by the release of Justice Department documents detailing, in clinical medico-legal language, the CIA's use of beatings, stress positions, and a form of simulated drowning called waterboarding. Simultaneously, however, the White House refused to release photographs of similar interrogations, apparently aware of the power of these graphic images to arouse anger at home and abroad. Mental methods, moreover, share a multifaceted appeal with their physical counterparts, ranging from psychological compensation for insecurity to a masochistic sensuality. In 1956, cognitive scientists working for the CIA described torture's allure for the Soviet leadership in words with universal implications. When feelings of insecurity develop within those holding power, they become increasingly suspicious and put great pressures upon the secret police to obtain arrests and confessions. At such times police officials are inclined to condone anything which produces a speedy confession, and brutality may become widespread. Even when the abuse is initially intended for only a few, it soon spread in two directions: wide proliferation beyond the selected targets and a rapid escalation up the scale of brutality. So strong is the allure of such abuse that the powerful, whether in the Kremlin or in the White House, often concoct rationales to preserve their prerogative of torture in defiance of strong evidence that it is both inactive and entails high political costs. There is, moreover, a performative dimension to such enticement. In the medieval age, when judicial torture was common, art frequently depicted such cruel treatment in almost anatomical detail. Similarly, in post-9/11 America, mass media complemented the state's revival of torture with enticing simulations in film and television. In such displays, the boundary between seduction and revulsion is surprisingly UID. The photos from Abu Ghraib, with their gritty vision of actual torture by U.S. soldiers, repulsed the American public. But aestheticized portrayals of torture in film and television attracted mass audiences and built political support for use of harsh methods whose reality was shown in those same Abu Ghraib photos. Although seemingly less brutal than physical techniques, psychological torture has proven emotionally destructive, enlisting deep trauma and lasting emotional scars. Indeed, the early experiments in sensory deprivation elicited the behavior one would expect of someone undergoing torture. As described in Chapter 2, subjects in these experiments done back in the 1950s experienced hysteria, collapsed in uncontrollable sobbing, and pounded in desperation on the boxes that conned them. In 2007, a half-century after the CIA Cody ed. 26. These methods, researchers published clear clinical evidence that psychological torture is just as traumatic as its physical variant. Ill treatment during captivity, such as psychological manipulations and forced stress positions, reported Dr. Metin Basoglu in the Archives of General Psychiatry after interviews with 279 Bosnian victims, does not seem to be substantially different from physical torture in terms of the severity of mental suffering. In a subsequent study of 432 survivors, Dr. Basoglu concluded that the inhuman and degrading treatment were the major determinants of lasting psychological damage in detainees, indicating the need for a broader definition beyond a rather stereotypical image of torture as involving only certain atrocious acts of physical violence. This quest for definitional precision by advocates on both sides of the torture debate has induced some remaining of an inherently blurry boundary between physical and psychological methods. Muddling such distinctions, many techniques deemed psychological have a physical component. On a spectrum from greater to lesser physical contact, psychological torture includes blocking breath with water, forcing ingestion of drugs, making a victim assume an intolerable posture, staging mock executions, imposing an excess of audio and visual stimuli or uncomfortable temperatures, manipulating diet, and enforcing sensory deprivation by confinement in a darkened or deadened space. Complicating the issue further, perpetrators often mix methods. For example, after 2001, the CIA's black sites end sensory deprivation with an expressly physical technique called wall slamming. Nonetheless, this distinction between mental and physical methods remains elemental to the practice of torture, its prohibition, and the treatment of its victims. The UN Convention Against Torture states, in Article 1, that torture means any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purposes as obtaining from him or a third person information or a confession. Leading treatment specialists such as Dr. Basoglu employ this physical/mental binary in categorizing the dozens of torture techniques used by security forces worldwide. On the opposite side of such praxis, U.S. security agencies have, for the past 60 years, worked closely with psychologists in renaming techniques distinct from the more physical methods of their third world allies. Clearly, in the realm of thermal techniques, there is a deniable difference between conning a victim in a room with temperatures beyond the narrow range humans and tolerable and scourging the victim's esh with red-hot metal. Ultimately, from a U.S. perspective, this physical/mental distinction rests in the realm of legal evidence between methods that leave no trace and those that produce actionable physical sequelae, which can be photographed for. 27. Forensic examination to determine, with surprising precision, the degree of abuse. At the outset of the Cold War, the CIA focused on psychological techniques in a scientific quest for mind control methods far more potent than mere physical violence. After their doctrine in the 1960s, American officials, who had little occasion to employ these psychological methods themselves, transmitted this doctrine to authoritarian allies in Asia and Latin America who actually ran the prisons and dirtied their hands, often commingling physical and psychological methods. After September 11, when U.S. agents started interrogating terror suspects inside their own prisons, the risks of media expose and legal action mounted. In a mute dialogue with the federal anti-torture laws enacted in the 1990s prohibiting physical abuse, U.S. intelligence has generally favored psychological methods that did not cross the line into the physical and thus the criminal. In EECT, the law's logic has inclined U.S. interrogation doctrine toward undetectable methods that leave invisible scars in the mind, not visible contusions on the body. If the term no-touch torture encompasses many psychological methods, then the term no-trace torture is perhaps a more accurate description of techniques that the CIA and U.S. military intelligence have employed since 9/11. In the long history of torture reaching back millennia, this U.S. interrogation doctrine, with its emphasis on undetectable psychological methods, represents a significant departure from past practices. Propagation. After codification in the 1963 Kubark Manual, the CIA spent the next 30 years propagating these torture techniques within the U.S. intelligence community and among anti-communist allies across Asia and Latin America. During the Vietnam War, the CIA, as detailed in Chapter 3, applied these techniques in South Vietnam under the Phoenix program with methods that became brutally physical, producing more than 40,000 extrajudicial executions. Moreover, from 1966 to 1991, the U.S. Army's military intelligence ran Project X to teach counterinsurgency lessons learned in South Vietnam to armies across Latin America via Spanish-language manuals, interrogation curricula, courses at the School of the Americas, and ELD training programs. There is also evidence, discussed in Chapter 4, that U.S. advisors transmitted these techniques to the Philippines, which offers a telling example of the corrosive impact of torture upon a country's Corps. During the 1980s, as intensi-ed counterinsurgency in Central America prompted a resurgence of interest in teaching interrogation, the CIA 28 launched its Human Resources Exploitation Program, which, the agency's Inspector General later reported, was designed to train foreign liaison services on interrogation techniques. In its Human Resources Exploitation Training Manual 1983, prepared for the Honduran military, the CIA reiterated the two basic methods found in its 1963 Kubark Handbook, sensory disorientation and self-induced pain, now renewed with harsh techniques learned through 20 years of intervening experience. Most fundamentally, agency instructors taught Honduran interrogators to assault the sensory pathways to human consciousness by disrupting the subject's patterns of time, space, and sensory perception. Since the torture situation is a contest between the subject and his tormentor, the interrogator must make the subject very much aware that the questioner controls his ultimate disposition. Moreover, the manual made a strong case for imposing self-induced pain, saying that the pain which is being induced upon him from outside himself may actually intensify his will to resist. On the other hand, pain which he feels he is inducing upon himself is more likely to sap his resistance. In 1984-85, however, pressures built for reform as Congress uncovered CIA cooperation with Central American security forces that had killed, imprisoned, and tortured thousands of suspected enemies. Simultaneously, the agency's own Inspector General investigated allegations of misconduct by two agency officers who were involved in interrogations and the death of one individual. In the aftermath, the CIA dispatched OCHALs to its overseas stations to ensure agency personnel understood its policy on interrogations, debriefings, and human rights issues. In the midst of this crisis, the agency also made changes to its Human Resources Manual, some cosmetic and some quite substantial. Indeed, the sum of these revisions makes it clear that the CIA had concluded that these psychological techniques, which would be revived after September 11, were torture. The original text drafted in 1983 had contained explicit instructions for Honduran soldiers in harsh methods. But, in 1984, this text was edited with penciled excisions, some transparently cosmetic, to render such offensive passages innocuous. Yet, CIA headquarters also made a number of substantive changes to this manual, stating, explicitly and repeatedly, that many of the agency's standard psychological methods constituted torture, while others could easily lead to abuse, and banning both types for that reason. Originally, the manual stated, the questioner should be careful to manipulate the subject's environ. 29. Meant to disrupt patterns. But now a penciled correction warned, however, if successful it causes serious psychological damage and therefore is a form of torture. Originally, the manual had advised, if the debility-dependency dread state is unduly prolonged, the subject may sink into a defensive apathy from which it is hard to arouse him. But now a handwritten caution was added. This illustrates why this coercive technique may produce torture. The earlier text had summarized the tactical lessons of sensory deprivation experiments, saying, deprivation of sensory stimuli induces stress and anxiety. The more complete the deprivation, the more rapidly and deeply the subject is affected. This instruction was now rewritten to become a caution, extreme deprivation of sensory stimuli induces unbearable stress and anxiety and is a form of torture. Its use constitutes a serious impropriety and violates policy. The more complete the deprivation, the more rapidly and deeply the subject is affected. In a concluding section, the CIA instructor had originally told his Honduran students, as I said at the beginning, the purpose of all coercive techniques is to induce regression. There are a few non-coercive techniques which can be used to produce regression. A. Persistent manipulation of time. B. Retarding and advancing clocks. C. Serving meals at odd times. D. Disrupting sleep schedules. E. Disorientation regarding day and night. But now a penciled insert warned, it is illegal and against policy to use them to produce regression. Following is a list of these non-coercive techniques which require great care because of their susceptibility to abuse. Sine Cantley, the original techniques described in this 1983 Central American program seem quite similar to those outlined 20 years earlier in the CIA's Cubark manual and those that would be used 20 years later at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo Bay, despite the agency's intervening repudiation of these same psychological techniques as torture. Owing visual confirmation of this continuity, the detainees at Guantanamo's Camp X-Ray in 2002 wore prison suits with goggles, gloves, and ear muffs that bear a striking resemblance to equipment Dr. Hebb used to test sensory deprivation on student volunteers at McGill University in 1952. When the Cold War came to a close in 1990, Washington rescinded its torture training and resumed its advocacy of human rights. After that earlier controversy over its human rights abuse in Central America, the CIA had already ended all interrogation training for foreign counterparts by 1986 in a similar, somewhat later process inside the Defense Department. The Assistant Secretary for Intelligence Oversight advised Secretary Dick Cheney, in a March 1992 memo, that 7 counterinsurgency and interrogation manuals, compiled during the 1980s for Project X, contained material not to be consistent with U.S. policy. Interviews with Army personnel who had used these manuals revealed they believed incorrectly that U.S. regulations on legal and proper interrogation did not apply to the training of foreign personnel. As a corrective, the Defense Department tried to retrieve the training documents from Latin American governments and ordered that all so recovered, except for a LE copy, should be destroyed, an experience that may have contributed to Cheney's knowledge of these dark arts. Indeed, one investigator later reported that Secretary Cheney and his STA counsel, David Addington, saved the only known copies of abusive interrogation technique manuals taught at the School of the Americas. Most important, the Clinton administration ratified the UN Convention Against Torture in 1994, seemingly resolving the tension between Washington's anti-torture principles and its torture practices. Yet, when President Bill Clinton sent this convention to Congress for ratification, he included exculpatory language, drafted by the State Department under President Ronald Reagan, with an extended diplomatic reservation focused on just one word in the convention's 26 printed pages. That word was mental. This reservation opened large loopholes in the UN's language that would later allow the CIA's use of psychological torture after September 2001. Under Article 3, The UN Convention denounced torture as any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person for such purposes as obtaining information. Instead of the UN's broader use of the phrase intentionally inflicted, this US definition, as analyzed in Chapter 7, stated that, in order to constitute torture, an act must be specifically intended to inflict severe physical or mental pain. This emphasis on the perpetrator's specific intention was reinforced by a limitation of mental pain to just 4 techniques, discussed below, and a stricture that such mental suffering must be caused by procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses. If any pain inflicted through the CIA's techniques was not calculated and specifically intended, and intention was now situated subjectively in the mind of the torturer, not objectively in the nature of his actions, then, under this US law, torture was not torture rather than the UN Convention's broad language about severe pain or suffering. This US reservation also narrowed the standard for psychological torture by requiring that prolonged mental harm be caused by just 4 specific acts: the intentional infliction or threatened infliction of severe physical pain or suffering, the administration or application, or threatened administration or application, of mind-altering substances or other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality, the threat of imminent death, or the threat that another person will imminently be subjected to death, severe physical pain or suffering, or the administration. 32. Of mind-altering substances. This language also aired what seemed a broad ban on other procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or the personality. But the insertion of quali-ers requiring prolonged mental harm caused by procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses complicated any ending of criminality, effectively eviscerating this broad ban. By specifically barring just these 4 techniques and using ambiguous language about anything else, this US definition of mental pain effectively preserved the CIA's right to use coercive psychological techniques including sensory deprivation and self-inflicted pain. Significantly, the definitions in this diplomatic reservation were reproduced verbatim when the Clinton administration enacted complementary domestic legislation, RST, in Section 2340 of the Federal Code and later in the War Crimes Act of 1996. Through this legal legerdemain, Washington effectively split the UN Convention down the middle, banning physical torture but exempting the CIA's psychological methods from any legal prohibition. In a clear violation of the convention even as ratified by Congress, Clinton also issued a presidential directive, dated June 21, 1995, authorizing the CIA to ship terror suspects to allies, such as Egypt, notorious for their use of torture. Although Clinton and his aides later insisted that they had sought assurances of humane treatment from Egypt, former CIA operative Michael Scheuer has called these claims, under oath, a lie. For 7 years following the start of the Clinton administration's covert campaign against Al-Qaeda in 1995, the CIA avoided direct involvement in torture by sending some 70 terror suspects to Middle East allies notorious for their willingness to employ brutal, physical tortures. This practice, called extraordinary rendition, is explicitly banned under the UN Convention's Article 3. Only a year after ratifying the UN Convention against Torture, Clinton thus violated one of its key clauses, indicating that Washington would continue to favor covert operations over compliance with international law. By failing to repudiate the CIA's use of torture, while adopting a UN convention that condemned its practice, the United States left this contradiction buried like a political landmine, ready to detonate with exceptional force just 10 years later in the Abu Ghraib prison scandal. Right after his address to a shaken nation on September 11, 2001, President George W. Bush gave his secret orders for torture, saying, "I don't care what the international lawyers say, we are going to kick some ass." In that same spirit, Bush issued a secret, 14-page directive on September 17 or 33. Daring the CIA to conduct a relentless, worldwide pursuit of Al-Qaeda and authorizing the agency to detain terrorists and to set up detention facilities outside the United States. Following months of recondite legal research, mid-level administration attorneys translated their president's potentially unlawful orders into U.S. policy through three controversial, neoconservative legal endings: the president is above the law, torture is a legally acceptable exercise of presidential power, and the U.S. Navy base at Guantanamo Bay is not U.S. territory. After discussions among these neoconservative lawyers concluded that the Geneva Conventions did not apply to Al-Qaeda. White House counsel Antonio Gonzalez advised the president, in a memo dated January 25, 2002, that 9/11 created an extraordinary need for executive action. This new paradigm, he wrote, renders obsolete Geneva's strict limitations on questioning of enemy prisoners and renders quaint some of its provisions requiring that captured enemy be awarded such things as commissary privileges. Consequently, 2 weeks later the president ordered that none of the provisions of Geneva apply to Arkan ICT with Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan or elsewhere throughout the world, thereby making minimum standards for humane treatment operative only if military necessity permits. Over the next 7 years, these faceless, mid-level attorneys, almost all conservative political appointees, would become the driving force in implementing a policy of harsh interrogation, breaking down legal restraints through meetings or memoranda and pushing interrogation toward torture. In the RST year of the War on Terror, the CIA became a global military police, seizing more than 3,000 suspects in over 100 nations. Most were turned over to Allied security services from Pakistan to Egypt. But the handful found to be Al-Qaeda leaders, perhaps as few as 14 among the 3,000, were held at the agency's own black sites. In a sharp break with past U.S. practice that outsourced torture to foreign security services, the White House now authorized the CIA to build its own network of prisons, planes, and Allied agents so that it could seize suspects from sovereign states and incarcerate them inside this global gulag. Between 2002 and 2006, the agency operated 24 jet aircraft that made thousands of secret flights ferrying detainees between the U.S. base at Guantanamo, some 8 CIA black sites from Thailand to Poland, and Allied prisons from Morocco to Uzbekistan. Moreover, the Bush administration gave the CIA primary control over Al-Qaeda captives, ending the FBI's lead role in U.S. counterintelligence, which it had held since 1940, apparently because the agency, unlike the Bureau, had an institutional history that allowed it to torture. 34. In a rare public admission of the CIA's new role, the head of its counterterrorism center, Cofer Black, told Congress about the agency's approach to interrogation on September 26, 2001, just 2 weeks after the terrorist attacks. "All I want to say is that there was before 9/11 and after 9/11. After September 11 the gloves come off. Although systematic torture inside U.S. facilities, both military prisons and agency black sites, soon became the most distinctive feature of Bush's war on terror, rendition remained a bulwark of the CIA's ongoing campaign against Al-Qaeda. Through sub-rosa alliances with clandestine services worldwide, the CIA snatched terror suspects off streets in cities from Stockholm to Kuala Lumpur and EU them to nations long notorious for brutal physical torture: Morocco, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, and Pakistan. To this roster of reliable partners, the agency now added some surprising new allies: Libya and Uzbekistan. After September 11, Washington leased a massive air base in Uzbekistan just 90 miles from the Afghan border, and the CIA began ying prisoners into the country for torture inside the prisons of President Islam Karimov. Their terror suspects were commingled with the regime's 6,000 political prisoners and subjected to scalding water, ripped engernails, and brutal beatings. In July 2004, the British ambassador to Tashkent, Craig Murray, complained to London, "We receive intelligence obtained under torture from the Uzbek intelligence services, via the US. Tortured dupes are forced to sign confessions showing what the Uzbek government wants the US and UK to believe, that they and we are waging the same war against terror." In the same period, 2002 to 2007, the CIA also shipped at least 8 prisoners to Libya in full knowledge of the country's reputation for torture. When Libyan intelligence asked for rendition of an Islamic activist named Abdel Hakim Belhaj, The agency assured Tripoli of its commitment to developing this relationship for the benefit of both our services. In March 2004, the CIA had the suspect seized at Kuala Lumpur, assigned 2 agents to torture him in Bangkok, and then EU him home to Libya for 6 years of beatings and solitary confinement inside the worst of Colonel Qatta's prisons. Though the gloves were inside CIA black sites, American interrogators still had to be taught how to hit. According to the CIA Inspector General's 2004 report, the agency had discontinued virtually all involvement in interrogations after encountering difficult issues in Central America and the Middle East during the 1980s, leaving almost no foundation for interrogation. Compounding the problem, the CIA lacked adequate linguists and had very little hard knowledge about Al-Qaeda's leaders, denying the agency any metric for assessing the effectiveness of its interrogation techniques. In the 10 years after the end of the Cold War, the only government unit with 35. An institutional memory of harsh methods was the Pentagon SEER program, which trained U.S. troops to withstand sensory deprivation, sleep disruption, stress positions, waterboarding, and slapping. Starting in early 2002, several SEER psychologists, using Dr. Biederman's earlier research into communist techniques, advised both defense and the CIA about ways to reverse engineer these training methods for effective interrogation of terror suspects. In Senate testimony, CIA Director Michael Hayden admitted using waterboarding, while an assistant attorney general stated that the agency's procedure was adapted from the SEER training program. Similarly, a later British inquiry into abuse of detainees in southern Iraq during 2003-04 found that the notorious VE techniques, banned from all UK interrogations after the Parker inquiry in 1972, had remained a part of British SEER training, producing an enduring problem of such exercises spilling over into resistance interrogation training. Almost from the start, however, revival of the CIA's psychological paradigm through this prism proved problematic. As the Senate Armed Services Committee later pointed out, the SEER methods were derived, in part, from coercive methods used by the Chinese Communist dictatorship to elicit false confessions from U.S. POWs during the Korean War, not to gather accurate, actionable intelligence. The problematic nature of this revamped SEER technique was soon evident in the work of 2 contract psychologists, James Mitchell and Bruce Jessen, who developed the CIA's new interrogation protocol. During the 1980s, both had served as psychologists supervising SEER training for the Air Force Survival School at Fairchild Air Base near Spokane, where Dr. Jessen was known for his aggressive performance as mock enemy interrogator. As chief psychologist there after 1985, Jessen prepared a paper detailing the many techniques that captors use to bend prisoners to their will, including threats of death, physical pressures including torture which result in psychological disturbances or deterioration, inadequate diet and sanitary facilities with constant debilitation and illness, attacks on the mental health via isolation, reinforcement of anxieties, sleeplessness, stimulus deprivation or OODing, disorientation, loss of control both internal and external locus, direct and indirect attack on the PWS standards of honor, faith in country, religion, or political beliefs. Jessen's paper concluded that such harsh treatment was effective, saying, confronted with these conditions, the unprepared prisoner of war experiences unmanageable levels of fear and despair. After September 11, the 2 psychologists reverse-engineered their SEER training to create a harsh interrogation protocol for leaders of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, Kofor Black and Jose A. Rodriguez Jr. When the Al-Qaeda leader, 36, Abu Zubaydah was captured in March 2002, his interrogation at a CIA black site in Thailand became an important, even historic test for the relative efficacy of the agency's coercive techniques of psychological abuse versus the FBI's non-coercive method, which builds rapport through language skills and local knowledge. The significance of this single interrogation, among the countless thousands conducted during the War on Terror, cannot be overstated. The CIA would twist events inside this Thai safe house into a spurious yet convincing justication for its harsh enhanced interrogation techniques, allowing their spread to agency and military prisons worldwide. President Bush would later cite this interrogation, in a 2006 television address, to justify his authorization of these enhanced techniques. The RST revelation about what enhanced might mean came a year later when retired CIA operative John Kiriakou told ABC News that Abu Zubaydah had answered every question with invaluable intelligence after being waterboarded just once for probably 35 seconds, a sensational and spurious claim that reverberated incessantly in conservative media circles for 2 years until agency documents showed the detainee had been waterboarded not once but 83 times. Vice President Cheney would point to this single interrogation, in speeches and memoirs, to defend the harsh methods. Echoing these arguments, Republican pundits and presidential candidates would insist, for the next decade, that such abuse was necessary for the nation's defense. Despite all these claims of efficacy, Abu Zubaydah's interrogation represents something akin to a scientific experiment that establishes not the success but the failure of the CIA's coercive psychological techniques, a topic we will examine, below and more closely in Chapter 7. The RST round of Abu Zubaydah's interrogation was conducted by an FBI team led by Agent Ali Soufan, a Lebanese-American counterterrorism specialist. Flying from Washington, Soufan landed at Bangkok with a decade of experience as an interrogator, yansi in Arabic, and an empathetic method of proven effectiveness, what he has called the informed interrogation approach, which leverages knowledge of the detainee's culture and mindset, together with all known biographical information. When Zubaydah gave his alias at the start of the interrogation, the FBI man replied in Arabic, "How about if I call you Honey?" the nickname his mother had given him as a child. According to Soufan's Senate testimony, Zubaydah looked at me in shock, said okay, and we started talking. During the RST hour of this non-coercive interview, the FBI gained important actionable intelligence and in the days that followed learned the role of KSM as the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks, critical information that was then unknown. 37. At RST, CIA Director George Tenet seemed delighted and congratulated the interrogators. But when told they were FBI and not CIA, Tenet became furious and angrily slammed his hand on the table. The CIA director retracted the commendation and dispatched a team from his own counterterrorism center led by the contract psychologist James Mitchell under orders to take over. Arriving at the Thai safe house, Dr. Mitchell, who had never conducted an actual interrogation during his many years as a SEER trainer, told Soufan, a veteran FBI interrogator, "My method is more effective," adding that Abu Zubaydah would become fully compliant without us having to do any work. When the FBI man seemed incredulous, Dr. Mitchell replied, "This is science." With Mitchell serving as both instructor and chief interrogator, the FBI men were removed and the CIA team started climbing the scale of coercive methods, moving from nudity to low-level sleep deprivation. Frustrated, Soufan had to sit and watch for days as nothing was gained through techniques that no reputable interrogator would even think of using. When day after day of these methods yielded no information and Washington demanded more results, the FBI men were allowed to resume their informed interrogation approach, again gaining important intelligence that included the details of Jose Padilla, the so-called dirty bomber. But then Dr. Mitchell and his CIA team took control once more, moving to the next stage in the force continuum by placing Abu Zubaydah in a confinement box. Convinced that the CIA's methods were becoming borderline torture, Soufan led a protest with his FBI director, Robert Mueller, and was pulled out. Now in full control, the CIA psychologist Mitchell ordered the detainee stripped, exposed to cold and blasted with rock music to prevent sleep. After Washington approved use of the harshest SEER methods, Zubaydah was conned in a box, slammed into the wall and waterboarded 83 times. Although the detainee had, in the view of the U.S. Senate, already given up his most valuable information without coercion, the agency later claimed that these extreme psychological methods were effective, and it would later use this harsh protocol on dozens of other prisoners, including Khalid Sheikh Mohammed after observing Dr. Mitchell's work closely, Ali Soufan summed up his coercive psychological methods in words that seem a paraphrase of the CIA's old human resources exploitation. Training Manual 1983, the idea was the detainee has to look at the interrogator as if he is his god. He is the one who determines if his life is going to be better or worse. In response to a White House inquiry about the legality of such techniques, Assistant Attorney General J. Bybee and his subordinate John U. 38. A neoconservative law professor on leave from the University of California, Berkeley, found grounds in an August 2002 memo for exculpating any CIA interrogator who tortured but claimed his intention was information, not pain. Moreover, by parsing the definition of torture in Section 2340 of the Federal Code, they argued that physical pain amounting to torture must be equivalent in intensity to the pain accompanying serious physical injury such as organ failure in EECT, allowing abuse up to the point of death. For purely mental pain or suffering to amount to torture, the memo continued, it must result in significant psychological harm, lasting for months or even years. Loose language reacting both U.S. law's permissive standard and the elusive character of psychological torture. Such a definition, of course, also extended almost indefinitely the period prosecutors must wait before bringing charges of psychological torture. Further up the chain of command, Condoleezza Rice, then the U.S. National Security Advisor, recalled how the CIA sought policy approval from the National Security Council to begin an interrogation program for high-level al-Qaeda terrorists. Consequently, she convened a high-level NSC working group in 2002-03 that received detailed descriptions of the proposed methods from the CIA and approved all of the agency's requests for harsh interrogation, even those that crossed the line, as defined by the international standards, into torture. Their recommendations were delivered to President Bush, who told ABC News in April 2008, "Yes, I'm aware our national security team met on this issue. And I approved." Through this tangled decision-making, Bush allowed the CIA 10 enhanced interrogation methods designed by agency psychologists, including waterboarding, that represented a marked intensification of the CIA's psychological paradigm. Among these 10 techniques, 3 showed clear continuity from the agency's Cold War counterintelligence techniques: cramped confinement in a dark box for sensory deprivation, the stress positions originally copied from the Soviet KGB, and wall standing, used by British intelligence at Belfast in 1971. In a secret memo dated August 2002, the Justice Department approved the agency's use of these methods in some sort of escalating fashion, culminating with the waterboard. Of the 94 detainees in CIA custody by mid-2005, about 28 would be subjected to some combination of these enhanced techniques. 6 years later, after a close review of the agency's program, Senator Dianne Feinstein stated, "As chairman of the Select Committee on Intelligence, I can say that coercive and abusive treatment of detainees in U.S. custody was far more systematic and widespread than we thought. Moreover, the abuse stemmed not from the isolated acts of a few bad apples." 39. But from fact that the line was blurred between what is permissible and impermissible conduct, putting U.S. personnel in an untenable position with their superiors and the law. During the CIA program's RST year, from early 2002 to mid-2003, the absence of clear guidelines or close supervision over its prisons allowed what the agency itself later called unauthorized, improvised, inhumane, and undocumented interrogation techniques. Reacting torture's inexorable escalation in brutality, the CIA Inspector General found a wide range of cruelly improvised actions, including the use of air conditioning/blanket deprivation to an ICT extreme cold in July 2002, the staging of mock executions by brandishing or ring handguns in September and October, racking an unloaded semi-automatic once or twice and revving a power drill close to a detainee's head in December, threatening, through an Arabic interpreter, to begin sexually abusing female relatives in front of the detainee, telling a high-level prisoner "we're going to kill your children," and beating an Afghan detainee to death with a large metal ashlight in June 2003. When asked about abuse of detainees via temperature modification, One CIA interrogator replied with an empowered arrogance, "How cold is cold?" Even though the death threats were clear violations of U.S. anti-torture laws, both Section 2340 and the War Crimes Act, Bush's Justice Department decided, symbolically on September 11, 2003, not to prosecute any agency interrogators, with exception of that single contract operative who had killed an Afghan detainee. This RST year of CIA operations was also a time for testing new interrogation techniques. An MI5 summary of 42 CIA documents, released by a British court over Washington's strenuous objections in 2009, offers rare insight into the agency's methods during these RST months of the War on Terror. Inside a Pakistani prison, the detainee Binyam Mohammed was, in the words of this British report, subjected to a series of interviews conducted by the United States authorities prior to May 17, 2002 as part of a new strategy designed by an expert interviewer, probably one of the agency's senior psychologists. American interrogators employed a range of techniques, including shackling, threats and inducements, and fears of being removed from United States custody and disappearing. Sine Cantley, MI5 reported that, during the interview process by the United States authorities, BM had been intentionally subjected to continuous sleep deprivation. The effects of the sleep deprivation were carefully observed. Although MI5 found that all this was at the very least cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment by the United States authorities, certainly a very controversial conclusion, its most significant ending was that such treatment was designed by an expert interviewer and that the effects of the sleep deprivation were carefully 40. Observed. If MI5 is correct, then the CIA was apparently testing new methods inside its black sites, adding another instance of the scientific innovation that has long characterized the agency's psychological paradigm. Moreover, this British report corroborated an earlier ending by Physicians for Human Rights that such close observation may constitute using the detainees as human subjects, a practice that approaches unlawful experimentation. After CIA headquarters issued clear guidelines in January 2003, this ad hoc improvisation slowly ended, and interrogation inside the secret prisons followed a graded roster of standard and enhanced techniques. As described in the Classy Ed background paper on CIA's combined use of interrogation techniques compiled in 2004, each detainee was transported to an agency black site while deprived of sight and sound through the use of blindfolds, earmuffs, and hoods. Once inside, he was reduced to a baseline-dependent state through nudity, sleep deprivation, and dietary manipulation. For more physical and psychological stress, CIA inquisitors used coercive measures such as an insult slap or abdominal slap and then walling, that is, slamming the detainee's head against a cell wall. If these failed, then interrogators escalated to waterboarding, which the Bush Justice Department called the most intense of CIA interrogation techniques. This medieval technique, called standard Gallic torture in a 1541 French judicial handbook, would now become what CIA Director Porter Goss called, in 2005, a professional interrogation technique. Indeed, so seductive was this torture that both CIA-held operatives and Langley O'Chales violated the agency's own guidelines to increase both its intensity and its frequency. In 2004, the CIA Inspector General reported that the waterboard was used with far greater frequency and in a different manner from that approved by the Justice Department. While SEER trainers had disrupted air by a brief, carefully supervised application of a damp cloth over the air passages, actual agency interrogators applied large volumes of water to a cloth that covered the detainee's mouth and nose. To intensify the EECT, the CIA, according to a later investigative report, built a special gurney with the perfect angle to id the lungs with water, using saline solution to avoid death by hyponatremia from excessive ingestion of water, necessary since agency interrogators were allowed 3 applications every hour. Detainees were also fed special liquid diets to prevent suffocation during vomiting induced by waterboarding. Interrogators were encouraged, in the pursuit of technical perfection, to record their torture sessions in logbooks. All of these procedures, grounded in sophisticated medical knowledge, suggests strongly that the CIA involved doctors or scientists at some stage in developing this extreme version of 42. Waterboarding, a supposition that, if correct, indicates that the innovative character of the agency's interrogation paradigm had persisted. Using these re-net techniques, the Al-Qaeda captive Abu Zubaydah was waterboarded at least 83 times during August 2002 and Khalid Sheikh Mohammed 183 times in a single month, March 2003. Excess that raises questions about the method's effectiveness and the rationality of the CIA interrogators. Significantly, the agency's own investigators concluded that there was no a priori reason to believe that applying the waterboard with the frequency and intensity with which it was used by the psychologists/interrogators was either efficacious or medically safe. Even though Justice Department lawyers cited SEER training to advise the CIA in August 2002 that waterboarding was not torture, their conclusions seem questionable after French paratroopers tortured him with this technique during the Battle of Algiers in 1957. The journalist Henry Alleg wrote a moving description in a book that turned France against the Algerian War. "I tried, by contracting my throat," he wrote, "to take in as little water as possible. But I couldn't hold on for more than a few moments. I had the impression of drowning, and a terrible agony, that of death itself, took possession of me." Let us speculate about the deeper meaning of Alleg's words. Why would a small amount of water forced into his lungs create not just discomfort or even fear but a terrible agony, that of death itself? Instead of simply blocking breath with a hand or dry cloth, torturers from the French Inquisition to the Khmer Rouge have learned, in their perverse genius, to turn pain into panic by either ooding the lungs with water or just covering the nose and mouth with a wet cloth. Why does the mind's sense of water in the cloth instantaneously trigger the extreme agony of impending death? In retrospect, Alleg's description of the trauma sparked by waterboarding seems to foreshadow the discovery, 2 decades later, of what would be called the mammalian diving reflex. Among the many possible threats to human survival, the brain has a unique defense against drowning embedded into its control over the involuntary muscles that allows infants, but not adults, to survive complete immersion in cold water for up to 60 minutes, diverting blood to vital organs and emerging, almost miraculously, alive and without any brain damage. As waterboarding blocks air to the lungs, the mind's survival mechanisms might somehow set an instant reflex of panic from the ultimate fear, the fear of death itself. Whatever the precise cause, waterboarding is clearly a form of torture, violating the prohibition on death threats under U.S. law and the infliction of pain in the UN Anti-Torture Convention. By ending such harsh methods legal under U.S. law, the Justice Department 43. Ment's August 2002 memos also allowed proliferation of these enhanced techniques from CIA black sites to the military prison at Guantanamo Bay and war zones across the Middle East. Within a month of that memo's circulation, military interrogators and psychologists from Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, would travel to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to observe SEER training. On September 25, CIA General Counsel John Rizzo visited Guantanamo to brief prison staff. A week later, the chief legal counsel at the agency's Counterterrorism Center, Jonathan Fredman, followed to share the CIA's success in using aggressive techniques, persuading prison staff of the efficacy of such extreme measures as this latter meeting opened. Major John Liso, a psychologist who led Guantanamo's behavioral science consultation team, observed that force is risky, and may be inactive since the detainees are used to seeing much more barbaric treatment. By contrast, he added, psychological stressors are extremely effective. When Guantanamo's chief of staff interjected, saying that we can't do sleep deprivation, the prison's senior attorney, Lieutenant Colonel Diane E. Beaver, replied, yes, we can, with approval. Apparently mindful that such methods violated diplomatic conventions, she added that we may need to curb the harsher operations while the ICRC is around. Summarizing the agency's legal position on harsh interrogation, CIA Attorney Fredman interjected with words that mimed the Bybee memo, the language of the statutes is written vaguely. Severe physical pain described as anything causing permanent damage to major organs or body parts. Mental torture described as anything leading to permanent, profound damage to the senses or personality. Then, he added coolly, it is basically subject to perception. If the detainee dies, you're doing it wrong. Significantly, he argued that the partial U.S. ratification of the UN Convention Against Torture gives us more license to use more controversial techniques. Although the CIA had found that aggressive techniques have proven very helpful, he suggested that those on the harshest end of the spectrum must be performed by a highly trained individual to avoid deaths, since the backlash of attention would be severely detrimental. Specifically, Fredman suggested it was very effective to identify detainee phobias, and to use them. Recommending waterboarding by a well-trained individual, he said, "It can feel like you're drowning. The lymphatic system will react as if you're suffocating, but your body will not cease to function." From these extemporaneous remarks, Fredman was clearly aware of that language in Section 2340 of the U.S. Code about procedures calculated to disrupt profoundly the senses or personality. But he seemed to ad-lib the 44 edition of the word permanent, perhaps influenced by Bybee's August 2002 memo arguing that the psychological harm induced by any act would have to last 4 months or even years if that act were to qualify as torture. More broadly, this meeting illustrates the enormous weight of words as legal analysis moved through the bureaucracy via such mid-level meetings and memoranda, simultaneously shaping policy at the highest levels in Washington and the quality of interrogation inside prison cells at the periphery of American power. After requests from Guantanamo for permission to use these methods worked their way from these meetings up the chain of command, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld approved 15 aggressive interrogation techniques in December 2002, suggesting use of harsh stress positions in a handwritten note. "I stand for 8 to 10 hours a day. Why is standing limited to 4 hours?" Simultaneously, he appointed General Geo Ray Miller to command Guantanamo, with a wide latitude for interrogation that soon made this prison an ad hoc behavioral science laboratory. Under the general's command, military intelligence staged the psychological assault by exploring Arabs' cultural sensitivity to sexuality, gender identity, and fear of dogs. In another innovation, Miller also allowed so-called behavioral science consultation teams of military psychologists to probe each detainee for individual phobias. In addition to mining medical lay, military psychologists, as the New York Times reported, advised interrogators how to exploit a detainee's fears and longings to increase distress, noting one prisoner's fear of the dark and another's longing for his mother. Through this three-phase attack on sensory receptors, cultural identity, and individual psyche, Guantanamo perfected the CIA's psychological paradigm, creating an interrogation protocol that the International Red Cross called, after repeated visits, a form of torture. Sustained application of psychological methods had once again produced innovation. These techniques then escalated virally, in part through the enticing quality of torture analyzed in Chapter 5. By ordering harsh interrogation at Guantanamo, Secretary Rumsfeld, as the Senate Armed Services Committee later reported, unleashed a virus which ultimately infected interrogation operations conducted by the U.S. military and coalition forces in both Afghanistan and Iraq. Within weeks, intelligence officers at Bagram prison in Afghanistan were shown a PowerPoint presentation listing the aggressive techniques that had been authorized by the secretary, encouraging a harsh climate that allowed guards to beat shackled detainees with virtual impunity. According to the New York Times, U.S. Special Operations Forces operated VELD interrogation centers across Iraq in 2004. 05 where detainees were subjected to sensory deprivation, beating, burning, electric shock, and waterboarding. Among the 1,000 soldiers in these elite units, 34 were later convicted of 45 abuse, and many more escaped prosecution only because records were officially lost. Similarly, in 2003, British forces at Basra in southern Iraq revived the VE techniques for mental torture banned by their government 20 years earlier and subjected prisoners to combinations of wall postures, hooting, noise, deprivation of sleep, and deprivation of food and water, producing 1 fatality and 150 documented cases of detainee abuse as violence erupted across Iraq in August 2003. General Miller arrived from Guantanamo with detailed instructions for his new protocol, prompting the U.S. commander for Iraq, General Ricardo Sanchez, to order harsh interrogation techniques at Abu Ghraib prison, including X-isolation, isolating the detainee from other detainees. 30 days. Y. Presence of military working dogs, exploits Arab fear of dogs while maintaining security during interrogations. A. Yelling, loud music, and light control, used to create fear, disorient detainee, and prolong capture shock. CC. Stress positions, use of physical posturing. Indeed, my own review of the 1,600 still classy ed photos collected at Abu Ghraib by the Army's Criminal Investigation Command reveals not random acts by putative creeps, but just 3 psychological torture techniques repeated over and over: RST, hooding for sensory deprivation; second, shackling and enforced standing for self-induced pain; and, third, those recent innovations, nudity, sexual humiliation, and dogs for exploitation of Arabs' cultural sensitivities. It is no accident that Private Lindy England, one of the most notorious of the perpetrators at Abu Ghraib, was photographed leading an Iraqi detainee leashed like a dog. Impunity. In response to widespread anger over revelations of detainee abuse at Abu Ghraib, the Bush White House fought back by defending CIA interrogation and endless detention as presidential prerogatives necessary for the war on terror. But, in a sharp rebuke of the president's position, in June 2006 the Supreme Court ruled in Hamdan v. Rumsfeld that the military commissions, the special anti-terror tribunals Bush had convened at Guantanamo, were illegal because they did not meet the Geneva Convention's requirement that detainees be tried with all the judicial guarantees recognized as indispensable by civilized peoples. 46. In a dramatic bid to legalize his now illegal policies, President Bush made a televised address to the nation 3 months later, on September 6, 2006, before families of the 9/11 victims assembled in the East Room of the White House. The president announced that he was transferring 14 top al-Qaeda captives from the secret CIA prisons to Guantanamo Bay. As detailed in Chapter 5, Bush defended his interrogation program with claims of counter-terror successes reminiscent of scripts from the popular television show 24. To allow the CIA program with its alternative set of procedures to go forward, Bush said he was sending legislation to Congress that would legalize these same presidential prerogatives after negotiations inside Vice President Dick Cheney's Senate OCE on September 21. Republican partisans drafted legislation that sailed through Congress, without amendment, to become the Military Commissions Act 2006. Sine Cantley, this law allowed CIA interrogators both legal immunity for past physical abuse and ample latitude for future psychological torture. Buried in the legislation's 36 pages of dense print, this law denied serious physical pain as the sine quant loss or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty, a paraphrase of that iconic definition of physical torture as pain equivalent in intensity to organ failure in the notorious August 2002 BB/U torture memo, which, ironically, had already been repudiated by the Justice Department. Moreover, by using verbatim the narrow definition of severe mental pain from Section 2340 of the Federal Code enacted back in 1994, this 2006 legislation immunized CIA interrogators for both past and future use of these enhanced techniques. By focusing on the means rather than the end result, both Section 2340 and the Military Commissions Law limited the crime of inflicting severe mental pain to just 4 speci acts: RST, infliction of extreme physical pain, actual or threatened; second, drug injection; third, death threats; fourth, threats to inflict any of these on a third party. Beyond these 4 actions, all of the CIA's many psychological torture techniques were excluded from the definition of severe mental pain, and became, by default, legal under U.S. law. This legislation's permissive intent was confirmed 9 months later when President Bush, as provided under the Act, issued new guidelines for CIA interrogation that did restrain the range of temperature modification and restrict waterboarding. But the President's order remained classy ed, masking many of its provisions. And it still denied the International Red Cross access to agency prisons. Most important, under this law, Bush's concessions were a presidential prerogative and could be rescinded at any time to allow a resumption of waterboarding and other tortures through this legislation and executive. 47. Decree. Bush resolved an underlying contradiction between U.S. anti-torture principles and torture practices dating back to the Cold War. But he did so not by banning torture but, instead, by legitimating CIA psychological methods as a lawful instrument of American power. In the transition from the Bush to Obama administrations, Washington thus made a bipartisan move back to the contradictory U.S. policy toward torture that had developed during the Cold War, that is, publicly advocating human rights, while covertly outsourcing torture to Allied intelligence agencies. In retrospect, the real aberration of the Bush years lay not in torture policies per se but in the President's order that the CIA should operate its own prisons and American agents should dirty their hands with waterboarding and wall slamming. The advantage of the contradictory approach during the Cold War was that it insulated Washington from the taint of torture, even when it was widely practiced by U.S. allies. During its RST months in OCE, the Obama administration did introduce some significant reforms by closing the CIA's prisons, barring its coercive methods, and transferring the agency's lead role in counter-terror interrogation back to the FBI. Simultaneously, Attorney General Eric Holder, who had been appalled by the detailed descriptions of abuse in a CIA Inspector General's report, overruled the Bush-era exoneration of agency interrogators and appointed a special prosecutor to investigate possible crimes. Over the next 3 years, however, the Obama administration moved, through relentless Republican demands for exoneration and its own tough stance on national security, to complete impunity for past perpetrators, quashing civil suits by torture victims, applying diplomatic pressure to slow foreign prosecutions, and curtailing Justice Department investigations. There were also clear signs of a shift to outsourcing interrogation, much as Washington had done during the Cold War. Starting in the last months of Bush's presidency, in mid-2008, U.S. intelligence captured a half-dozen al-Qaeda suspects and, instead of shipping them to CIA secret prisons, had them interrogated by Allied agencies in the Middle East. Showing that this policy of outsourcing torture was again bipartisan, Obama's new CIA director, Leon Panetta, announced that his agency would continue to engage in the rendition of terror suspects to allies like Egypt, Jordan, or Pakistan, where the United States can, in theory at least, rely on diplomatic assurances of good treatment. This reversion to the Cold War policy of relegating harsh interrogation to allies such as South Vietnam was now being repeated in both Iraq and Afghanistan. In the aftermath of the Abu Ghraib scandal, U.S. officials reacted to adverse publicity by transferring incarceration to local allies and studiously ignoring their human rights abuse. Afghan and Iraqi police, both created and 48. Trained by the United States, began torturing detainees systematically and simultaneously, a coincidence that hints at U.S. complicity. 2 months after the Abu Ghraib photos were broadcast in April 2004, the coalition command in Iraq issued orders for its troops to overlook any detainee abuse by Iraqi forces within a year. The BBC reported that Iraq's new police faced accusations of widespread torture inside their prisons, although the U.S. military received 1,365 reports about torture of detainees by Iraqi forces between 2004 and 2009. American officers either failed to investigate or refused to take action, even though the abuse was often extreme. Other NATO allies adopted a similar stance toward Iraqi tortures. In mid-2004, the Danish Defense Ministry received documentation that prisoners in Iraqi prisons had been burned with cigarettes, had their molars crushed, and been beaten around their genitals, but deleted those passages from its reports to Parliament, apparently from government concerns that such information could harm Danish-Iraqi cooperation. To avoid their obligations under international law, Danish soldiers subsequently adopted a systematic policy of allowing Iraqi forces to make the actual arrests of some 100 detainees. When the news of such complicity broke in early 2012, the Copenhagen press condemned this policy of ordering soldiers to turn a blind eye to the likely mistreatment of detainees, and called for a full investigations even if that means allowing senior statesmen to be felled in the process, an apparent reference to Anders Fogh Rasmussen, Denmark's prime minister during this period, who later became NATO's Secretary General. Similarly, Washington's Afghan allies turned increasingly to torture after the Abu Ghraib scandal had prompted US jails to transfer most incarceration and interrogation to local authorities. In 2009, a United Nations report stated that Afghans are arbitrarily detained by police, prosecutors, judges, and detention center jails with alarming regularity. 2 years later, the UN found, after interviewing 324 detainees, that Afghan police and intelligence practiced systematic torture during interrogation of detainees who were beaten badly, hung by their hands, and had genitals twisted painfully. Of the 273 detainees held by Afghanistan's National Directorate of Security, nearly half were tortured to gain information via similar techniques at separate facilities. Indication, said the UN, that torture is practiced systematically in a number of NDS detention facilities throughout Afghanistan. At the Kandahar lockup, one NDS interrogator told a detainee before starting the torture, "You should confess what you have done in the past as Taliban, even stones confess here." At the NDSOCE in Kabul, where high-value detainees were conned, prisoners faced virtually a 100% chance of being tortured. Among the 117 detainees held by Afghan National Police, the UN 49 found credible evidence that over a third were tortured to extract information. Both British and Canadian forces curtailed prisoner transfers to Afghan authorities after such reports of torture. But the US military continued to turn over its detainees with few restrictions. Indeed, the New York Times commented that such widespread torture by these US-funded agencies raises serious questions about potential complicity of American jails. Such abuse, deeply ingrained in local security services, will likely continue long after the US has withdrawn from Iraq and Afghanistan. This systemic brutality will, in all likelihood, complicate the process of nation building in both countries. But it may well persist, both from local institutional inertia and Washington's need for reliable partners in future rendition, interrogation, or counter-terror operations. Legacy of torture. In retrospect, this recourse to CIA psychological torture under Bush corrupted US intelligence and compromised America's international standing. CIA Director George Tenet has claimed that these enhanced techniques were extremely valuable in obtaining critical threat information. But a careful review by the agency's Inspector General found that effectiveness cannot be so easily measured, since there is no means to determine the totality of the intelligence the detainee actually possesses, or whether waterboarding, rather than simple length of detention, was the catalyst for eventual compliance. Drawing on a decade of experience in U.S. counter-terror operations, former FBI agent Ali Soufan told Congress in 2009 that it was a mistake to use enhanced interrogation techniques because they are inactive, slow, and unreliable. In sharp contrast to the FBI's informed interrogation approach, which produces reliable results within the bounds of law, the CIA's coercive method, Soufan said, doesn't use the knowledge we have of the detainee's history, mindset, vulnerabilities, or culture. Instead, the CIA's technique tries to subjugate the detainee into submission through humiliation and cruelty, seeking to force the detainee to see the interrogator as the master who controls his pain. This fundamental Soufan testi ed, produced 4 major problems with the CIA's coercive doctrine. Since Al-Qaeda terrorists were trained to resist the brutal torture they would expect to receive if caught by dictatorships, CIA interrogators had to escalate to harsher and harsher methods until they reached their most extreme technique, waterboarding, which they had to use again and again on Abu Zubaydah 83 times and on Khalid 50. Sheikh Mohammed 183 times. In EECT, the CIA hit a glass ceiling of harsh techniques, and detainees could eventually call the interrogators blue. Second, Sufan Testi ed. These coercive methods are unreliable because there is no way to know whether the detainee is being truthful, or just speaking to either mitigate his discomfort or to deliberately provide false information, leading to the disastrous case of Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi, who gave false information on Iraq, Al-Qaeda, and WMD. Third, he said, coercive methods are too slow. In contrast to the accurate intelligence that this agent got from Abu Zubaydah in just 1 hour with the FBI's informed interrogation approach, the CIA's sleep deprivation required 180 hours, while waterboarding Abu Zubaydah 183 times took weeks, far too long for any useful tactical intelligence. Finally, the agency's method ignored the requirement of U.S. courts for due process, thereby making it impossible to successfully prosecute terror suspects after the interrogation was done. Consequently, this top FBI counter-terror specialist concluded that many of the claims made about the success of the enhanced techniques are inaccurate. While the utility of the CIA's coercive method for gathering accurate intelligence is dubious at best, evidence has been building since 2004 that the Bush administration used torture to fabricate evidence of an alliance between the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. After the CIA started interrogating the RST Al-Qaeda captive, Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi, in early 2002, its director George Tenet testified before the Senate that Iraq had provided unspecified chemical or biological weapons training for 2 al-Qaeda associates. On the basis of such CIA intelligence, Secretary of State Colin Powell told the UN Security Council in February 2003 that this detainee describes Iraq offering chemical or biological weapons training for 2 al-Qaeda associates. A year later, in January 2004, however, al-Libi admitted to CIA investigators that he had fabricated information while in U.S. custody after being threatened with torture and forced to sleep on a cold floor. To get socks and a bed, he claimed full membership in Al-Qaeda, although he was really only a minor employee, and rattled all the names he knew. Following his transfer to Egyptian intelligence, al-Libi was asked about Al-Qaeda's connections with Iraq. He said he knew nothing. But, after 17 hours in a small box and being punched for 15 minutes, suddenly he came up with a story that 3 Al-Qaeda members went to Iraq to learn about nuclear weapons. This story pleased his interrogators, who directed that al-Libi be given food. In May 2009, Secretary Powell's former military aide, Colonel Lawrence B. Wilkerson, charged that Vice President Cheney had ordered the torture of al-Libi to extract false intelligence about contacts between Saddam Hussein and Al-Qaeda. So furious was this effort, the colonel recalled, that, even when 51. The interrogation team had reported to Cheney's OCE that their detainee was compliant, the VPs of CE ordered them to continue the enhanced methods. This ceased only after Ibn al-Sheikh al-Libi, under waterboarding in Egypt, revealed such contacts. With just socks, a wooden box, and a wet rag, the CIA and its allies easily fabricated intelligence about Iraq's non-existent nuclear weapons that persuaded both the US Senate and the UN Security Council, illustrating the extraordinary power of torture to force false confessions and compromise the intelligence process. In the years since Secretary Powell shared the specious story about al-Libi with UN delegates, torture has, as discussed in Chapter 6, done enormous damage to U.S. prestige among its closest allies. In 2006, the Council of Europe's Secretary General became concerned by press reports about prisoner transfers by the CIA and called for stronger supervision over the activities of national secret services with closer controls in respect of foreign services. A few months later, Italy launched the trial of 20 CIA agents in absentia for the Milan kidnapping of a Muslim cleric who had been owned to Egypt for months of torture and extraordinary rupture in covert relations. Thus, the World Wide Web of intelligence collaboration, central to CIA operations in Europe for more than half a century, was being ripped beyond repair. As the traumatic events of 9/11 recede to allow a more sober perspective, this revival of CIA Cold War torture for the War on Terror seems, on multiple levels, a misguided decision. Just as the CIA's psychological protocol has become a distinctively American form of torture, so there is an alternative American approach that we might call empathetic interrogation. During World War II, a Marine Corps interrogator, Major Sherwood F. Moran, a former missionary Yent in Japanese, used empathy to establish intellectual and spiritual rapport with Japanese prisoners, prompting the U.S. Navy to train a corps of Japanese-speaking interrogators who got quick, accurate order of battle intelligence from supposedly fanatical Japanese soldiers on islands across the Pasai Sea from 1940 to 2002. The FBI controlled all U.S. counterintelligence operations and used this empathetic method to successfully investigate threats to domestic security. After the bombings of U.S. embassies in East Africa in 1998, FBI teams used such empathy to gain some of the best U.S. intelligence on Al-Qaeda and then to win convictions of the accused in federal courts. Right after September 11, the FBI agent Ali Sufan employed the same method, which he calls the informed interrogation approach, to question the captured Al-Qaeda terrorist Abu Jandal, obtaining a treasure trove of highly significant actionable intelligence that included Osama bin Laden's terror network, structure. 52. Leadership, membership, security details, facilities, family, communication methods, travels, training, ammunitions, and weaponry. But, after President Bush transferred control of terrorism suspects from the FBI to the CIA in early 2002, experienced bureau interrogators from Cuba to Afghanistan would spend the next 6 years complaining bitterly to headquarters that the agency's extreme methods were blocking effective interrogation no matter what position Washington might adopt toward CIA interrogation. The tangled history detailed in the chapters that follow has one clear lesson. As a powerfully symbolic state practice synonymous with brutal autocrats throughout the ages, torture even of the few, even of just one, has raised profound questions about the quality of America's justice, the character of its civilization, and the legitimacy of its global leadership. 53. In August 2006, U.S. Army Surgeon General Kevin Kiley, dressed in full combat uniform, appeared before the National Convention of the American Psychological Association to defend the participation of psychologists in interrogation at Guantanamo. Psychology, he declared, invoking a military maxim that many psychologists present may have found unsettling, is an important weapons system. Indeed, for more than a half-century, psychology has served the U.S. intelligence community as a secret weapon in wars against its ideological enemies, RST communism and then Islamic fundamentalism. Since the start of the Cold War, several generations of select psychologists have worked for U.S. intelligence agencies in the discovery and development of extreme interrogation methods that constitute nothing less than psychological torture. During the War on Terror, psychologists designed enhanced CIA interrogation methods, including the cruel technique called waterboarding, and participated in military interrogations at Guantanamo Bay that International Red Cross condemned as tantamount to torture. In exchange for this service, the U.S. intelligence community has lavished rewards upon some members of the psychology profession, providing both generous funding for experimental researchers and employment for clinical specialists. Psychology's service to U.S. national security has produced a variant of what the psychiatrist Robert Lifton has called, in his study of Nazi doctors, a Faustian bargain. In this case, the price paid has been the American Psychological Association's collective silence, ethical numbing, and, over time, historical amnesia. Indeed, Lifton emphasizes that the Nazis were not the only ones to involve doctors in evil. In defense of this argument, he cites the Cold War role of American physicians and psychologists employed by Science in Dachau's Shadow. 2. 54. The Central Intelligence Agency. For unethical medical and psychological experiments involving drugs and mind manipulation. During the early years of the Cold War, the CIA used this secret behavioral research to develop a new form of torture that relied on psychological rather than physical pain. The CIA's psychological paradigm fused two new techniques, sensory disorientation and self-induced pain, whose combination would cause victims to feel responsible for their own suffering and, in theory, capitulate more readily to their torturers. Renet through years of practice, the agency's psychological paradigm came to rely on a mix of sensory overload and sensory deprivation for a systematic attack on all human stimuli via seemingly banal, even benign procedures: manipulation of heat and cold, light and dark, noise and silence, isolation, and then intense interrogation. The RST clinical evidence of the severity of these methods appeared in 2007, when Dr. Meaden basically drew upon interviews with hundreds of torture victims to report, in the Archives of General Psychiatry, that psychological manipulation does not seem to be substantially different from physical torture in terms of the severity of mental suffering. From the perspective of intelligence and interrogation, the development of a method that could incite severe suffering via psychological rather than physical methods was a discovery of considerable import, a major advance in the cruel science of pain. If this breakthrough had conventional instead of covert uses, then the search for new forms of interrogation might have become another of those heroic, history of science narratives about a brilliant researcher working alone, besting rivals, and capturing the crown of discovery with all its recognition and reward. Just as the discovery of natural selection supposedly involved a race between Charles Darwin and Alfred Wallace, or the development of the polio vaccine a rivalry between Jonas Salk and Albert Sabin, so the CIA's renamment of psychological torture can be reduced, in all its complexity, to a narrative of competing approaches by two titans of 20th century medical science: Donald O. Hebb's behavioral methods and Henry K. Beecher's drug experimentation. Their eminence should not be underestimated. Hebb is a towering guru in cognitive science, and his 1949 book The Organization of Behavior is regarded by some as second only to Darwin's Origin of the Species in Scientific Sine Cans. Beecher is remembered as a pioneer in American anesthesiology and, above all, modern clinical ethics. Yet, for both researchers, there was a fortuitous convergence between the CIA's mind control project and their own professional trajectories. Providing funds for the human experimentation central to their research and rising reputations. Such support came with all the ethical compromises inherent in classy ed scientific work. 55. Though research into psychological torture was indeed a dark science, it was science nonetheless, and has a sine qua non history that commands close attention rather than willful amnesia or spurious denials. For probing this covert connivance between CIA research and cognitive science reveals not only the discovery of a virulent form of psychological torture that has persisted to the present, but also the development of its potential antidote in the form of modern medical ethics. In one of history's ironies, this secret CIA research, with its harsh treatment of human subjects, also seemed to produce its own correction, making Dr. Beecher, in an ambiguous sense, the ultimate victor in this silent, scientific competition. At the dawn of the Cold War, the human mind became a covert battleground contested with new weapons of mass persuasion and individual interrogation. From 1950 to 1962, the CIA led a secret research effort to crack the code of human consciousness. After reviewing 1,000 pages of documents and interviewing CIA veterans, the New York Times reported, in 1977, the existence of a secret, 25-year, $25 million effort by the Central Intelligence Agency to learn how to control the human mind. Prompted by the behavior of defendants at communist show trials in Eastern Europe in 1948-49, the CIA's project was launched in the short-lived belief, which was later proved unfounded, that the Soviets had developed sophisticated methods for brainwashing. But, by the early 1950s, the Times reported, the CIA quickly turned to an offensive use for behavior control, seeking to crack the mental defenses of enemy agents to be able to program them to carry out any mission even against their will and against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation. In 1950, after just a few months of such investigation, the CIA decided to transfer the psychological part of the program to an outside agency, where more adequate facilities and volunteers could be utilized as subjects. One of the RST of these new contracts was for $300,000, paid through the Navy, to a Department of Psychology at an unnamed university. Within 2 years, the OCE of Naval Research, with an unknown portion of its grants from the CIA, would become an influential patron for experimental psychology by funding 117 contracts at FTY8 universities more broadly. As Christopher Simpson explains, the Department of Defense and the Central Intelligence Agency helped bankroll substantially all of the post-World War II generation's research into techniques of persuasion. 56. Opinion measurement, interrogation. At their peak, total costs for psychological research and operations reached $1 billion a year. In understanding this Cold War mobilization of behavioral science, Lifton's study of the Nazi doctors offers a useful analog. Soon after taking power, Nazi appeals to the ingrained conservatism of the medical profession persuaded 45% of German physicians to join the party, while a smaller number, about 350 doctors, later participated in medical crimes through a process of psychological numbing. Just as Lifton asked how these German doctors could betray their Hippocratic oath, so we might ask how American psychologists dedicated to healing pain might instead choose to incite it through medical experiments or interrogation. But the Nazi doctors are much more than metaphor or analog in the history of CIA torture research. Just as the U.S. space program benefited from the work of Wernher von Braun's rocket scientists at Peenemünde and the Luftwaffe's murderous medical experiments at Dachau, so this CIA mind control effort continued the research of the Nazi doctors, both their speci endings and their innovative use of human subjects. In 1942, the Luftwaffe did pioneering research into altitude sickness and hypothermia on some 200 prisoners at the Dachau concentration camp, documenting their agonizing deaths in graphic LMS shown at the 1942 Nazi Aviation Medical Conference. After the war, the U.S. Air Force, enticed by the significance of this work, recruited 34 of these Nazi doctors who had eluded Nuremberg's net to establish its School of Aviation Medicine at Randolph Field, Texas, bringing the Reich's research esprit into the heart of U.S. military medicine. In 1950, the U.S. Air Force actively expunged these crimes from the historical record by publishing German Aviation Medicine, World War II, a hagiographic account of these Nazi doctors as heroic men who showed great scientific understanding and personal concern in aeromedical research. More broadly, the Nazi use of human subjects in defense of long-standing clinical restraints had contradictory cautioning medical science about the need for ethics that were embodied in the 1947 Nuremberg Medical Code, while simultaneously alerting the U.S. national security community to the potential yield from such inhumane treatment. The Nuremberg Code has remained official American policy ever since 1946. John Marks explained in his landmark study of CIA mind control research. But, even before the verdicts were in, special U.S. investigating teams were sifting through the experimental records at Dachau for information of military value. In sum, medical science was repulsed by Dachau's inhumanity, but U.S. national security was intrigued. 57. Consequently, Washington's post-war defense research was soon infected by the Dachau model, whose methods it mimed across a broad spectrum of Cold War experiments on literally tens of thousands of unwitting human subjects for atomic, chemical, biological, and psychological warfare. To cite just a few examples, atomic experiments exposed more than 200,000 U.S. servicemen to radiation and used 3,000 more as human subjects. A range of psychoactive chemicals, particularly LSD, was tested on some 6,700 unwitting subjects, including 1,000 soldiers. Virulent biological warfare agents were administered to some 2,300 Seventh-day Adventist volunteers, and chemicals were tested on thousands of soldiers, including 1,366 who were exposed to CS riot control gas. Behavioral scientists who collaborated with the CIA's mind control research during the 1950s also drew from Dachau's poisoned well. Reacting this era's ethical ethos, All the behavioral researchers cited in this chapter who had ties to secret research Hebb, Beecher, Maitland Baldwin, Ewan Cameron, Stanley Milgram, Donald Wexler, Jack Mendelsohn, Herbert Late Ehrman, and Philip Solomon conducted experiments whose success entailed infliction of psychological pain upon human subjects in violation of the Nuremberg Code of Medical Ethics. Significantly, this secret mind control research coincided, at midpoint in its development, with Washington's condemnation of communist brainwashing in North Korea, a form of psychological torture that forced captured American pilots to make false statements about U.S. war crimes. This coincidence soon produced two paths in U.S. mind control research, offensive and defensive, that would intersect for the next half-century. Starting in 1951, the CIA launched Allied scientists on a determined search for psychological methods that could be used against the enemy, either interrogating captives or turning their agents into double agents. 4 years later, after extensive investigations into communist abuse of POWs in Korea, Washington ordered that all American military personnel subject to capture be trained to resist such psychological torture, producing a second, defensive element in U.S. mind control research, easily repurposed later for offensive uses. Not only did this Korean coincidence add a defensive dimension to cognitive research, but it also fostered a clear contradiction in U.S. human rights policy. Publicly at the UN and in other international forums, American representatives condemned torture, particularly the communists' use of psychological techniques. Simultaneously and secretly, however, U.S. government agencies were already engaged in classy ed research to end more effective methods of mind control, fostering a contradiction in American human rights policy that would persist for the next 40 years. 58. Communist brainwashing. During the last year of the Korean War, Washington was confronted with the issue of communist brainwashing and responded in the principled manner of a power that had participated in drafting the Geneva Conventions and the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In October 1952, Radio Peking broadcast a brief report, generally ignored by the international press, that 4 captured U.S. Air Force pilots had confessed to knowledge of biological warfare in North Korea. But then, in February 1953, Radio Peking read a lengthy deposition by another POW, Marine Colonel Frank S. Schwabel, detailing orders delivered personally and verbally for security reasons. To test under ELD conditions various elements of bacteriological warfare and possibly to expand ELD tests at a later date into an element of regular combat operations. Within hours, the Allied Far East commander, General Mark Clark, publicly condemned the colonel's statement as a product of the mind-annihilating methods of these communists in extorting whatever words they want. In Washington, CIA Director Alan Dulles sent President Eisenhower a memo advising that a quick search in the CIA shows little scientific evidence to support brainwashing. There is rather massive evidence in the form of case reports, which leads to the conclusion that it is not a difficult matter, given the time, to force almost anyone to make an inaccurate statement, provided that the time at which the statement is to be made can be controlled. Reacting the seriousness of the matter, Defense Secretary Charles E. Wilson recommended that U.S. statements explaining the techniques employed by communists in coercing these confessions provide the initial point for an effective counter-propaganda campaign designed to create revulsion throughout the world concerning the communist program. In Wilson's view, the communists were guilty of a new form of war crime, and a new renament in atrocity techniques, namely, mind murder or menticide. To make sure that the United States was not guilty of the same crimes, the Secretary then drew upon the language of the Nuremberg Medical Code to issue guidelines for all Defense Department work involving the use of human volunteers. In experimental research in the fields of atomic, biological, and/or chemical warfare. These regulations noted that the voluntary consent of the human subject is absolutely essential, and such subjects be used only for experiments likely to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study. Simultaneously, the White House turned to medical experts for suggestions to counter the threat of communist brainwashing. According to Dr. 59. Henry P. Laughlin, a consultant to the National Security Council and an officer of the American Psychiatric Association, Western scientists accustomed to humane standards are totally unfamiliar with the methods as employed. Brainwashing requires, he added, many months of time and effort on the part of the most skilled operators. Since we possess high moral and ethical standards, Laughlin continued, we cannot get with re. For the United States, he recommended, the moral condemnation of the inhuman methods of brainwashing constitutes a weapon of considerable strength. People will view the process with loathing and thoroughly condemn the perpetrators of such inhuman methods. In May 1953, after repeated accusations about germ warfare were broadcast by Radio Peking, the Eisenhower administration made careful preparations for countercharges of communist brainwashing before the UN General Assembly. In planning to assure maximum impact, the State Department suggested that affidavits from former POWs emphasize the varying amounts of food given to them during those efforts, amount of sleep allowed, clothing allowance, description of type of shelter and bedding given, instances of lack or denial of medical attention, physical abuse. Consequently, just 6 weeks after North Korea released the U.S. airmen who had made the germ warfare charges, the alternate U.S. representative, Dr. Charles W. Mayo, son of the founder of the famed Mayo Clinic, told the UN General Assembly's Political Committee in September 1953 about the psychological torture enacted on these American pilots, producing moving testimony that won worldwide press coverage. Among the 107 captured pilots accused of bacteriological warfare, 40 had refused to sign confessions and 36 had agreed only after swearing extreme and prolonged physical and mental torture. 6 of these pilots had confessed after interrogation and physical and mental torture in solitary confinement, lasting nearly 20 months. To give UN delegates a sense of this harsh treatment, Dr. Mayo related, in starkly clinical detail, the tortures enacted on an Air Force pilot, Lieutenant James L. Stanley. He was stood at attention for 20 hours at a time, confined 8 days in a doorless cell less than 6 feet long, held to the ground by 2 guards while a third kicked and slapped him, stood at attention 22 hours until he fell, then hit while lying down with the side of a hatchet and stood up for 2 more hours, interrogated 3 hours with a spotlight 6 inches from his face, ordered to confess while a pistol was held at the back of his head, placed under a roof drain all night during a rainstorm, left without food 3 days and without water 8 days, tempted with promises of good treatment and letters from home, put before a ring squad and given a last chance, hung by hands and feet from the rafters of a house. 60. Making a clear distinction between physical and mental methods, Dr. Mayo emphasized that the tortures used in these cases, although they include many brutal physical injuries, are not like the medieval tortures of the rack and the thumbscrew. The communists' tactics were, he emphasized, subtler, more prolonged, and intended to be more terrible in their EECT, designed to disintegrate the mind of an intelligent victim. It was, he said, a pattern of intimidation, deprivation of basic physical needs, isolation, and physical and mental torture. Prisoners were bullied incessantly, deprived of sleep and browbeaten into mental anguish. Simultaneously, the Defense Department, after an internal debate, launched a parallel public relations campaign, releasing detailed descriptions of the brainwashing used to extract these false confessions. One LM about the pilots who confessed was withheld after a STA analyst on the Psychological Strategy Board objected to its portrayal of brainwashing as a mysterious technique. In fact, he argued, the method was quite clear and involved bringing overwhelming pressure on an individual without laying a hand on him by simply withholding sleep or physical and mental relaxation, and the threat of physical harm. After suppressing that LM, the Pentagon released another, titled POWs Who Did Not Confess, for television and newsreels. This one featured VE pilots who refused to confess to germ warfare and other crimes, even though they were starved, clubbed, pistol-whipped, tossed into dungeons and subjected to incessant communist indoctrination. Several days later, the New York Times published a statement submitted to the UN by one of the pilots who had confessed, Walker M. Mahurin, describing the isolation, cold, and protracted stress positions that had been used to extract his story about supposed biological warfare planning by the U.S. Air Force Command with the communist germ warfare propaganda actively blunted before the UN. The Eisenhower administration still faced some difficult policy choices whether to prosecute the pilots who had confessed and what procedures to introduce to prevent future incidents. After much internal debate, the military services decided, in January 1954, not to prosecute the 36 pilots who had confessed to germ warfare, with the notable exception of Colonel Frank Schwabel, the Marine pilot who had made the most detailed confession on radio peaking in an era of global war. The trial of this Marine colonel, a graduate of Annapolis with 20 VE years of distinguished service, became a major media event and proved seminal in shaping a new military code of conduct. For nearly 2 months, from February to April 1954, a tribunal of 4 general officers took testimony at Marine Corps headquarters in Arlington, Vir. 61. Virginia, with heavy coverage by the national press. Testifying as a psychiatric expert, Dr. Just Mirlo said the Soviets had drawn upon Dr. Ivan Pavlov's work on the conditioned reacts to develop brainwashing to the point that any victim will inevitably capitulate and identify himself completely with his interrogator. At a press conference a few days later, President Eisenhower endorsed this view, suggesting that men like Colonel Schwabel who were subject to such methods must not be condemned too severely. In his own testimony, the colonel emphasized the role of psychological methods, saying, "I want to re-emphasize that I did not undergo physical torture." He added, "Perhaps I would have been more fortunate if I had, because people nowadays seem to understand that better." This was torture of a more subtle form. Instead of simple beatings, he was immobilized in stress positions for countless hours while subjected to isolation, extreme cold, and threats of indefinite incarceration. In its verdict, the Marine Tribunal recommended that no disciplinary action be taken, a precedent that the Air Force followed a year later when it reinstated, without discipline or demerit, 4 pilots who had given germ warfare confessions. Yet the vexing problem of future guidelines for American POWs remained. In the run-up to the Schwabel trial, the New York Times had editorialized that our soldiers must be taught to deal with this tactic of terror. Indeed, in accepting the tribunal's verdict, Navy Secretary Robert Anderson wrote that the efforts of a diabolical enemy to utilize the distortion of the mental and moral thinking and conduct of the prisoners of war require that the Defense Department study these methods and develop a program of training and indoctrination to enable future captives to resist these methods of physical and mental torture. Consequently, in August 1955, after deliberating for 3 months and seeking advice from 67 experts, a Pentagon panel issued a code requiring resistance by all future POWs and recommending that every soldier liable to capture be given SPEC training to cope with all enemy efforts against him. That same day, President Dwight Eisenhower issued such an executive order leading the Air Force, within a year, to develop a rigorous training program to prepare pilots for psychological torture as the military consulted psychologists and psychiatrists to diagnose past POW treatment in Korea and propose an antidote. There thus developed, starting in late 1955, 2 related strands in mind control research: offensive, for CIA interrogation of enemy agents, and defensive, for training American pilots to resist enemy interrogators. Through these 2 years of diplomatic and military debate, from 1953 to 62. 1955, Washington resolved that torture could extract false confessions from even the most disciplined soldier. Torture was morally abhorrent, and revelations of such abuse by any nation would arouse international condemnation. Yet, in adherence to these same principles, secret U.S. research into mind control methods would continue undisturbed for another decade, ultimately producing a doctrine almost as harsh as the techniques that communist interrogators had used against American POWs in North Korea. 2 pathways to mind control. While Washington was denouncing communist brainwashing, the CIA was already deeply involved in sustained research into similar methods of mind control. In contrast to the command economy models for scientific mobilization used in the Soviet Union or the Third Reich, the CIA employed financial incentives and collegial manipulation to EECT, a subtle redirection of the cognitive science community, making its covert agenda a major focus of American behavioral research during the 1950s. As the New York Times reported in its investigation of the secret CIA effort to control the human mind, the agency was able to assemble an extensive network of non-government scientists and facilities apparently without the knowledge of the institutions where the facilities were located. According to a report by the CIA Inspector General compiled in 1957, the agency had added difficulty in obtaining expert services since some experiments are considered to be professionally unethical and in some instances border on the illegal. Hence, as one member of the CIA's Technical Services Division told The Times, secrecy has been used to protect the researchers from peer group pressure should it be known that they were working for the agency. Apart from a few lead researchers who were knowing collaborators, most of those involved in this research, their colleagues, junior faculty, and graduate assistants were probably unaware of the covert agenda and often pursued research remote from the agency's goals. Nonetheless, the CIA presided over a scientific research effort that made major advances, notably, elimination of exotic methods such as hypnosis and LSD and, above all, discovery of innovative behavioral techniques for interrogation. While the agency's in-house testing of exotic drugs such as LSD produced negative results, seemingly mundane CIA-funded behavioral experiments, outsourced to leading Canadian and U.S. universities, soon made significant contributions to the agency's doctrine of psychological torture. 63. After a short-lived defensive reaction to Soviet mind control efforts in 1948-49, the CIA's cognitive research quickly shifted from defense to offense. By 1951, the agency was launched, in close collaboration with its British and Canadian allies, on a determined search for mind control methods, both interrogation and mental reprogramming, that might prove effective against the enemy. That March, the agency initiated what it called, in a Classy Ed memo, a top-secret research program into all aspects of special interrogation through exchange of information and coordination of related programs. Consequently, in the words of a later Canadian inquiry by George Cooper, QC, a high-level meeting took place at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Montreal on June 1, 1951. Attending were Sir Henry T. Tizard, the influential senior scientist from the British Ministry of Defence, Dr. Oman Soland, head of Canada's Defence Research Board, Dr. Donald O. Hebb, chief of the board's behavioral research and chair of the psychology department at McGill University, and two Americans, Dr. Carol Haskins and Commander R.J. Williams. These latter two were identified, in a handwritten note found in Research Board lay, as CIA indicative of the import of this meeting. Dr. Tizard's earlier transatlantic voyage at the start of World War II had mobilized thousands of physicists to develop radar as a key weapon in the Allied defeat of the Axis powers and, indicative of the extent of CIA penetration of the U.S. scientific establishment, Dr. Haskins became, years after this meeting, president of the influential Carnegie Institution of Washington, a position he held for 15 years until his retirement in 1971. According to the board's minutes of this Montreal Mind Control Summit, Dr. Hebb suggested that an approach based upon the situation of sensory isolation might lead to some clues to answering the central problem that interested this covert research coalition: confession, menticide, intervention in the individual mind. Together with methods concerned in psychological coercion. Reacting the CIA's ongoing effort, discussed earlier, to mentally reprogram enemy agents to carry out any mission even against their will, Hebb suggested that, by cutting all sensory stimulation, the individual could be led into a situation whereby ideas, etc. might be implanted. In response, Sir Henry Tizard concurred, stating that these issues had become a matter of concern in the U.K. On an historical note, he added that the methods of psychological coercion had been well developed by the Inquisition. As consensus formed about research methods and design, the group 64 adopted Hebb's suggestion that experimental isolation in various forms for the production of sensory isolation might place subjects in such a position psychologically that they would be susceptible to implantation of new or different ideas. Despite the research board's later claims to the contrary, its minutes indicate clearly that its primary concern in backing Hebb's brainwashing work was not defensive research to protect Allied personnel but offensive operations against communist enemies. With respect to useful results, the Montreal principles agreed, present methods of offense had moved over into the psychological eld and that the whole area of change in public opinion and individual attitude was assuming rapidly increasing importance. Then, as an afterthought and an apparently secondary concern, the group noted, in addition, the project itself would serve to open up this general area for research by those concerned with defense. The CIA's own minutes concur with the DRB's emphasis on offensive aims, recording that the Montreal group agreed there was no conclusive evidence that the Soviets had made anything akin to revolutionary progress and dismissed their interrogation as remarkably similar to the age-old methods. Behind closed doors, therefore, the defensive pretense evaporated, and these Allied scientists decided to pursue control over human consciousness for offensive Cold War operations, ideological conversion and coercive interrogation. Medical science, reads a February 1952 CIA memo that seems to echo this Montreal meeting, particularly. Psychiatry and psychotherapy has developed various techniques by means of which some external control can be imposed on the mind/or will of an individual, such as drugs, hypnosis, electric shock, and neurosurgery. In a memo dated January 25, 1952, the agency summarized the overarching offensive aims of its mind control EORT, now coordinated under Project Artichoke, as the evaluation and development of any method by which we can get information from a person against his will and without his knowledge, allowing control of an individual where he will do our bidding against his will and even against such fundamental laws of nature as self-preservation. Within just a few years, this Allied scientific offensive would pursue classy ed research concealed inside public and private facilities of VE major nations, including a British intelligence research unit at Mares Eld, Sussex, an Anglo-American facility near Frankfurt for lethal experiments on captured Soviet bloc expendables. CIA-funded psychology research at leading U.S. hospitals and universities, periodic Allied conferences to exchange results, and, above all, classy ed Canadian studies of sensory deprivation at McGill University, in marked contrast to the uniformly unsuccessful yield from the CIA's 65 drug experiments. 3 among the hundreds of behavioral research projects outsourced to academics produced important results. 3 months after the Montreal meeting, in one of the most significant steps for the gestation of the CIA's psychological paradigm, Ottawa's Defense Research Board awarded Dr. Hebb a secret grant, under contract DRBX 38. From 1951 to 1954, Hebb's team used these funds for experiments that discovered the devastating psychological impact of sensory deprivation. As Hebb explained in his Classy Ed 1952 report, these experiments were measuring whether slight changes of attitude might be effected by shorter periods of isolation intensive ed by wearing light dye using goggles, earphones through which white noise may be constantly delivered, and cardboard tubes over his forearms so that his hands cannot be used for tactual perception of the environment. In contrast to the modest impact initially anticipated, Hebb reported that motivational disturbance appears great. Among 22 subjects, 4 remarked spontaneously that being in the apparatus was a form of torture. Evidently encouraged, Hebb concluded that the contract is opening up a field of study that is of both theoretical and practical significance. With a growing sense of this project's scientific import and concern that his McGill colleague Dr. Ewan Cameron was now undertaking some work with this method, Dr. Hebb pressed the research board for permission to publicize his results. But the board resisted by insisting on secrecy and, if necessary, deceptive cover stories. A year later, Hebb argued that a full presentation, albeit one masked by a cover story to conceal the project's real aim, in Dr. Cameron's psychiatry conference at McGill's Allen Memorial Institute would be useful to me, for the furtherance of our work and for getting Nance. After reminding the board that I have worked hard for you people, with no other pay than getting these experimental results, Hebb concluded his impassioned, ultimately unsuccessful appeal by sketching, at the bottom of his letter, a kneeling Gur with arms raised in supplication while public disclosures were thus restricted. Hebb's 1952 annual report was distributed to all three branches of the U.S. military, along with one copy to Central Intelligence Agency. After 3 years of secret research, the story finally leaked to the Toronto Star in January 1954. In a background memo for his supervising cabinet minister, Dr. Soland, the head of the Defense Research Board, explained that Hebb's work had originated from a discussion among Sir Henry Tizard, representatives of the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, Dr. Hebb, and myself in June 1951. Hebb's subsequent research, he said, had given some indication that significant changes in attitude can be brought about by use of propaganda under conditions of isolation. Simultaneous with this correspondence, the research board soon quieted the press with a cover story about Hebb doing research to relieve monotony among those monitoring radar screens. Even so, questions were raised in Canada's Parliament, and the Cabinet decided, on questions of principle, that the contract with Hebb at McGill be cancelled. In an internal memo to Dr. Soland, a defense official noted that there continues to be interest from U.S. in this project. Hebb has previously had several official U.S. visitations. In his report for the Cabinet, Dr. Soland, hinting at continuing CIA contacts, noted that Hebb's work had been of appreciable interest to U.S. research agencies, representatives of which have by arrangement visited Hebb. While Canada was cutting Dr. Hebb loose, the CIA maintained regular contact. In September 1954, more than 6,000 psychologists led New York City's Statler Hotel for the annual convention of the American Psychological Association. There an anonymous CIA scientist met Hebb's close colleague, Dr. Edward C. Webster, later chair of psychology at McGill, for a detailed briefing on the sensory deprivation experiments. According to another of Hebb's McGill colleagues, Dr. Peter M. Milner, at some point after the termination of their Canadian funding, the project did receive money from a research foundation that was later revealed to be a front for the C.A. 67. 2 years later, the director of the U.S. National Institutes of Health, Dr. Robert H. Felix, demolished Hebb's carefully constructed cover story when he told Congress about a study by Dr. Donald Hebb, professor of psychology, McGill University, that used 60 students who stayed as long as they could on a bed in an air-conditioned box. Asked if this is a form of brainwashing, Dr. Felix replied, "You can break down anyone with this, I don't care what their background." After coverage in the New York Times in April 1956 prompted brainwashing headlines in the Montreal Gazette, Dr. Hebb insisted, inaccurately, on the defensive nature of his research, saying, "We were not trying to end bigger and better ways of torturing others, but to end out how to protect our own men." There is good reason to doubt the credence of Dr. Hebb's assertion that the prime aim of his research was defensive. As is evident in extant CIA memoranda and the Research Board minutes of the June 1951 Montreal meeting, his research was launched in a period, 1951-52, when the paramount objective of the agency and its Canadian allies was the development of mind control methods for offensive operations, interrogation of communist captives, conversion of enemy agents into double agents, and imposition of alien beliefs on target assets. 3 years after his research started, there was a renewed interest in the defensive uses of mind control when the release of American prisoners from North Korea allowed military to briefing about communist brainwashing. But Hebb's secret research for Canada's Defense Research Board was terminated in August 1954, a full year before President Eisenhower's order that U.S. soldiers should be trained to resist interrogation would prompt new research into defensive methods. In sum, almost all this work on defensive measures started in late 1955, well after Hebb had already completed his 4 years of offensive mind control research for the CIA and the Defense Research Board. Just as Hebb insisted the aim of his Research was defensive, so Canada's research board made similarly exculpatory statements that the scientists were extremely careful to limit the research techniques so that there was no possibility of damage to the subjects who volunteered. Once again, there are grounds for a contrary view. Since his experiments discovered the driver in CIA psychological torture, it seems logical, almost undeniable, that Hebb's research subjected his student subjects to this same torture, a complaint, in fact, made by 4 of his original volunteers. So extreme was the sensory deprivation that Hebb's subjects had unanticipated hallucinations akin to those induced by mescaline. In his narrative poem Listening to the Candle, one of these student subjects, Peter Dale Scott, later a professor at the University of California, Berkeley, described how he noticed the vivid hallucinations. 68. Yet the very aimlessness preconditioning my mind. 4 lucrative hours of sensory deprivation as a paid volunteer in the McGill experiment. My ears sore from their earphones, amniotic hum, my eyes under 2 bulging halves of ping-pong balls, arms covered to the tips with cardboard tubes, those familiar hallucinations I was the RST to report, as for example the string of cut-out paper men emerging from a manhole in the side of a snow-white hill, distinctly two-dimensional. Many of Hebb's subjects were McGill medical students. In an interview, one subject, a retired medical doctor who had no prior history of hysteria, described how he suffered a complete breakdown after participating in the experiment, collapsing on the floor during lecture in a paroxysm of weeping so uncontrollable and so protracted that the professor was forced to clear the classroom. Although repeating the research board's claim that Hebb had the highest regard for the welfare of the volunteer students, Cooper's inquiry did note an uncanny report that one student developed a form of mental illness following the experiment. But he dismissed the matter after hearing an unsubstantiated suggestion that the illness was incipient in any event, and would have resulted regardless of Dr. Hebb's experiments. In contrast to these exculpatory O'Chale statements on his behalf, Hebb himself admitted that he did not screen his subjects for instability and was not prepared for the extreme hallucinations. 4 subjects, he recalled in a memoir written before his death in 1985, we simply called the employment OCE at McGill and hired the student they sent us. Presently we found that the subjects, some of them, were seeing things in the experimental conditions, and feeling things. One felt his head was disconnected from his body, another had 2 bodies. Hebb was also shocked at the devastating impact of his experiments. It scared the hell out of us to see how completely dependent the mind is on a close connection with the ordinary sensory environment, and how disorganizing to be cut off from that support. 69. The implications of Hebb's experiment for both cognitive science and CIA interrogation were, in retrospect, profound. As Hebb himself later put it, the experiment did give support for my theory of behavior RST propounded, without experimental confirmation, in his landmark 1949 book, The Organization of Behavior, and got him recognized abroad. Within 7 years of his team's RST publications, more than 230 articles on sensory deprivation appeared in leading scientific journals, citing Hebb's work and contributing to his rising reputation. In June 1958, the OCE of Naval Research, a major CIA conduit, funded a symposium on sensory deprivation at the Harvard Medical School, featuring Hebb and some of the other leading cognitive scientists of his generation. Their papers confirmed the significance of his discovery and further explored the devastating impact of sensory deprivation on the human mind. Several follow-up experiments into sensory deprivation by Hebb's junior colleagues also risked inflicting dangerous trauma on their human subjects. At the U.S. National Institute of Mental Health in 1955, Dr. Maitland Baldwin, a neurosurgeon who had studied with Hebb at McGill, conned an Army volunteer in a specially constructed sensory deprivation box. After 40 hours inside, the man began an hour of crying loudly and sobbing in a most hair-trending fashion before kicking his way out. This dramatic denouement persuaded Dr. Baldwin that the isolation technique could break any man, no matter how intelligent or strong-willed, and anything more than 6 days of sensory deprivation would almost certainly cause irreparable damage. At the prompting of Morse Allen, chief of the CIA's Artichoke Project, Dr. Baldwin agreed to push the experiment further into terminal-type tests if the agency would provide expendable human subjects, a proposal that a CIA medical officer rejected as immoral and inhuman. When another of Hebb's former researchers, Dr. John Zubek, proposed building a similar Cohen box for long-term experiments in sensory deprivation at the University of Manitoba in 1960, the chair of the psychiatry department objected. The immobilization can be expected to result in an increased incidence of psychotic ideation, hallucinations, delusions, disorientation, etc., warned Dr. George C. Sisler. The possibility of individuals predisposed to psychotic illness having some continuing reaction is thereby increased. Nonetheless, Zubek, as chair of psychology at Manitoba, conducted such extreme experiments for the next 15 years with grants totaling $275,000 from Canada's Defence Research Board and $90,000 from the U.S. National Institute of Mental Health. When that funding ended in 1974 amid controversy over Britain's use of sensory deprivation to torture detainees in Belfast, Dr. Zubek, 70, drowned himself in Winnipeg's Red River. One of his human subjects, Gordon Winokur, then an undergraduate and later a psychology professor at the University of Toronto, recalled his 90 minutes inside that Cohen, saying, "It was horrible, really uncomfortable. If you have any latent claustrophobia, it's going to come out." Through a similar experiment in 1957, a team of 4 Harvard University psychiatrists, funded by the OCE of Naval Research, a frequent CIA front, CONNED 17 paid volunteers in a tank-type respirator arranged to inhibit movement and tactile contact. After 17 hours, one subject, a 20-year-old dental student, began to punch and shake the respirator, his eyes full of tears, and his voice shaking. 4 volunteers terminated because of anxiety and panic, and all suffered degrees of anxiety. We have no way of knowing whether such trauma did lasting damage, for none of these researchers, Hebb, Baldwin, Zubek, or the Harvard psychiatrists reported any follow-up treatment. Just a few months later, another CIA contractor, Dr. Lawrence Hinkle, of the Cornell University Medical Center, conducted a comprehensive review of interrogation. For the purposes of intelligence, ending Hebb's isolation the ideal way of breaking down a prisoner, because it seems to create precisely the state that the interrogator desires, malleability and the desire to talk, with the added advantage that one can delude himself that he is using no force or coercion. Finally, in 1963, the CIA synthesized this decade of mind control research in its Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, which emphasized the implications of Hebb's work for effective interrogation. Citing experiments conducted at McGill University, this report explained that sensory deprivation was effective because the calculated provision of stimuli during interrogation tends to make the regressed subject view the interrogator as a father-figure, strengthening the subject's tendencies toward compliance. The compilation of this report, combined with the CIA Inspector General's discovery of legal problems in the mind control research, produced a radical reduction in funding from the agency and other national security sources, creating a crisis in the ranks of Canadian psychology. Departments of psychology in Canadian universities are now about to starve to death for lack of research support, reported Dr. C.R. Myers, of the country's Defense Research Board, in 1964. Noting the critical role of U.S. defense funds in sustaining this ELD, Dr. Myers concluded, "There appears to be no other scientific discipline in Canada that is so dependent for research support on U.S. sources." 71. Controversy over mind control experiments at McGill are anew in the mid-1980s when 9 victims of CIA-funded research at the campus's Allen Memorial Institute led a civil damages suit against the agency in Washington, D.C., producing important revelations about this research. With annual CIA payments of $20,000 from 1957 to 1963, the head of Allen Memorial Institute at McGill, Dr. Ewan Cameron, had used approximately 100 patients, many admitted to his clinic with moderate problems, as involuntary subjects to test a 3-stage method for brainwashing or depatterning RST, a drug-induced coma spiked with LSD for up to 86 days, next, extreme electroshock treatment 3 times daily for 30 days, and, NALI, a football helmet clamped to the head. With a loop tape repeating, up to 500,000 times, messages like "My mother hates me." Despite the devastating abuse and lasting psychological damage, the Canadian political establishment quickly closed ranks behind Washington, with Cooper's investigative report dismissing the agency's role as a side issue or red herring, medical deans ending Cameron's research ethical by the standards of the day, Ottawa's Justice Department denying legal responsibility, the Canadian Psychiatric Association, unlike its American counterpart, refusing any apology, and Prime Minister Brian Mulroney's government owing each victim a nugatory $20,000 nuisance payment, even though Ottawa had provided most of Dr. Cameron's research funding after years of denials from Ottawa and Langley. The litigation led the CIA director and the former chief of Canada's Defence Research Board to nally admit the truth admissions that, in conjunction with CIA documents extracted in the trial's discovery phase, cast considerable light on the dark side of Ottawa's Cold War relations with the CIA. Throughout the litigation, Dr. Solan spoke frankly about Ottawa's close cooperation with the CIA during his tenure as head of the Defense Research Board from 1946 to 1957. During the 1950s, Solan stated in a sworn affidavit, the United States Central Intelligence Agency had a resident representative at the United States Embassy in Ottawa who was publicly introduced as such, and was free to attend Defense Research Board meetings where defense research programs were discussed. In an interview with the Toronto Star, Solan revealed his board's secret protocol with the CIA: if they wanted classy ed research they came to the board, and if we thought it was suitable we paid for it and then passed it on to the US. We never knowingly let the US place a contract with any agency in Canada. After similar communications with Dr. Solan, Cooper reported that this protocol allowed Canadian 72 researchers like Hebb to work for the CIA or Pentagon without being paid by Washington. In lieu of direct payments, there was a rough quid pro quo in that, when Canada requested the US to do certain work in exchange, the work would be done south of the border. In defense of Ottawa's open policy with the CIA, Dr. Solan told the press that we got VE times the information from them that they received from us. Despite later denials by McGill colleagues that Dr. Hebb had any US contacts, this lawsuit documented his close, continuing relationship with the CIA. According to the plaintiff's attorney Joseph L. Raw Jr., in pretrial discovery the CIA formally admitted in court papers its close ties with Dr. Hebb, specifically, that Hebb received an agency BRI-NG in 1963 and was issued a special CIA security clearance on April 10, 1964, a decade after Canada had terminated its participation in the collaborative mind control research. Ottawa's denials ended only when the CIA nally admitted its culpability after 8 years of litigation. As Prime Minister Mulroney's conservative, pro-American government became an active and hostile opponent of this lawsuit by its own citizens, the plaintiff's attorney, Joseph Raw, a longtime Washington insider, noted with growing dismay that Ottawa's nominally independent study was chaired by George Cooper, a former MP who maintained close ties with the Tory machine. Cooper's study, he said, accepted assessments on key points from the lips of the CIA's lawyers, and consequently Cooper's 1986 report was a complete whitewash. Providing some corroboration of Raw's critique, Cooper's report described Dr. Cameron as a good man, trying to do the best he could for his patients, and even speculated that he did not know of CIA involvement in his funding. Ironically, Cooper's exculpation of the CIA was rendered risible just 2 years later when the agency itself paid the Canadian victims damages of $750,000, the maximum allowable under U.S. law. After evaluating the evidence, CIA Director William Webster ordered the settlement, saying, "Sometimes you see the right thing to do, and you do it." As for Dr. Cameron's treatment of his patients, the eminent psychiatrist Robert Lifton stated, in an affidavit for the plaintiffs, that his depatterning experiments had deviated from standard and customary psychiatric therapies in use during the 1950s and instead represent a mechanized extension of brainwashing methods. As for Cooper's speculation about Cameron's ignorance of the CIA's role, other sources show that the McGill psychiatrist was a close personal friend of spymaster Allen Dulles from their days at the Nuremberg Tribunal for Nazi war criminals. Years later, when Dulles was the agency's director, Cameron met with him in Washington to arrange covert CIA funding for his 73 McGill experiments. Indeed, his Nuremberg experience and exposure there to the Nazi medical experiments might explain why Cameron later conducted his own research with a cruelty that no one, including Cooper, can explain, although acknowledging that Hebb was a very NE scientist and Canada's foremost psychologist. Cooper's report nonetheless implied that his work had contributed to the dark art of interrogation, saying, by softening up a prisoner through the use of sensory isolation techniques, a captor is indeed able to bring about a state of mind in which the prisoner is receptive to the implantation of ideas contrary to previously held beliefs. In view of his discovery of the key principle in the CIA's new psychological paradigm and his long collaboration with the agency's research, it seems appropriate to regard Dr. Hebb as the progenitor of psychological torture. Today, however, his colleagues prefer to regard him as a moral paragon and annually OER the Donald O. Hebb Award in Behavioral and Cognitive Sciences to honor an individual whose influence has been exerted through leadership as a theorist or spokesperson for the discipline. Dr. Milgram's obedience experiments. As Lifton reminds us in his study of Nazi doctors, we must view the ethical compromises of individual practitioners in the wider context of their profession's response to state pressures. Indeed, other leading scientists contributed to the CIA's evolving psychological paradigm, notably, the distinguished Cornell neurologist Harold Wohl and the cardiologist Lawrence Hinkle, who, while working under a CIA contract to test useful secret drugs, identified self-induced pain as the most effective Soviet interrogation technique. Their report led to a second, central facet in the agency's emerging psychological paradigm. Apart from their own research, Hinkle and Wohl mobilized nearly 100 scientists through their CIA-funded foundation. And these were just some of the hundreds more senior and junior, known and unknown, ignorant and informed, who participated in the CIA's mind control research. In retrospect, Stanley Milgram seems like another of the many researchers whose work was unwittingly co-opted into this larger mind control project. In the early stages of his career, Milgram benefited from the patronage of behavioral scientists connected to the national security apparatus. After the head of group psychology at the OCE of Naval Research, a key CIA conduit for covert funding, reviewed Milgram's proposal for conducting what he called obedience experiments, the National Science Foundation awarded him 74. A substantial grant of $24,700, a surprisingly generous award for a junior researcher when compared to the $40,000 over 4 years given to Hebb and the $64,000 over 7 years awarded to Cameron, both senior scholars. In later years, as the CIA completed its mind control research and the field of cognitive science shed the agency's pervasive influence, Milgram never received another NSF grant, even though he later proposed a project that made similar use of a mechanical device to test human behavior. Like others linked to this mind control project, Milgram showed an apparent disregard for his human subjects. But, whereas the others sought to understand the mind of the subject, Milgram wanted to understand the mentality of the inquisitor. After using innocuous advertisements in the local newspaper to recruit 40 ordinary residents of New Haven, Connecticut, Milgram then manipulated them, through deceptive instructions, to participate in the torture of a fake victim with simulated electric shocks. At Yale's Interaction Laboratory, a uniformed experimenter seated the subjects before a machine labeled shock generator type ZLB and ordered them to activate 30 switches that supposedly provided shocks ranging from 15 to 450 volts. At 75 volts, the victim, who was an actor, gave a little grunt. At 315 volts, the victim gave a violent scream. At 330 volts, the victim was not heard from. The test induced what Dr. Milgram called extreme levels of nervous tension in some subjects, marked by sweating, trembling, and stuttering. One poised businessman was, Milgram said, reduced in just 20 minutes to a twitching, stuttering wreck, who was rapidly approaching a point of nervous collapse. With the exception of some exit interviews for the camera, he then dismissed his subjects, without any real counseling, to bear the unsettling knowledge that they were, like the Gestapo, moral monsters who could incite swearing upon their fellow humans. Indeed, one subject, a military veteran named William Minold, recalled feeling like an emotional wreck, a basket case, because of the realization that somebody could get me to do that stew. Privately, Milgram himself viewed the experiment as ethically questionable, since it is not nice to lure people into the laboratory and snare them into a situation that is stressful and unpleasant to them. In this sense, Milgram clearly violated the RST principle of the 1947 Nuremberg Code requiring that subjects be able to exercise free power of choice, without force, fraud, deceit. All this research led Milgram to conclude that anyone, when instructed by a credible authority can torture, and a majority will do so to the point of death. This research was driven, as a close colleague explained, by deep personal concerns about how readily the Nazis had killed Jews during the Holocaust. But Milgram's torture experiments do not address this historical issue as directly or, arguably, as effectively as Christopher Browning did in his 75. More revealing archival study, Ordinary Men, and Browning did so without inciting trauma on anyone in this sense. Milgram failed to abide by Article 2 of the Nuremberg Code, which stipulates, the experiment should be such as to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study. Yet Milgram was a skilled publicist, filming the experiment for a documentary titled Obedience, whose allure overshadowed the ethical reservations of his contemporaries. While his motivations may have been admirable, Milgram also provided the intelligence community, in this Cold War context, with useful information as it began global propagation of its new psychological torture paradigm, that anyone could be trained to torture. In retrospect, Milgram's work might be best studied as another Faustian quest for knowledge and power that led, during a dark decade in the history of behavioral science, to ethical compromises in the treatment of human subjects. And, in ways that Milgram apparently did not anticipate, his experiments revealed how science could be used to sanction torture, wrapping this ancient barbarism in the patina of high modernism. Attired in a standard white lab coat, Milgram's experimenter used the authority of science to incite untold emotional pain on compliant human subjects. Just as the product of this wider mind control research, modern psychological methods, could be used to torture without the crude physical abuse that might provoke public revulsion. The Nazi Doctor's Apprentice. While Hebb and his followers pursued the behavioral approach, the CIA also funded extensive research into the use of dangerous drugs for mind control. In September 1951, just 3 months after the CIA's secret Montreal meeting, Dr. Henry K. Beecher, the Dorr Professor of Anesthesiology at Harvard University, crossed the Atlantic in a determined search for drugs that would prise open the human mind for more effective interrogation. For the next decade, Beecher would pursue the secret military research at home and abroad, testing powerful psychotropic drugs, mescaline and LSD, on unwitting human subjects and drinking deep from Dachau's poisoned well. Our earliest indication of Beecher's interest in interrogation is a letter, dated February 7, 1947, from Dr. Arthur R. Turner, Chief of the U.S. Army's Medical Intelligence Branch, that reads, "Enclosed for your retention is a brochure, dealing with the Dachau concentration camp, which has just arrived. I thought it might be of interest to you. This brochure, by the German Aviation Medical Research Unit, detailed 30 mescaline experiments. 76. Performed on Dachau inmates by SS Hauptsturmführer Dr. Kurt Pilchner. The experiments aimed to eliminate the will of the person examined by the Gestapo. In enticing words that promised to unlock the mind for interrogation, the report concluded, if the mescaline had an EECT on the mental state of the P.ES, the examining person succeeded in every case in drawing even the most intimate secrets from the PE when the questions were cleverly put. In an apparent effort to encourage Beecher's research in this area, the U.S. Army's Surgeon General later sent him other reports on the Mauthausen concentration camp and LSD research at the Swiss Sandoz Company to assist the Army's Medical Research Board in its search for drugs that might serve as truth serum in interrogation. Beecher reported, in June 1950, that he had consulted colleagues about the considerable problem here in the use of healthy young volunteers to test synthetic agents in the mescaline group. And he soon found that at Massachusetts General Hospital we have an almost ideal setup here in Boston for study of this problem. Though we cannot be certain that SS Hauptsturmführer Pilchner's report inspired his quest, in September 1951 Dr. Beecher set out on a scientific odyssey, crisscrossing Europe to search for research on the subject of the antidepressant drugs, usually called truth serum in the newspapers, paying particular attention to the Gestapo's drug of choice, mescaline. As he explained to the U.S. Army Surgeon General, this search was an extension of the military's orderly examination of the merits of various drugs for use as part of a broad attack on the central nervous system offensively on prisoners, defensively to know if by the use of such agents a man of integrity and discretion can be altered without his knowledge. In other words, Beecher was pursuing the same offensive uses of mind control that the CIA had discussed 3 months earlier at its June 1951 Montreal meeting. Reacting the Anglo-American cooperation forged at Montreal, Dr. Beecher had access to dozens of top scientists at the RST stop in his European odyssey. At the Ministry of Defense in London, Dr. B.A.R. Gator gave him a bibliography on several drugs considered as promising, with 8 citations for mescaline and 14 for LSD. At Stratford-upon-Avon, Sir Frederick Bartlett, professor of experimental psychology at Cambridge University, agreed that data are probably more readily obtainable with drugs than without, and hence of special value if many men are to be interrogated. By stages, however, Dr. Beecher's hunt for appropriate collaborators led him full circle back to the Nazi war criminals he had encountered in reading Dr. Pilchner's report on Gestapo drug tests at Dachau. Crossing the English Channel to Supreme Headquarters, Allied Powers Europe at Marly-le-Roi, in France, Beecher learned, in discussions 77 with US officers, that he could best expand his secret drug research by going beyond the medical corps to military intelligence, since the Central Intelligence Agency has representatives on the Joint Intelligence Committee. Indeed, at Heidelberg, Germany, Dr. Beecher was sharply reminded of the immorality of his research, from a medical perspective, when the chief U.S. surgeon for Europe, General Guy B. Dennett, advised him that as a physician under the Geneva Convention he could have nothing ochally to do with the use of drugs for the purposes in mind, and turned me over to G2. Consequently, U.S. Army G2, or military intelligence, transferred Dr. Beecher from the moral realm of military medicine to Oberursel, to the European Command Interrogation Center, the dark center of the Allied interrogation effort outside Frankfurt, site of the CIA's German headquarters. The rolling Taunus Hills concealed 2 of the most secret U.S. intelligence facilities. Oberursel, the former home of the Luftwaffe's famed Durchgangslageluft Interrogation Center, had now become Camp King, the site of the European Command Interrogation Center. There, after 1948, a sta of ex-Gestapo soldiers and former Nazi doctors, including the notorious Deputy Reich Health leader Kurt Blom, were employed in inhumane interrogations of Soviet defectors and double agents. Nearby in the town of Kronberg, the CIA used Haus Waldhof, a former country estate, as a safe house for drug testing, brutal torture, and lethal experiments on Soviet bloc prisoners deemed expendable. In 1952, for example, the head the CIA's Project Artichoke, Morse Allen, assisted by Dr. Samuel V. Thompson, a Navy psychiatrist, and Professor G. Richard Wendt, a University of Rochester psychologist, would use the site to test dangerous combinations of drugs such as benzedrine and pentothal-natrium on Russian captives, under a research protocol specifying that disposal of the body is not a problem. At Oberursel, Dr. Beecher discussed possible drug uses for interrogation with 6 ERS, including a Major Hart, head of a brutal interrogation team known as the Rough Boys, and Captain Malcolm Hilty, the chief interrogator. All agreed, it would be desirable for me to return, perhaps in a year, when we know better the signs and symptoms of the newer derivatives of mescaline and lysergic acid, to interrogate especially high-level escapees from Russian interrogation. In the interim, they recommended that Dr. Beecher work with a Dr. Schreiber, Camp King's former doctor, whom Beecher described as a physician and former German general who is now on his way to the States, will be at the School of Aviation Medicine. Schreiber is intelligent and helpful. Who was Dr. Schreiber, this intelligent and helpful partner for Professor Beecher's secret drug research? He was, in fact, General Walter Schreiber. 78. Former medical chief for the Wehrmacht Command who had presided over Nazi concentration camp experiments on inmates that usually resulted in a slow and agonizing death. After Camp King commended Schreiber's high efficiency, the Pentagon sent him to Texas where he joined other Nazi doctors at the School of Aviation Medicine, albeit only until May 1952 when complaints about his war crimes forced a sudden departure for Argentina. Moving on to Berlin, Dr. Beecher met with a military intelligence officer and Mr. Peter Sichel, C.I.A., the agency's station chief, to discuss acquisition of human subjects for his plans to interrogate as many high-level escapees as possible as to the presence of significant signs and symptoms during periods of interrogation. All agreed that the best sources of material for me are high-level refugees and ranking political gers of the Eastern Zone who may defect. When Dr. Beecher's report on his voyage into this intelligence netherworld reached the Pentagon in October 1951, it was, at his recommendation, stamped top secret and not declassified until 1977. A few months after his death in August 1952, Dr. Beecher, now discarding Dr. Pilchner's preference for mescaline, returned to Europe, where he now focused solely, almost obsessively, on the threat and promise of LSD-25. In the year between his visits, Beecher had joined the U.S. intelligence community's interrogation project with a top-secret security clearance and a Pentagon grant to study the response of normal men to lysergic acid derivatives. Just as Dr. Pilchner's paper had once heralded the promise of mescaline, so a report from the Sandoz company that had developed the drug, provided by the Pentagon, hinted that this new chemical compound might open the human mind for interrogation. LSD-25, read the Sandoz statement, can bring thoughts from the subconscious into the conscious, can increase associative activity and, by removing inhibitions, can also improve the euphoric ability. But Sandoz had also warned that the new drug produced a peculiar personality disturbance similar to split personality and induced a tendency to pathological reactions. Evidently intrigued, Beecher wrote the company's chief pharmacologist in Basel, Switzerland, Dr. Ernst Rothlen, to arrange a meeting, explaining that we have been doing some work in Maine with LSD-25, which was kindly furnished us by your company. Subsequently, Dr. Beecher returned from his second European sojourn warning about LSD's EECT of severe imbalance, hysteria on, say, a battleship's crew. In a secret report to the U.S. Army's Surgeon General, he advised that this drug should be studied as aids to obtain suppressed information, as threats to security when used by an enemy agent, as tools of biological warfare. Above all, he urged research into the use of these agents. 79. As offensive weapons, since the water supply of a large city could probably be disastrously and undetectably contaminated. Determined that the United States not get behind in this eld for want of an organized plan of attack, he now planned to intensify dosages on subjects in his Boston LSD experiments, saying, "We need to know the EX of larger doses, of prolonged administration of small doses and so on." Fortunately for Beecher's plans, a professor he had met in Europe has promised to send me for study the new LAE. This is said to be more excitant to normal individuals than is LSD-25. Over the next 2 years, Dr. Beecher carried out these LSD tests on unwitting human subjects because he believed, from his unclassy ed experimentation, that their ignorance of the procedure was essential for serious pharmacological research, creating, for Beecher, a productive conscience of his covert and conventional work. In his NAL report to the Pentagon on these tests, Beecher noted that, after administering LSD doses as unknowns, 4 among his 9 human subjects given the stronger La variant of the drug became mildly hostile and paranoid, another experienced acute panic. In this decade of secret drug testing, Dr. Beecher thus set his subjects to the cause of national security. During his European travels in 1951–52, he had sought expendable subjects for secret interrogation experiments. Back home at Harvard, Beecher, though aware of the drug's painful effects from the Sandoz report, still tested powerful LSD and La doses that iced the trauma of paranoid reaction and acute panic on his unwitting, uninformed human subjects, a psychosis in miniature that, he said coolly in his published report, offers interesting possibilities. In sum, knowing the serious trauma these drugs would cause, Beecher placed unwitting subjects at risk by giving them dangerous doses dictated by the needs of his secret research, all in violation of the Nuremberg Code. Yet, he also maintained a perfect cover, minimizing public knowledge of his military research by publishing only one LSD study as third author, and even that was packaged innocuously as the last in a series of drug tests. Throughout these long years of his secret drug research on unwitting human subjects, he sat on influential biomedical bodies, such as the National Research Council, setting the U.S. national research agenda during the period of his classy ed drug research, which clearly violated the principles of the Nuremberg Code. Dr. Beecher was, not surprisingly, quite vocal in his opposition to the federal government's attempt to impose the code's ethical restraints on clinical researchers. In a 1959 article for the Journal of the American Medical Association, Beecher aired an extended critique of the Nuremberg Code, arguing that a rigid interpretation of its RST Rule 480, the voluntary consent of the human subject, would actively cripple, if not eliminate, most research in the field of mental disease and bar the use of placebos, which he called, not surprisingly given his own prominence in this area, essential to progress, in which judgment is involved in decision. Beecher was equally critical of Nuremberg's second rule, requiring that experiments be not random and unnecessary in nature, and dismissed it with the assertion that most of the epoch-making discoveries in science have been unexpected. Magisterially waving away the import of the Nuremberg Code, he concluded that the problems of human experimentation do not lend themselves to a series of rigid rules. 2 years later, Dr. Beecher applied these criticisms, forcefully and effectively, when the U.S. Army's Surgeon General tried to impose its version of the Nuremberg Code on new university research contracts. On behalf of the Harvard Medical School, Beecher drafted new clauses that set aside the rigid rules he so disdained in favor of loose guidelines to be interpreted by the virtuous investigator. In July 1962, a Harvard University delegation won Pentagon approval for this less restrictive approach. Modern medical ethics. The past, as described in this chapter, particularly its more public aspects, has some important lessons for the contemporary debate over professional ethics within the American Psychological Association that erupted in the aftermath of 9/11 attacks. By the early 1960s, as the CIA's secret drug research wound down and lucrative defense contracts thus dwindled, Dr. Beecher seems to have been freed from connists that might have dulled his conscience about the ethics of medical research. Whether his change of heart was a sweeping epiphany or simple opportunism, we cannot say. But after years of federal restraints on clinical research and years more of conducting dangerous drug experiments on unwitting subjects, he suddenly became, with the end of his classy ed Pentagon drug research, an impassioned advocate for ethical standards. In 1965, Beecher voiced his new concerns in a lecture to journalists titled Ethics and the Explosion of Human Experimentation, which contained his only hint of a mea culpa. "Lest I seem to stand aside from these matters," he said, without providing any details of his secret drug testing on unwitting subjects, I am obliged to say that in years gone by work in my laboratory could have been criticized. A year later, Dr. Beecher published his famous essay, Ethics and Clinical Research, in the New England Journal of Medicine, citing 2281 instances of medical research whose human subjects never had the risk satisfactorily explained to them and thus suffered grave consequences as a direct result of experiments. After reviewing these cases where clinical researchers had said their subjects to advance science, Beecher concluded that the ethical approach to experimentation had two clear requisites: RST, a genuine effort to obtain fully informed consent for moral, sociologic and legal reasons; second, the presence of an intelligent, informed, conscientious, compassionate, responsible investigator, by which he presumably meant the principal investigator or lead scientist. He warned that unethical practices will do great harm to medicine unless soon corrected, and questioned whether data obtained unethically should be published, even with stern editorial comment. With his reputation as an ethical paragon growing, Dr. Beecher did not elaborate further on his opaque mea culpa. Moreover, he began voicing a stern moral opposition to counterculture LSD experimentation that seems, in light of his earlier classy ed research with the same drug, stunningly hypocritical. When controversy erupted over utopian LSD experimentation at Harvard in the late 1960s, Dr. Beecher played the moralist, roundly condemning one of Timothy Leary's colleagues, Dr. Walter N. Ponk, for using the drug to ease the pain of the terminally ill. There is an abundance of evidence, intoned Dr. Beecher, that LSD has produced lasting, serious damage to young people. Initially controversial, Dr. Beecher's 1966 article on clinical ethics soon made his name synonymous with informed consent and ethical treatment of human subjects, a moral legacy commemorated today with the annual award of the Henry K. Beecher Prize in Medical Ethics at Harvard Medical School. The award's 1993 recipient, Yale bioethics professor J. Katz, praised Dr. Beecher lavishly for the moral passion that punctuated his every word in that landmark 1966 essay. Typical of this laudatory treatment, a 2001 article in the Bulletin of the World Health Organization describes how Dr. Beecher drew upon his deep Christian faith to produce the most influential single paper ever written about experimentation involving human subjects, and thereby played a significant role in bringing about the enactment of strict federal regulations that precluded future abuse of human subjects. Apart from Beecher's own oblique references to his lab's ethical lapses, the literature seems ignorant of his darker side. Even aggressive exposés of government abuses have hailed him as a hero of medical ethics, while investigations of the CIA's scandalous drug experiments make but cursory references to his earlier LSD research. Today, every academic researcher in America and Canada lives under Dr. Beecher's long shadow, forced to submit all research proposals. 82. To institutional review boards that would certainly ban the experiments once done by Hebb, Cameron, Milgram, and, ironically, Beecher himself. Legacy of a dark decade. Although these researchers were all long dead by September 2001, the legacy of their ethical compromises apparently lived on through institutional ties between the U.S. military and the American Psychological Association. Reacting the long involvement of its members in military research and CIA behavioral experiments, the APA provided important political cover for the aggressive interrogation adopted by the Bush administration after September 11. When controversy erupted inside the profession in 2005 over the role of military psychologists who had participated in behavioral science consultation teams at Guantanamo, the APA insisted that its members were not barred from national security endeavors. In response to the ensuing crisis over ethics, the APA formed a special task force, stacked with serving military psychologists, which stated, pro forma, that psychologists do not engage in direct, support, facilitate, or OER training in torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. But the report of this APA task force, released in June 2005, still hesitated to bar members from military interrogations outright, saying, simply and vaguely, that they should be mindful of factors unique to these roles. that require special ethical consideration. And the task force refused to recommend that members be bound by international standards of human rights. In the ensuing debate, sparked by a succession of protests at the APA's national conventions, the association's leadership sought compromise rather than ethical clarity, producing a bitter, year battle inside a major professional organization with some 150,000 members. After both the American Psychiatric Association and the American Medical Association barred their members from directly participating in interrogations in mid-2006, pressure by critics within the APA gained momentum. Following years of divisive debate that peaked in protests at the organization's 2008 Boston meeting, the membership passed a resolution stating that, at Guantanamo Bay, torture took place in the context of interrogations under the direction and supervision of behavioral science consultation teams that included psychologists. The members therefore resolved that, henceforth, psychologists may not work in settings where persons are held outside of, or in violation of, either international law or the U.S. Constitution, unless they are working directly for the persons being detained or for an independent third. 83. Party working to protect human rights. Finally, in 2010, the APA's executive board agreed to amend its professional standards to require that psychologists working in organizations in CON-ICT with this ethics code must take reasonable steps to resolve the CON-ICT, mindful that under no circumstances may the standard be used to justify or defend violating human rights. What can we learn from stories of ethical compromises by these titans of modern science, Donald Hebb and Henry Beecher? Clearly, both men were important researchers responsible for lasting contributions to cognitive science and the betterment of humankind. But, in the shadows of the national security state, both also made ethical compromises and conducted secret research that did harm to their human subjects, contributing to the development of a form of psychological torture that has enticed untold suffering on countless victims worldwide. Yet, in the fullness of time, their moral lapses and those of their colleagues did prove, in a limited sense, self-correcting, as the scientific community and the wider society struggled over the ethics of secret research. Beecher's story is particularly telling because it also speaks to the larger problem of impunity, whether for those who torture or those who inflict harm upon unwitting human subjects. Nothing in the medical or legal systems prevented Beecher's research. Whatever regulations or oversight existed at the time were insufficient to expose it. Even if his LSD experiments on unwitting human subjects had been exposed in his lifetime, he would have suffered, at worst, some sort of professional rebuke and insouciant deterrent to others similarly tempted. Whatever the cause of Beecher's own eventual change of heart, whether an ethical epiphany or the end of secret research funds, it had to come from within him. And an effective medical/legal system cannot rely on individual epiphanies to correct such proclivities to inflict harm upon the helpless, whether prisoners or human subjects. Recognizing the limits of such ethical restraints, the federal government and its grant recipients, universities and hospitals, responded quickly to Beecher's 1966 critique by requiring that experiments on human subjects pass some sort of institutional review. But creating ethical regulations and enforcing their sanctions are clearly two different matters. At this writing in 2012, complaints against military psychologists for alleged ethical lapses at Guantanamo and at CIA prisons have yet to produce any individual sanctions by state licensing boards in New York, Ohio, and Texas, while institutional review boards enforce standards for research in universities and hospitals and the APA sets broad norms for the psychology profession. Ethical misconduct in U.S. facilities overseas falls, by default, to state licensing boards, which are loath to oversight federal agencies. Faced with such a gap in institutional oversight, peer pressure for ethical 84. Pliance can serve as a partial corrective. In these complaints, whatever their outcomes, psychologists have implicitly a shared commitment to high ethical standards. While prominent professionals, whether general officers or leading psychologists, can often achieve virtual impunity for harming their human subjects, Such excesses do produce a reaction within collegial ranks, potentially raising the barrier against similar lapses in the future. Through a twofold, odd process, the press exposed the excesses of mind control research. Officials like CIA Director William Webster made amends, researchers like Henry Beecher proposed ethical standards, and scientists struggled, in succeeding decades, to enforce those professional codes for treatment of human subjects. Slowly, society and its scientific community have worked to reduce the harm that powerful institutions can do to innocent individuals. It was not a perfect outcome, but it was progress. 85. After the attacks on September 11, 2001, the White House made torture its secret weapon in the war on terror. Although Washington mobilized its regular military forces for conventional attacks on Afghanistan and Iraq, the main challenge in this new kind of warfare was a covert campaign against non-state actors, terrorists who moved easily, elusively, across the Muslim world from Morocco to Manila in ad hoc networks that dissolve as soon as the mission is accomplished. With its countless Cold War victories, overthrowing enemies on 4 continents by coups and covert operations, the Central Intelligence Agency had an aura of invincibility and soon became Washington's chosen instrument in its battle against Al-Qaeda. But, in truth, the agency's reputation for clandestine daring-do was unaided, and its qualifications for this new mission were slender indeed. Though the CIA was often successful when deployed against states or state agencies, the agency remained, at base, a centralized Washington bureaucracy, usually lacking the local knowledge, languages, or street smarts needed for effective intelligence gathering on non-state actors. In its half-century history before September 2001, the CIA had fought only one covert war comparable to its new anti-terror mission against Al-Qaeda, and the results of these operations during the Vietnam War were decidedly mixed. Desperate for intelligence about its invisible enemy in that con-ICT, an underground movement called the Viet Cong, the agency soon descended into systematic torture of suspected communists, with dismal results. Yet 40 years later, when the CIA launched a second, similar campaign against another non-state actor, in this case Islamic terrorists, it soon found it had few, if any, assets inside Al-Qaeda or militant Muslim circles, leading the agency to revive the torture techniques it had once used in South Vietnam. Torture in the crucible of counterinsurgency. With surprising speed, Washington's recourse to torture in Afghanistan and Iraq soon replicated the same patterns seen during its dirty war in Vietnam: rapid proliferation of torture into a generalized brutality, descent into extrajudicial killings, anger among the local population, and alienation of the American people from the war effort. Despite these troubling parallels, Vietnam was nonetheless a seminal experience for the CIA, expanding it from an elite espionage agency into a sprawling counterinsurgency bureaucracy engaged in incarceration, interrogation, and assassination on a mass scale. These changes in the agency's mission came suddenly. Only 4 years after the CIA compiled its 1963 interrogation manual for use against a few Soviet counterintelligence targets, its agents were operating 40 interrogation centers in South Vietnam that killed more than 20,000 suspects and tortured countless thousands more. Similarly, just a few months after the CIA used its harsh techniques on a few high-value Al-Qaeda suspects, the practice spread to the interrogation of hundreds of Afghans and thousands of Iraqis. In both cases, not only did torture spread, but the level of abuse escalated relentlessly beyond the scientific patina of the agency's psychological methods to become pervasively, perversely brutal. In sum, the development of CIA techniques at the height of the Cold War created a covert interrogation capacity that the White House could deploy at times of crisis, whether in South Vietnam in 1968 or in Iraq in 2003. Across the span of 4 decades, there was, therefore, a marked continuity in U.S. torture techniques and in the agency's recourse to assassination as its ultimate weapon in these covert wars. Office of Public Safety. The CIA's involvement in South Vietnam was part of a global counterinsurgency effort. From 1962 to 1974, the CIA worked through the OCE of Public Safety, a division of the U.S. Agency for International Development, which sent American police advisors to developing nations around the globe, established by President John F. Kennedy in 1962, OPS grew, in just 6 years, into a global anti-communist operation with an annual budget of $35 million and more than 400 U.S. police advisors assigned worldwide. By 1971, the program had trained more than 1 million policemen in 47 nations, including 80,000 in South Vietnam and 100,000 in Brazil. Concealed in the midst of this larger effort, CIA interrogation training soon proved controversial as Allied police agencies throughout the Third World became synonymous with human rights abuse, particularly in South Vietnam, Brazil, Uruguay, Iran, and the Philippines. 87. To launch this aggressive Cold War effort in the early 1960s, the Kennedy administration formed the Interagency Special Group Counterinsurgency, whose initial ochales could cut across bureaucratic boundaries to get the job done. These initials included General Maxwell Taylor, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, McGeorge Bundy, the National Security Advisor, John McCone, director of the CIA, and U. Alexis Johnson, Under-Secretary of State. According to a 1962 National Security Action Memorandum, the President desires that careful consideration be given to intensifying civil police programs in lieu of military assistance where such action will yield more fruitful results in terms of our internal security. Objective. Although the police program is even more important than special forces in our global CIA effort, argued STA member Robert W. Comer, a CIA veteran, in an April 1962 memo, ending a congenial home for this multi-agency initiative proved difficult. This effort effected a major reorganization of the Civil Police Division within the U.S. foreign aid bureaucracy, which had been training foreign constabularies since 1955 to destroy the effectiveness of the communist apparatus in free world countries vulnerable to communist subversion. In sum, the problem was how to expand USAID's conventional police training so that it could function as cover for a more aggressive CIA counterinsurgency among Third World allies. The solution, apparently, was to expand the public safety program within USAID while simultaneously placing it under the control of CIA officers, notably the program's head, Byron Engel. After serving with the Kansas City Police from 1939 to 1946 and starting their police training program, Engel joined the U.S. occupation of post-war Japan, where he founded that country's RST Police Academy, and later worked for the CIA as a police advisor in Turkey, experiences that catapulted him to command of the U.S. Civil Police Division by the late 1950s. During his decade as Chief of Ops after 1962, Engel recruited agency personnel for the program and worked closely with its intelligence mission. The hybrid nature of Ops gave CIA-held operatives an ideal cover for the dissemination of the agency's new interrogation techniques. In South Vietnam, for example, public safety trained national police in what the U.S. chief advisor called stringent wartime measures designed to assist in defeating the enemy. At the provincial level, Vietnamese National Police Field Forces, trained by Ops, worked with CIA mercenaries in apprehending suspected communists for interrogation. In Latin America, the agency used public safety to recruit local police for training at a clandestine center in Washington, International Police Services, which operated behind the cover provided by USAID's International Police Academy. In its audit of Ops in 1976, the General Accounting OCE reported that there were allegations that the 88th Academy taught or encouraged use of torture, but its investigation did not support a formal ending of that nature. Elsewhere in this worldwide effort, the CIA worked with public safety advisors in Brazil and Uruguay to provide local police with training and interrogation equipment. Through its OCES in Panama and Buenos Aires, the agency's Technical Services Division, the unit responsible for this psychological research, shipped polygraph and electroshock machines in diplomatic pouches to public safety OCES across Latin America. Although it was a global program, public safety's operations were, as the Vietnam War heated up in the 1960s, increasingly concentrated in South Vietnam. The rise of Phoenix. From the start of the U.S. advisory effort in South Vietnam in 1961, the military concentrated on conventional combat, leaving unconventional dirty war operations against the communist underground to the CIA. For nearly 15 years, the agency waged a covert campaign against the communist infrastructure that culminated in its most controversial operation, the Phoenix program. After experimenting with police training, psychological warfare, and rural reconstruction, the CIA settled on a program of systematic torture and extrajudicial executions that killed, by its own count, more than 20,000 suspected communist cadre. The RST public safety advisors sent to South Vietnam tried to transform the country's national police into an active counterinsurgency force. But, by 1963, the apparent failure of this effort created pressures for an aggressive approach. Arriving at Saigon in December of that year, the new CIA chief of station, Pierre de Silva, was shocked to enter a village and see the local chief and his family impaled on sharpened stakes, executed by the Viet Cong. To make sure this horrible sight would remain with the villages, he wrote in his memoirs, one of the terror squad used his machete to disembowel the woman, spilling the fetus on the ground. He soon decided that the Viet Cong were monstrous in their application of torture and murder to achieve the political and psychological impact they wanted. Impressed nonetheless by the enemy's implacable use of terror to control the countryside, De Silva organized small counter-terror teams, dressed in peasants' black tunics, to bring danger and death to the Viet Cong functionaries themselves, especially in the areas where they felt secure. This vision of an active counter-terror that could destroy the invisible guerrilla apparatus would lead the CIA, by degrees, to the development of extreme methods housed, after 1967, in the Phoenix program. 89. The CIA thus embarked on a project of both expanding and centralizing South Vietnam's scattered intelligence operations, which all fell under its local counterpart agency, Saigon Central Intelligence Organization. 4 CIA advisors gave the South Vietnamese hands-on training by interrogating the hundreds of prisoners at the CIO's National Interrogation Center. After a year under De Silva's leadership, each of the 40-plus provinces in South Vietnam formed a Province Intelligence Coordination Committee and built its own concrete prison compound. In these same years, the CIA sent many experts, most of whom had worked on Russian defectors, from its Technical Services Division to train South Vietnamese interrogators. In place of the old French methods of crude physical torture practiced by the Saigon police, the Vietnamese, in the words of one CIA instructor, had to be retaught with more sophisticated techniques, including the agency's new psychological paradigm. At the provincial centers, however, crude physical methods continued to prevail, including electrical shock, beatings, and rape. As the CIA brought this covert war to the countryside in 1965, its senior ELD operative, William Colby, launched the counter-terror program. CIA representatives, wrote agency analyst Victor Marchetti, recruited, organized, supplied, and directly paid CT teams, whose function was to use techniques of terror assassination, abuses, kidnappings, and intimidation against the Viet Cong leadership. A year later, the CIA became wary of adverse publicity surrounding the use of the word terror and changed the name of the CT teams to the Provincial Reconnaissance Units. Colby also supervised construction of the provincial interrogation centers, where a CIA employee directed each center's operations, particularly the torture tactics against suspected Viet Cong, such torture usually carried out by Vietnamese nationals. By 1965-66, the CIA had thus developed a nationwide intelligence collection system that reached from the National Interrogation Center in Saigon down to the country's rice routes via the PIC operations and the PRU counter-terror campaigns. Since conventional combat was failing to defeat the enemy, the U.S. mission moved toward a centralized Pacification effort, later called Phoenix, to correct a major contradiction in its alliance with South Vietnam's weak government. The National Police, despite doubling its strength to 120,000 officers between 1966 and 1972, suffered poor leadership and pervasive corruption that blunted its effectiveness against the Viet Cong's resilient underground. And the South Vietnamese Army, as one of its officers explained, felt that this unarmed enemy was not their proper adversary. With Saigon's police unable and its army unwilling to engage in active counterinsurgency, the CIA felt 90. The need for a new kind of clandestine operation to attack this invisible communist apparatus that threatened to defeat the U.S. war effort. After 2 years of escalating military intervention, the U.S. command sensed, by mid-1966, that it had failed in its key mission of destroying the enemy's underground, which it called the Viet Cong infrastructure, or VCI. Realizing the limitations of conventional combat, Washington and its Saigon mission reviewed numerous smaller programs whose fusion might forge an expanded, active Pasai-Katayan effort in the Mekong Delta's 4 Corps. For example, the Chief of U.S. Army Intelligence, General Joseph McChristian, ending himself in con-ICT with the CIA, allied with the head of the National Police, General Nguyen Ngoc Loan, to launch Operation Kong Tak 4 in mid-1966 with the aim of gathering intelligence on the identity, cation and location of Viet Cong. As this program expanded, General Loan, in turn, delegated supervision to his CIA-trained branch chief, Colonel Dang Van Min, who proposed to transform it into an agile program he called Fung Huang, or Phoenix, reacting his view that VC Cotter were to be monitored, not killed. In the far north inside I Corps, by contrast, the U.S. Marines and the CIA collaborated actively in Pasai-Katayan. To help the Marines cut casualties from entrenched Viet Cong units, the regional CIA paramilitary chief, Robert Wall, developed a localized counter-guerrilla net, the District Intelligence and Operations Coordination Center, that became the model on which Phoenix facilities were later built throughout Vietnam. After a long, TFL gestation, a new approach to counterinsurgency began to crystallize in November 1966 when Nelson H. Brickham, a senior CIA analyst generally credited with the organizational reforms that paved the way for Phoenix, briefed the U.S. commander, General William Westmoreland, on his proposal for an attack against the Viet Cong infrastructure. Viewing the Viet Cong as a MA that controlled the countryside through terror, Brickham proposed a multifaceted assault on the communist underground through a mix of penetration, arrest, and assassination by an array of non-military forces including the National Police Special Branch, the CIA's provincial reconnaissance units, and Vietnamese regional militia. Without an infrastructure, Brickham said of the communists, there is only a headless body. Destroy the infrastructure, you destroy the insurgency. The program expanded in 1967 when Washington established a centralized Pasai-Katayan bureaucracy, called Civil Operations and Rural Development Support, or CORDS. Under this umbrella, the CIA drew all the scattered U.S. counterinsurgency operations, public safety, police training, military intelligence, the CIO, and its own interrogation units into the central CORDS. 91. Bureaucracy, and then used this apparatus as cover for the covert assassination campaign that later became the Phoenix program. With limitless funding and unrestrained powers, Phoenix represented an application of the most advanced U.S. interrogation techniques to the task of destroying the Viet Cong's revolutionary underground. Reacting these new priorities, in May 1967 President Lyndon Johnson dispatched Robert Comer, a tough CIA bureaucratic inkster known as the Blowtorch, to head CORDS and to serve as his hand-picked Pasai-Katayan czar, arming him with the honorary rank of ambassador and a formal delegation of presidential authority as the single manager over an unprecedented melding of civil and military responsibilities for the other war. To coordinate with this new bureaucracy, the CIA Saigon station chief assigned Brickham to draft a general plan for Pasai-Katayan, and he, in turn, sent Comer his personal observations for an intensive attack on the Viet Cong. The war is a run on a treadmill, Brickham warned, as long as existing and totally inadequate process and facilities for detention and neutralization of captured VC remains unchanged. In most rural districts, a refugee officer kicks bags of rice out of his helicopter and then disappears. A public safety officer assigned to open a detention camp looks around for 15 minutes and disappears, never to be seen again, and a popular forces company receives an occasional visit by a so-called advisor. Instead of focusing on the battle for the countryside, most agencies, Vietnamese and American, devoted themselves to private wars against bureaucratic rivals in Saigon. ARVN, for example, will have nothing but contempt for police intelligence, while combat units ignore infrastructure and go around looking for big main force enemy which they never or rarely ND. This babble of Autonomous Information Systems Police Special Branch, the PICS, and military intelligence meant that no effective attack has yet been devised for degradation of VC infrastructure. To correct these numerous grave weaknesses, BRICCAM recommended a centrally designed and controlled reporting and information system using automated data processing systems which have a greatly expanded capacity for storing, manipulating, and reproducing information. With a management model borrowed from the Ford Motor Company, he proposed the formation of a centralized impunity committee in Saigon, with Comer as chair and a board of directors drawn from all U.S. intelligence organizations. Ambassador Comer found the proposal persuasive. In June 1967, his Corps OCE convened a whirlwind round of meetings among top American and Vietnamese officials to build support for a fundamental reorganization of Allied intelligence. Under the rubric of the ICEX program, bureaucratic shorthand for infrastructure intelligence coordination and exploitation, he 92 proposed nothing less than an all-out attack on the Viet Cong. At one of these early BRI-NGS in Saigon, Cords explained that, until now, the Vietnamese National Police had compiled most of the intelligence on the Viet Cong's 80,000 members, but much of this data had been buried in lay, and little effort has been directed toward properly exploiting this information. To facilitate the identification and destruction of the infrastructure, ICEX, a direct predecessor of the Phoenix program, would operate at 4 closely coordinated levels from Saigon down to the rural districts where the VC presence was strong. Although this ICEX structure was still new, there were soon, Cords reported, some promising signs, notably, the identification of 9,000 VC personalities, the insertion of 21,000 additional names in the base data, and the recent capture of 160 VC cadre inside Saigon within days. Both the U.S. Embassy and the military command endorsed the proposed concept for mounting a stepped-up, coordinated attack on the VC infrastructure. In internal memos, Cords reported that the U.S. military had committed 126 additional officers to a joint civil-military management structure. By centralizing all existing intelligence operations under ICEX, this new effort would, Cords promised, produce a timely exploration of operational intelligence for a more sharply focused attack. From the outset, however, the Saigon regime's bureaucratic inertia, corruption, and incapacity threatened the program's success. Most fundamentally, the country's judicial system proved problematic. As ICEX generated a tide of arrests, Cords soon discovered what it called the total inadequacy of physical facilities for either processing, holding, or imprisoning civil detainees. Since the country's 44 civil and military prisons were LLED beyond capacity, most detainees rounded up in these early sweeps were soon released. In general, Cords concluded, any individual possessing a sufficient amount of cash can purchase his freedom at any level of the penal system in Vietnam. More critically, the ICEX program, as Cords noted in an internal memo, cannot succeed without acceptance and energetic support by the Director General of National Police, the all-powerful General Nguyen Ngoc Loan. As the trusted ally of Premier Nguyen Caoky and the head of every major Saigon security agency, General Loan was the dominant force in Saigon's security effort. When Cords presented the ICEX program to Loan, he turned it down in part because he thought it would promote his rival, Nguyen Van Thieu, and in part because, as BRICCAM put it, he looked upon it as an infringement of their sovereignty. It was not until November 1967 that General Loan's earlier misgivings were overcome after assurances that police intelligence sources and operations need not be revealed, and that police participation will be to their advantage. By late 1967, however, IP 93 was still not clear whether Saigon Ochales would really be willing to go all out and apprehend, try and imprison, or destroy Identied and Identiable VC infrastructure. In December, the Prime Minister's OCE Nally backed the ICEX program by issuing a directive on the neutralization of the VCI, instructing all relevant South Vietnamese agencies to take full note of the importance of the matter. By ordering that the committees in charge of VCI are called Phung Hoan committees, the Saigon government gave the program both its distinctive name, Phung Hoan, or Phoenix, and its basic organizational character as a collaborative Vietnamese-American PASI-CATION Ort. 6 months later, in July 1968, President Nguyen Van Thieu issued a supplementary directive establishing Phoenix in its NAL form as a program, not an organization, to bring about collaboration among all government agencies which could contribute to the identification and neutralization of the VCI. Within a year, as Vietnamese took control, U.S. Ochales withdrew from direct responsibility for the program, though they remained involved as advisors to the Vietnamese Special Police and coordinators for intelligence gathering on the American side. In Saigon, the fully evolved Phoenix program used sophisticated computer information banks, located at the U.S. Combined Intelligence Center Vietnam, to centralize all data on the Viet Cong infrastructure, identifying key communist cadre for interrogation or elimination. Starting in mid-1968, Ambassador Comer pushed a program to issue tamper-proof identification cards to every Vietnamese man and woman over the age of 15, training hundreds of little Vietnamese girls at the technique of collating and fingerprints inside National Police Headquarters in Saigon. In the countryside, Phoenix made use of this intelligence through specially trained counter-guerrilla teams, the PRUs, attached to one of the CIA's 40-plus provincial interrogation centers. Imitating the clandestine cell structure of the Viet Cong units, each PRU was a 6-man team that, through a pyramid structure, was part of a provincial unit of 146 men. By 1970, such programs would make cords into a massive bureaucracy of 5,500 American advisors and 550,000 Vietnamese Ochales, with its funding for PASI-CATION tripling from $586 million in 1966 to $1.5 billion by 1970 after 3 years of operations. From 1967 to 1969, the CIA transferred Phoenix operations to the U.S. Army's military intelligence, and the U.S. Command, in turn, ceded control to the Vietnamese police. Upon arrival in Saigon in November 1969, the new CIA station chief, Ted Shackley, decided that the PASI-CATION programs had come of age. That the agency contribution was no longer required, he launched a 6-month phase-out that would free up CIA resources to improve the quality of the intelligence product. 2. 94. Penetrate the Viet Cong. In this transition, the CIA conducted an internal review of Phoenix that summarized the program's full 3-year progress. In EECT, the situation in the countryside could be described as a race between the Viet Cong, now reduced to 63,000 members, and the Saigon government, which was still slow in developing its tools for this new nature of the war, Phoenix, and the National Police. Despite promising growth since its inception in mid-1967, Phoenix was still troubled by its poor press image, highlighted by charges that it was a program of assassination. Indeed, through what the mission called an intensive effort at computer mechanization, the program had developed a successive hardening of the quota system. To obtain maximum incentive toward elimination of higher-level VCI, raising the monthly total of those captured, rallied, killed from 1,200 in 1968 to 1,800 in 1969. By October 1970, Phoenix accounted for 82.9% of VCI killed or captured by all Allied forces, both U.S. and South Vietnamese. Simultaneously, a series of actions were launched to make more effective the overall Phoenix program, notably, the creation of operations centers. At the national, regional, provincial, and district level, an acceptance among Saigon Ochales that it was, in fact, their program, and, in May 1970, a decision by the Saigon government to place the entire program under the Directorate General of National Police. The sum of these changes was, the CIA reported, a significant increase in the Saigon government's presence in the countryside. Long the stepchild of the Saigon government, the National Police was now moving well beyond its colonial tradition as a highly bureaucratic capital security force in the best French tradition. Starting in 1969, the National Police shifted its focus from capital to countryside, placing 50% of its forces at the district level and establishing 1,800 village police stations. This latter move had produced promising results by permitting direct reporting through police channels to Phoenix. From a low of 16,890 officers in 1963, the National Police had grown rapidly, through transfer of 25,000 military personnel, to a projected strength of 122,000 by late 1971. Centralization of Saigon's EORT under the National Police had, moreover, facilitated the ongoing U.S. advisory support for Phoenix by CORDS, public safety, military intelligence, and the CIA. Through its lead role in rural pacification, the National Police was overcoming its low status as an organization behind the power curve in this military society and was slowly rising in public esteem. Simultaneously, the CIA reported that the detention system had shown a marked improvement in operation and capacity. Instead of the wholesale corruption evident in 1967, legal handling of captured VCI had improved to provide a greater component of justice in the proceedings. Between 1966 and 1970, some 193,000 prisoners, including 100,725 communist criminals, had been released from correction centers after serving their sentences. But there was still little EORT on a consistent basis in Vietnam to rehabilitate detainees. Nonetheless, the sum of these changes allowed the Saigon government, in October 1969, to launch the Phoenix Public Information Program in an attempt to surface Phoenix publicly, under the rationale of protecting the people from terrorism. Even so, the program preserved much of the covert and coercive facets ingrained in its institutional DNA. In 1970, the RST year of Vietnamese control, the number of assassinations by Phoenix operatives reached an all-time peak of 8,191. Vietnamese police officers selected for training in advanced interrogation techniques at the International Police Academy in Washington, a front for covert CIA torture training, readily accepted such brutality as essential for national security. After devoting 4 pages of his 14-page thesis to a history of European torture, Lou Van Hue of the National Police summarized lessons learned. We have 4 sorts of torture: use of force as such, threats, physical swearing, imposed indirectly, and mental or psychological torture. Similarly, in his 1971 paper for the IPA, L.E. Vannon of Vietnam's National Police defended torture, saying, despite the fact that brutal interrogation is strongly criticized by moralists, its importance must not be denied if we want to have order and security in daily life. Despite CIA rhetoric that gave Phoenix a sanitized, technical patina, the program soon devolved into an exercise in brutality that produced many casualties and few very able results. For all its management gloss, the program's strategy remained grounded in De Silva's original vision of counter-terror. After a PRU brought in suspected communists, PIC interrogators, often under CIA supervision, tortured these prisoners and summarily executed many without trial. Often, these PRUs degenerated into petty protection rackets, extracting bribes from accused communists and exterminating suspects identified by unsubstantiated gossip. So many thousands of arrested VCI have been let go again promptly, recalled Ambassador Comer, as to raise questions as to why they were apprehended in the RST place or whether they bribed their way out. Although early recruits were often well motivated, the PRUs began to attract social outcasts, including convicted criminals, who embraced their basic task of murder by tattooing themselves Sat Cong. According to a 1970 report in the New York Times, each PRU consists of a dozen or more South Vietnamese mercenaries, originally recruited and paid handsomely by the CIA, who were usually local hoodlums, soldiers of fortune, draft dodgers, defectors. Even Comer admitted that the crews were more inclined to knock these guys out than to bother to bring them in. 96. In their memoirs, former CIA operatives confirmed this dismal assessment of Phoenix's operations. During a tour of the program's provincial interrogation centers near Saigon in 1969, a CIA regional chief, Oren DeForest, was disgusted to end them irretrievable, just a horrible mess. Commonly considered the sites of the worst tortures, in particular the water treatment, where they forced water down prisoners' throats until their stomachs swelled up, or the torture in which they applied electric shock to the genitals and nipples. Assigned to this same region as CIA chief for Guyana Dinh province in 1968, Ralph W. McGehee found himself in the middle of an insane war that dead rationality and mocked the statistical indices of progress amassed by the vast CORDS counterinsurgency program. The CORDS meetings, he recalled, the killings by the CIA's assassination teams, the provincial reconnaissance units, and the absurd intelligence collection activities progressed as in a Greek tragedy. As he left Saigon in 1970, the Phoenix program's founder, Robert Comer, described it as a small, poorly managed, and largely inactive effort. Indeed, one Pentagon contract study of Phoenix's operations found that, in 1970-71, only 3% of the Viet Cong killed, captured, or rallied were full or probationary party members above the district level. More than half the supposed Viet Cong captured or killed were not even party members. CIA veteran McGehee was even blunter, stating, "The truth is that never in the history of our work in Vietnam did we get one clear-cut, high-ranking Viet Cong agent." Not surprisingly, a pacification effort based on this problematic program failed either to crush the Viet Cong or to win the support of Vietnamese villagers, contributing to the ultimate U.S. defeat in the Vietnam War. Though sharply critical, such American assessments still failed, then and now, to contemplate the most obvious reason for the failure of the formidable Phoenix intelligence apparatus, enemy counterintelligence. Just as British and Soviet security kept German spy rings in their midst during World War II, so Vietnam's communist apparatus, which honeycombed the Saigon regime and penetrated the CIA's cross-border operations in the early 1960s, may have compromised Phoenix with false intelligence and clogged its killing machine with innocent victims. Investigating Phoenix. The character of CIA pacification in Vietnam was exposed to the American public, albeit obliquely, in 1969 during the investigation of Colonel Robert B. Rold, a West Point graduate and Special Forces commander. 97. For the summary execution of a suspected Viet Cong spy named Thi Quoc Nguyen. After the Green Berets captured a roll of LM revealing that their Vietnamese operative was a double agent working for the enemy, they used sodium pentothal and lie detector tests, possibly with CIA assistance, for an interrogation that supposedly confirmed his treason. Thinking that the agency had ordered his elimination, the Special Forces unit at Nha Trang drugged Nguyen with morphine, shot him with a .22 caliber pistol, and dumped his body at sea. Furious, the U.S. commander in Vietnam, General Creighton Abrams, ordered a no-holds-barred investigation that culminated in murder charges against Colonel Rold, the alleged trigger man Captain Robert F. Marasco, and VE other Green Beret officers. But the CIA, at the behest of the Nixon White House, refused to allow its agents to testify, ultimately forcing the Army to back down and dismiss charges against Colonel Rold and his co-accused. In its analysis of the case, the New York Times argued that the killing was a product of confused intelligence operations that had been the impetus, 2 years earlier, for the formation of the CIA's Phoenix program to train Vietnamese assets in the art of silent killing. Indeed, 2 years later, Captain Marasco admitted that he had shot the double agent on very clear orders from the CIA and claimed there had been hundreds of similar summary executions in South Vietnam. Despite the case's dismissal, the investigation alerted the U.S. Congress and the public to the covert war against the Viet Cong, one that apparently included summary executions of suspected VC agents. After nearly 4 years of these murky operations, Congress newly exposed the Phoenix program in 1970. Testifying before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, William Colby, a career CIA officer and chief of PACI in Vietnam, admitted that in 1969 alone Phoenix had killed 6,187 members of the 75,000-strong Viet Cong infrastructure. Although conceding there had been some illegal killings, Colby rejected a suggestion by Senator J. William Fulbright that Phoenix was a program for the assassination of civilian leaders. In the wake of this press exposé, the Operations Subcommittee of the U.S. House of Representatives conducted the RST wide-ranging congressional probe of CIA PACI operations and found that Phoenix had killed 9,820 Viet Cong suspects in the past 14 months. "I am shocked and dismayed," said Representative Ogden R. Reed. "Assassination and terror by the Viet Cong or Hanoi should not, and must not, call forth the same methods by Saigon, let alone the United States, directly or indirectly." Several days later, Colby told the House committee that Phoenix had killed 20,587 Viet Cong suspects since 1968. The Saigon government provided additional GERS, attributing 40,994 Viet Cong kills to the Phoenix program when Representative Reed charged that Phoenix was responsible for indiscriminate killings. Colby defended his program as an essential part of the war effort that was designed to protect the Vietnamese people from terrorism. In these same hearings, K. Barton Osborne, a military intelligence veteran who had worked with the CIA's Phoenix program in 1967-68, described the insertion of the 6-inch dowel into the ear canal of one of my detainee's ears and the tapping through the brain until he died, and the starving to death of a Vietnamese woman who was suspected of being part of the local political education cadre. He also recalled the use of electronic gear such as sealed telephones attached to the women's vagina and the men's testicles. Shock them into submission. During his 18 months with the Phoenix program, not a single VC suspect had survived CIA interrogation. All these extra-legal, illegal, and covered procedures were, Osborne Testy ed., found in the Defense Collection Intelligence Manual issued to him during his intelligence training at Fort Holabird, Maryland. Adding to this lethal aura, by 1972 the Phoenix total for enemy neutralization had risen to 81,740 Viet Cong eliminated and 26,369 prisoners killed. To discredit such damaging testimony, the U.S. Army Intelligence Command conducted a thorough investigation of Osborne's charges. The results were released in a declassé ed summary by William Colby during his 1973 confirmation hearings for the post of CIA Director. Although the Army's Classy Ed report nitpicked many of his secondary details, it did not challenge Osborne's overall sense of Phoenix's systematic brutality and assessment confirmed by both eyewitness accounts and OCHAL studies in early 1968. For example, two CORDS evaluators, John G. Librand and L. Craig Johnstone, had conducted an OCHAL review of the program in two core, ending that, the truncheon and electric shock method of interrogation were in widespread use, with almost all advisors admitting to have witnessed instances of the use of these methods. As their Saigon counterparts started these cruel interrogations, the study found that, most advisors claimed they did not personally take part in but turned their backs on them. Similarly, an American who advised Pru irregulars in Binh Thuan province during 1968-69, Richard Welcome, indicated that Americans allowed their Saigon allies in Phoenix-wide latitude. Prisoners were abused. Were they tortured? It depends on what you call torture. Electricity was used by the Vietnamese, water was used, occasionally some of the prisoners got beat up. Were any of them put on the rack, eyes gouged out, bones broken? No, I never saw any evidence of that at all. Even 99. Colby himself, the program's founder, admitted that various of the things that Mr. Osborne alleges might have happened. In the wink-nudge approach that Phoenix advisors adopted to abuses by their Saigon allies, Colby added that Phoenix was not to be a program of assassination, and we issued instructions that not only were Americans not to participate, but they were to make their objections known. I did receive some reports of this nature, and took them up with the government of South Vietnam. I knew there were people killed, there is no question about it. But I certainly reject the idea that it was a systematic program of assassination. Reviewing this evidence, one recent conservative history of Phoenix concluded that the large majority of South Vietnamese interrogators tortured some or all of the communist prisoners in their care, and a smaller number tortured villagers suspected of collaborating with the communists. Lessons for Latin America. In retrospect, Phoenix proved a seminal experience for the U.S. intelligence community, combining both physical and psychological techniques in extreme methods that would serve as a model for later U.S. counterinsurgency training in Latin America. In the midst of this shift in covert battlegrounds, the year 1975 became doubly significant, marking not only the defeat of the United States in Vietnam but also the dissolution of the OCE of Public Safety, a long-time cover for CIA torture training. Amid these troubled transitions, the CIA, in collaboration with the Defense Department, intensified its efforts in Latin America, where Washington was determined, in the aftermath of its defeat in Vietnam, to hold the line against global communism. Denied access to the region's police after the abolition of OPS in 1975, the CIA would now work primarily through U.S. military advisors to train Allied armies. Absent other documentation, we can track the paper trail of this bureaucratic shift through one secret Pentagon memos about Project X, the U.S. Army's program for transmitting Vietnam's lessons to South America. From 1965 to 1990, the agency and military intelligence instructed several generations of Latin American officers in counterinsurgency and interrogation through ELD training, courses at the School of the Americas in Panama, and detailed manuals. Through an internal review done in 1991, the Pentagon found 6 manuals totaling 1,100 pages that contained numerous passages explaining harsh methods. The Pentagon estimated that as many as 1,000 copies had been distributed by its Southern Command to trainee officers in Latin America. 100. In 1965 to 66, Army intelligence launched Project X as a program designed to develop an exportable foreign intelligence package to provide counterinsurgency techniques learned in Vietnam to Latin American countries. According to a confidential Pentagon memo, a Pentagon counterintelligence STA, Linda Matthews, reported that, in 1967 to 68, the team of Army officers drafting one of the project's training manuals, Intelligence for Stability Operations, was in contact with a resident instruction course in the Phoenix program at the Army Intelligence School, and that some ending material from the Phoenix program may have found its way into the Project X materials. One of these manuals, in the Pentagon's words, provided training regarding use of sodiopentathol compound in interrogation, abduction of adversary family members to enhance the adversary, prioritization of adversary personalities for abduction, exile, physical beatings, and execution. In short, all the trademark Phoenix techniques for the next quarter century. The U.S. Army would transmit these extreme tactics, by both direct training and instructional manuals, to the armies of 10 Latin American nations. By the mid-1980s, counter-guerrilla operations in Colombia and Central America would thus bear an eerie but explicable resemblance to those in South Vietnam. Eventually, Project X developed a complete counterinsurgency curriculum based on 7 training manuals, all in Spanish, that addressed key tactical problems, notably handling of sources, interrogation, combat intelligence, and terrorism and the urban guerrilla. Among these 7 handbooks, at least VE contained violent counter-terror tactics far beyond anything in the CIA's 1963 Kubark manual. For example, the agency's handbook Handling of Sources refers, in the words of a Pentagon content analysis, to motivation by fear, payment of bounties for enemy dead, beatings, false imprisonment, executions and the use of truth serum. Upon closer reading, The 1989 edition of Handling of Sources also offers chilling lessons about control of assets in counterinsurgency by applying past examples from the Philippines and Malaysia to current Latin American operations. By appealing to mercenary motivations or using fear as a weapon, the counterintelligence agent can, the manual suggests, recruit an employee for infiltration into a guerrilla zone, taking care to psychologically manipulate the employee's every emotion and thus maintain the necessary control. To establish his assets' credibility as a guerrilla recruit, the manual says, the agent could cause the arrest or detention of the employee's parents, imprison the employee or give him a beating. And, if regular scrutiny of the employee's reports reveals possible deception, the manual suggests that the agent begin with friendly character interrogations, checking all answers against an operational archive and preparing a new declaration of personal history. If 101. This friendly approach fails to produce a breakthrough, this manual adds, the agent should escalate to the mental test, waking the employee from a deep sleep for questioning, and then to the mechanical test. Using an injection of sodium-pentothal. If the employee turns out to be an information tracker or a guerrilla penetration agent, then our operative should initiate termination proceedings on bad terms through means which are only limited by the agent's imagination. Although threats of physical violence or true physical abuse should, if possible, be avoided, the agent can EECT an erring employee's removal by means of imprisonment after setting him up to commit an illegal act. Or, in the ultimate twist, the agent can send him in a specially dangerous mission for which he has been inadequately prepared. Pass information to guerrilla security elements thus, saving his government the cost of a bullet. Apart from these cold-blooded tactics of kidnap, murder, beatings, and betrayal, the manual evidences, throughout its 144 single-spaced pages, a studied amorality apparently hardened on the anvil of the Vietnam Con ICT. For more than 20 years, Project X was energetic, even determined, in its dissemination of these ruthless techniques. From 1966 to 1976, the U.S. Army's School of the Americas, then based in Panama, taught these methods to hundreds of Latin American officers at its military intelligence course. After a 4-year hiatus caused by President Jimmy Carter's human rights concerns, the U.S. Army's Southern Command resumed the training at the school in 1982 and, years later, elaborated its lesson plans through these Spanish-language manuals for distribution to trainees in Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, El Salvador, and Guatemala between 1989 and 1991. Moreover, the School of the Americas, now relocated to Georgia, issued 693 copies of these handbooks as texts in intelligence courses for students from 10 Latin American nations. Human Resources Manual. Though the U.S. intelligence community operated in this way across the continent, our detailed knowledge of the actual torture training in Latin America comes from a single surviving document, the Human Resources Exploitation Manual 1983, which the CIA used to train Honduran soldiers. In contrast to the Army's Project X handbooks, with their violent Phoenix-style methods of kidnapping and murder, this CIA manual emphasizes psychological techniques DNET in the original Cubark interrogation program. A reason, perhaps, that this document survived the Pentagon's later destruction of almost all 102 Project X handbooks. After completing a training session for Honduran military interrogators in early 1983, an anonymous CIA instructor evidently combined his ELD experience with the agency's psychological doctrine to produce, in this document, a relatively complete statement of its interrogation methods at the outset of the Honduran training session. This anonymous instructor emphasizes that he will explain 2 types of psychological techniques, the coercive and the non-coercive. While the CIA does not emphasize the use of coercive methods, the agent tells his students, "We do want to make you aware of them and the proper way to use them." In his review of non-coercive techniques, the agent explains that they are based on the principle of generating pressure inside the subject without application of outside force. This is accomplished by manipulating the victim psychologically until resistance is broken and an urge to yield is 40 ed. To establish control at the start, the CIA instructor said, the questioner should manipulate the subject's environment, to create unpleasant or intolerable situations, to disrupt patterns of time, space, and sensory perception. The subject is very much aware that the questioner controls his ultimate disposition. Among many possible techniques, the subject can be arrested at a time selected to achieve surprise and the maximum amount of mental discomfort, particularly early morning when most subjects experience intense feelings of shock, insecurity, and psychological stress. Once in custody, a subject should be immediately placed in isolation, both physical and psychological, then completely stripped and told to take a shower while blindfolded before a guard and provided with ill-fitting clothing. If the subject proves resistant, then an interrogator can employ a few non-coercive techniques which can be used to induce regression, such as persistent manipulation of time or disrupting sleep schedules. Although the manual's overall approach is psychological, the CIA trainer points out that coercion still plays an important role in active interrogation. The purpose of all coercive techniques, he explains, is to induce psychological regression in the subject by bringing a superior outside force to bear on his will to resist. As this coercion is applied, the subject suffers a loss of autonomy, a reversion to an earlier behavioral level. There are, the manual states, 3 basic coercive techniques: debility, disorientation, and dread. For centuries, the CIA trainer stated, questioners have employed various methods of inducing physical weakness. Assumption that lowering the subject's physiological resistance will lower his psychological capacity for resistance. While disorientation can destroy his capacity to resist, sustained dread also induces regression. 103. But even within the CIA's psychological paradigm, there are times when threats of physical pain are necessary. Threat is basically a means for establishing a bargaining position by inducing fear in the subject, the trainer explains, adding, a threat should never be made unless it is part of the plan and the questioner has the approval to carry out the threat. Yet, even when using threats of physical harm, the trainer emphasizes the primacy of the psychological over the physical, saying, the threat of coercion usually weakens or destroys resistance more effectively than coercion itself. For example, the threat to inflict pain can trigger fears more damaging than the immediate sensation of pain. Indeed, pain inflicted on the victim from outside himself may actually intensify his will to resist, but pain that he feels he is inflicting upon himself is more likely to sap his resistance. Comparing this 1983 Honduran handbook with the CIA's original 1963 Cubark manual reveals, in 10 key passages, that the later document copies almost verbatim the language of the earlier manual in both conceptual design and technical detail. After outlining psychological techniques to induce regression in the subject, both documents emphasize elimination of sensory stimuli through solitary confinement to induce sensory disorientation. In their emphasis on the use of self-inflicted pain, both texts warn that pain inflicted externally, by an interrogator, can actually strengthen a subject's resistance. Having articulated these 2 central elements, both documents then itemize the particular methods whose sum will effect a devastating psychological assault on individual identity: disorienting arrest, isolation, manipulation of time, threats of physical pain or drug injection, and careful staging of the interrogation room. Between 1963 and 1983, enemies, continents, and interrogators might have changed, but the 2 essential elements of this interrogation method remained constant: sensory disorientation and self-inflicted pain. The Global War on Terror. Under the pressure of the occupation of Iraq in 2003, these brutal interrogation policies were revived and quickly proliferated to involve thousands of ordinary Iraqis. In August, Baghdad suffered a wave of terror bombings that rocked the Jordanian embassy, causing 19 deaths, and blasted UN headquarters, leaving 23 dead. One U.S. military study soon found that the lethal roadside bombings were the result of painstaking surveillance and reconnaissance by rebel sympathizers inside both the Iraqi police and the secure U.S. Green Zone in downtown Baghdad. In striking contrast to the insurgents, the U.S. command realized, in this study's words, that its own human intelligence 104 is poor or lacking, due to the dearth of competence and expertise. As the number of American casualties surged and violence spread, U.S. headquarters in Baghdad ordered sweeps of civilian neighborhoods that rounded up suspects and LLED military prisons, whose population soon swelled from 3,500 to 18,000. "The gloves are coming, oh gentlemen." Regarding these detainees, a captain emailed his military intelligence comrades in mid-August. "Casualties are mounting and we need to start gathering info to help protect our fellow soldiers from any further attacks." In the midst of this crisis, the CIA's coercive interrogation techniques reached Baghdad's Abu Ghraib prison by two routes: indirectly from Afghanistan and directly through transmission from the military prison at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. As the insurgency erupted in August, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld ordered his Special Access Program operatives into Iraq, inserting them into military prisons with authority to conduct harsh interrogation beyond what was allowed by U.S. Army regulations. That summer, at a Pentagon briefing about the growing insurgency, Secretary Rumsfeld complained loudly about poor intelligence from Iraq, contrasting it with the yield from his new extreme interrogation practices at Guantanamo. Voicing anger and frustration over restraints imposed on U.S. interrogators in Iraq by the Geneva Conventions, Rumsfeld gave oral orders for his Guantanamo commander, General Geo Ray Miller, to get Moy's intelligence collection in Baghdad. Consequently, in early September 2003, the general, who had spent the past 9 months developing Guantanamo's harsh regimen, inspected Iraqi prisons with a team of personnel experienced in strategic interrogation. Afterward, he observed, in a Classy Ed report for Army headquarters at Baghdad, that it is essential that the Guard Force be actively engaged in setting the conditions for successful exploitation of internees. General Miller also urged a radical restructuring of detainee policy to make Iraq's prisons the front line for information warfare, saying, "Detention operations must act as an enabler for the expeditious collection of intelligence." In expansive, almost visionary rhetoric, Miller wrote that his program would allow Abu Ghraib to drive the rapid exploitation of internees to answer theater and national-level counter-terrorism requirements, thus meeting the needs of the global war on terrorism. If implemented immediately, his plan would, he said, produce a significant improvement in actionable intelligence within 30 days. Elaborating on his plan to get Moy's Abu Ghraib, General Miller added, "We're going to select the MPs who can do this, and they're going to work specifically with the interrogation team." During his visit to Abu Ghraib prison, the general turned over an interrogation manual and a 105 compact disc with what he called training information to facilitate integration of the MPs into his new procedure. In one of his internal reports that September, Miller also advised that teams, comprised of operational behavioral psychologists and psychiatrists, are essential in developing integrated interrogation strategies and assessing interrogation intelligence. Indeed, on September 14, just days after General Miller's departure, the U.S. commander for Iraq, Lieutenant General Ricardo S. Sanchez, signed a detailed memo authorizing, in the words of a later inquiry, a dozen interrogation techniques beyond Field Manual 34-52 VE beyond those applied at Guantanamo. In his instructions, Sanchez explained that his interrogation and counter-resistance policy was modeled on the one for interrogations conducted at Guantanamo Bay, but modified for applicability to a theater of war in which the Geneva Conventions apply. In this memo, which remained in EECT until modified in October and continued to enhance conditions for months thereafter, the general ordered sophisticated psychological torture, dietary manipulation, changing the diet of a detainee. Environmental manipulation, altering the environment to create moderate discomfort. Sleep adjustment, adjusting the sleeping times of the detainee. Isolation, isolating the detainee from other detainees. Presence of military working dogs, exploits Arab fear of dogs while maintaining security during interrogations. Z. Sleep management, detainee provided minimum 4 hours of sleep per 24-hour period, not to exceed 72 continuous hours. A. Yelling, loud music, and light control, used to create fear, disorient detainee, and prolong capture shock. CC. Stress positions, use of physical posturing so extreme was the sum of these methods that military lawyers objected, and, a month later, Sanchez rescinded some of the harshest techniques. Nonetheless, the force of these memos was soon felt at remote army outposts and inside Abu Ghraib prison. On October 15, 2003, one prisoner told investigators, "They started punishing me in all sorts of ways. And they could me high for 7 or 8 hours. And that caused a rupture to my right hand. And in the following days, they also put a bag over my head, and of course, this whole time I was without clothes and without anything to sleep on." That September as well, the 82nd Airborne Division started torturing Iraqi captives with beatings, exposure to extremes of heat and cold, and sleep deprivation. 106. Of particular note, the New York Times reported that the soldiers had learned these stress techniques in Afghanistan by observing Central Intelligence Agency operatives interrogating prisoners. Sine Cantley, General Sanchez, though trained as an ordinary combat commander, had issued orders for a multifaceted assault on the human psyche. The synergy of these spec-IC interrogation techniques was a systematic attack on all human stimuli, psychological and biological, quite similar to the CIA's 1963 Kubark Manual and its 1983 Honduran Handbook. Indeed, a close comparison of Sanchez's memo with the CIA's 1983 manual reveals 6 key points of similarity, both in broad principles and in particular methods. In their lists of spec-IC techniques, all 3 documents try to create an environment that elevates the interrogator by making him, as Sanchez put it, appear to be the one who controls all aspects of the interrogation while simultaneously breaking down the detainee by significantly increasing the fear level. This sequence of psychological techniques indicates that the CIA's methods had, in both design and detail, spread to become the conceptual foundation for standard U.S. interrogation doctrine, even within the regular military. In another mode of transmitting these extreme techniques, veteran Army interrogators from the 519th Military Intelligence Battalion, led by Captain Carolyn A. Wood, arrived at Abu Ghraib from the CIA's Bagram prison, near Kabul, in July 2003. As the insurgency intensified, these interrogators were working to introduce harsh methods to Abu Ghraib, including some that had already produced several Afghan fatalities. From October to December 2003, moreover, a 6-person team traveled from Cuba to Iraq, bringing the lessons learned at Guantanamo Bay, notably the use of military dogs. One team member, Staff Sergeant James Vincent Lucas, later testified that the team introduced Abu Ghraib interrogators to Guantanamo's aggressive, innovative techniques, including short chaining and clothing removal. Apparently building upon these procedures, military police in the security blocks at Abu Ghraib began to soften up detainees for CIA and MI interrogation. One of the MPs later convicted of abuse, Private Yvonne L. Frederick, recalled that an interrogator gave him lists of prisoners whom he wanted dog handlers to visit. Guards then used the animals to intimidate inmates. Sine Cantley, cell blocks 1A and 1B, the sites of the notorious Abu Ghraib photographs, had been informally removed from the MP's authority and were now controlled by 2 intelligence officers who reported directly to General Sanchez's headquarters in Baghdad, Colonel Thomas M. Pappas and Lieutenant Colonel Steve Jordan. Then, on November 19, 2003, General Sanchez issued orders removing all of Abu Ghraib prison from the MPs and assigning it, along with the Top 107 secret facility near Baghdad Airport known as Camp Cropper, to the 205th Military Intelligence Brigade under Colonel Pappas, a division of authority that Army investigators later called not doctrinally sound, since it exacerbated an already ambiguous command relationship. In the months of most intense abuse in late 2003, General Sanchez summoned Colonel Pappas for periodic grillings and pressed him hard to deliver more intelligence. Under Colonel Pappas, MPs at Abu Ghraib were responsible for an initial phase of intensive disorientation to prepare detainees for later interrogation by the CIA, military intelligence, and private contractors, producing what the Army's investigation later called numerous incidents of sadistic, blatant, and wanton criminal abuses on several detainees. In the words of Major General Antonio Taguba's inquiry, this abuse involved punching, slapping, and kicking detainees and keeping them naked for several days at a time. In the uncontrolled escalation that often accompanies psychological torture, harsh treatment soon moved beyond sleep and sensory deprivation to sexual humiliation marked by photographing naked male and female detainees, forcibly arranging detainees in various sexually explicit positions, forcing groups of male detainees to masturbate while being photographed. Dismissing the idea of such behavior as simply aberrant, General Taguba's inquiry found that military intelligence interrogators and other U.S. government agencies actively requested that MP guards set physical and mental conditions for favorable interrogation. In making this latter charge, General Taguba cited a revealing statement by one of the MPs later accused of abuse, Sabrina Harmon, who was, she said, ordered to stop prisoners from sleeping. To this end, one prisoner was famously photographed on a box with wires attached to his hands and feet. "I wanted them to talk," she said, implicating two of her fellow MPs. "It is Grainer and Frederick's job to do things for MI and OGA to get these people to talk." As part of General Taguba's investigation, the MI chief at Abu Ghraib, Colonel Pappas, drew up a memo titled Interrogation and Counter-Resistance Policy in January 2004 outlining his procedures in cell blocks 1A and 1B. Sine Cantley, his orders required MI interrogators, in cooperation with physicians and MPs, to apply a method whose larger design seems derived from the CIA's trademark fusion of sensory deprivation and self-induced pain. Typically, Pappas wrote, MI interrogators gave MP guards a copy of the interrogation plan and a written note as to how to execute. The doctor and psychiatrist also look at the list to see what the interrogation plan recommends. This policy, Pappas contended, followed innovations at Guantanamo Bay, where teams of psychologists and psychiatrists helped tailor harsh techniques to break. 108. Individual prisoners. At Abu Ghraib, Colonel Pappas's interrogators used 7 sensory disorientation techniques to soften up prisoners, including 1. Dietary manipulation, minimum bread and water, monitored by medics. 2. Environmental manipulation, i.e. reducing AC in summer, lower heat in winter. 3. Sleep management for 72-hour time period maximum, monitored by medics. 4. Sensory deprivation for 72-hour time period maximum, monitored by medics. 5. Isolation for longer than 30 days. 6. Stress positions, and 7. Presence of working dogs. Then, in the second phase of Colonel Pappas's program, trained MI and CIA operatives administered the requisite mix of interrogation and self-induced pain, a process that evidently took place outside the frame of the now famous photographs. Under the 205th Military Intelligence Battalion, forced nudity became a standard interrogation procedure to humiliate and break prisoners at Abu Ghraib as investigators sought answers to 7 key questions, notably, who and where are the mid-level Ba'athists, which organizations or groups will conduct high-PAO attacks, what organizations are Ba'athist surrogates, and who are the saboteurs against infrastructure. Amid this harsh regimen, there were, moreover, increasing incidents of capricious cruelty. In November 2003, for example, Iraqi generals suspected of instigating a small prison riot were manacled, blindfolded, and beaten by guards until they were covered in blood. Although the prison's detainee assessment branch led at least 20 reports of serious abuse with General Sanchez, his headquarters did not intervene. Sine Cantley, General Taguba later found that Colonel Pappas and his deputy, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen L. Jordan, chief of the Joint Interrogation and Debris NG Center, were directly or indirectly responsible for prisoner abuse at Abu Ghraib, in contrast to General Taguba's dispassionate descriptions. A February 2004 Red Cross report aired explicit, even chilling details of U.S. interrogation techniques. By late 2003, the International Committee of the Red Cross had made 29 visits to U.S. detention facilities across Iraq, exercising its right to arrive unannounced for unrestricted inspections. While conditions for most detainees were, the Red Cross found, satisfactory, those under supervision of military intelligence were at high risk of being subjected to a variety of harsh treatments ranging from insults, threats, and humiliation to both physical and psychological coercion, which in some cases was tantamount to torture. Some coalition military intelligence officers told the ICRC that between 70% and 90% of detainees in Iraq, totaling more than 41,000 individuals by mid-2004, had been arrested by mistake. During their visits to Abu Ghraib's military intelligence section, several U.S. officers told the ICRC that it was part of the military intelligence process to hold a person naked in a completely dark and empty cell for a prolonged period to use inhumane and degrading treatment, including physical and psychological coercion. In words that could have been lifted almost verbatim from past CIA interrogation manuals, the ICRC detailed the forms of ill treatment that U.S. military intelligence used in a systematic way to extract information from Iraqi detainees, including hooding, used to prevent people from seeing and to disorient them, and also to prevent them from breathing freely. Beatings with hard objects. Threats, being stripped naked for several days while held in solitary confinement. Being paraded naked outside their cells in front of other persons. Being attached repeatedly over several days, for several hours each time, with handcuffs to the bars of their cell's door in humiliating and or uncomfortable position causing physical pain, being forced to remain for prolonged periods in stress positions such as squatting or standing with or without the arms lifted. During a visit to Abu Ghraib in October 2003, at the height of General Sanchez's extreme regimen, the ICRC discovered detainees completely naked in totally empty concrete cells and in total darkness, allegedly for several days. The Red Cross medical staff determined that prisoners so treated were suffering from memory problems, verbal expression difficulties, incoherent speech, acute anxiety reactions, and suicidal tendencies. In sum, the ICRC concluded that U.S. military intelligence was engaged in practices that are prohibited under international humanitarian law. In the aftermath of the Abu Ghraib scandal, the national press pursued stories confirming that the abuse shown in those photos was not, as the Defense Department would have it, the work of a few bad apples but was in fact widespread. In September 2005, for example, the New York Times reported allegations by Captain Ian Fishback, a West Point graduate, that the 82nd Airborne Division had engaged in routine torture of Iraqi captives that included beatings, exposure to extremes of hot and cold, stacking in human pyramids. 110. And sleep deprivation. Indicating the covert source of such methods, soldiers had, he said, learned the stress techniques from watching Central Intelligence Agency operatives interrogating prisoners in Afghanistan. Similarly, in April 2006, The Times reported that a special military intelligence unit called Task Force 6-26, operating from a secret base near Baghdad in 2003-04, had used a mix of elaborate psychological and crude physical tortures in its search for al-Qaeda leaders, becoming capriciously cruel in its treatment of detainees. A later Pentagon inquiry found that Special Operations Forces had, during a 4-month period in 2004, subjected Iraqi detainees to an extreme form of psychological torture involving starvation, stress positions, extreme cold, blaring music, and confinement in cells so small that prisoners could neither stand nor sit. As protests rose against the occupation at Basra in the south, British forces there revived the longband VE techniques used at Belfast back in the 1970s, subjecting prisoners to hooding, stress positions, sleep deprivation, close quarter shouting, and beatings. When we Re-ECT on these incidents in Abu Ghraib prison and beyond, it seems that torture was systematic, not aberrant, and that its widespread proliferation was symptomatic of both command decisions and a crisis in the ranks over a failing passi-Katayan ort. In the wake of the Abu Ghraib controversy, the U.S. military shifted incarceration duties to its Iraqi allies, producing another analogy with South Vietnam, where all prisons, even those funded by the CIA, were under Saigon's nominal control. This more recent move coincided with a major change in U.S. counterinsurgency strategy that, starting in April 2004, emphasized the formation of sectarian militia and police squads to secure local communities. In the two-year hiatus before the formation of a competent Iraqi Osir Corps, General David Petraeus, commander of the Multinational Security Transition Command in Iraq, incorporated local militias, such as the 2,000-strong Wolf Brigade, into the national police with authority to incarcerate and interrogate. 2 months later, in June, the U.S. command issued Fragmentary Order 242, directing coalition troops not to investigate detainee abuse by Iraqi forces. When coalition troops encountered any Iraqi security forces abusing Iraqis, only an initial report will be made. No further investigation will be required unless directed by HQ. Within a year, the BBC reported that Iraq's new police faced accusations of systematic abuse and torture of people in detention. One survivor among a group of 10 Sunnis arrested by Shia police commandos in Baghdad told reporters, "The police started to beat us, tied our hands and blindfolded us. We were left from 5:30 that evening inside a kind of container that had no air vents. After 1 hour, we lost Con 111. Consciousness and some people began to die, the others were dead by 1 o'clock in the morning." After the group WikiLeaks provided a vast cache of Classy Ed documents, the Bureau of Investigative Journalism in Britain surveyed 400,000 military logs and determined that, among the 180,000 people detained in Iraqi prisons between 2004 and 2009, the U.S. military received 1,365 reports of torture. In these reports about Iraqi prison conditions, coalition soldiers described men and women blindfolded, beaten with cables, their genitals electrocuted, entrails ripped out, sodomized with bottles and hoses. On at least 2 occasions, U.S. soldiers were ordered to take no action since only Iraqis were involved in the abuse. There were, moreover, 76 reports of alleged abuse by Iraqi personnel moving through the U.S. chain of command, indicating that Americans had knowledge of the problem. Nonetheless, after 6 inspections of Iraqi prisons in 2005-06, a coalition military spokesman stated, "The facilities were, by our standards, overcrowded, but the people being held at those facilities were being properly taken care of. So no abuse, no evidence of torture in those facilities." Judging from this disparity between internal knowledge and public statements, U.S. OCHALs delegated the gritty task of mass incarceration to Iraqis after Abu Ghraib and then turned a blind eye to the tortures their allies used to extract intelligence for counterinsurgency. Conclusion: if an analogy between Vietnam and Iraq has any relevance beyond a few obvious similarities such as the use of torture, then other aspects of the Phoenix program should prove predictive of future revelations about the underside of the Iraq War. Though it is difficult to document, torture's dual psychopathology of fear and empowerment makes it possible that harsh mass incarceration was adopted in Iraq not just to extract information but to pacify a recalcitrant population with something akin to the counter-terror used in South Vietnam. For hints of these and related revelations to come, we can look beyond the specics of the Phoenix torture techniques for other aspects of a counter-terror campaign that may have been operating sub rosa in Iraq. Apart from torture per se, CIA blacklists, death squads, and depenetration agents were other key facets of Vietnam's Phoenix program that might have been deployed in the cities and villages of Iraq, beyond the ken of a press cosseted inside Baghdad's Green Zone. To cite but one telling example, it took decades for the most serious of Vietnam-era atrocities to emerge. It was 112. Not until 2003 that a Toledo newspaper published a Pulitzer Prize-winning account of a systematic counter-terror campaign by the 101st Airborne so-called Tiger Force that murdered hundreds of unarmed civilians back in 1967 with the full approval of the unit's command. To date, just a few hints of similar covert operations have escaped the strict press controls that the Bush administration imposed on combat operations in Iraq. The RST revelations about the CIA's use of Iraq mercenaries emerged when the Denver Post won a court order breaking the national security seal on pretrial hearings for soldiers charged with the murder of Major General Abed Hamid Mohaush, the former Iraqi air defense chief. According to court records, General Mohaush had walked into forward base Tiger at Al-Qaim, in the Iraqi desert, on November 10, 2003, asking to see U.S. officers about the release of his son. At RST, the general cooperated, telling interrogators he was commander of the Al-Quds Golden Division, a network of Saddam loyalists supplying the insurgents. When tough tactics backred and the general grew silent, soldiers turned him over to a CIA operative named Brian and his four-man squad of Scorpions, Iraqi mercenaries the agency was using for counter-guerrilla operations, just as the Phoenix program had once used the PRUs in South Vietnam. After a severe beating and subsequent abuse, the general expired, and his body was transferred to Abu Ghraib, where, with severe contusions about the face, it was famously photographed. Subsequent research indicates that the scope of the CIA's Scorpion operation was larger and more lurid than it appeared from these RST fragmentary revelations. A year after the Denver Post expose, the Washington Post reported that the CIA, acting on a presidential order signed in early 2002, had formed the Scorpions for an elaborate destabilization operation before the Iraq invasion. Later, after Baghdad's fall, the agency used them to penetrate the insurgency, doing what one agent called the dirty work. At some point in this process, the CIA began using the Scorpions to snatch informants from dangerous areas outside the Green Zone. Reporter Michael Isaaco, after interviewing the agency official who ran the program, revealed that about 80 Scorpions had been trained in Nevada and were used for sabotage operations in western Iraq before the U.S. invaded in March 2003. During the actual invasion, however, they were preempted by another CIA squad of Kurdish paramilitary that conducted a deadly series of drive-by shootings and ambushes of Iraqi military and Ba'ath Party security officials. These were INEECT-targeted assassinations against Identity-Ed regime GERS. More broadly, the veteran Washington Post reporter Bob Woodward revealed, in late 2008, that much of the success of President Bush's troop surge in suppressing the Iraqi resistance was the result not of boots on the ground but 113 of bullets in the head. Starting in May 2006, American intelligence agencies launched a series of special action programs using the most highly classified techniques and information in the U.S. government in a successful effort to locate, target and kill key individuals in extremist groups such as Al-Qaeda, the Sunni insurgency and renegade Shia militias. Under the leadership of General Stanley McChrystal, the Joint Special Operations Command used every tool available simultaneously, from signals intercepts to human intelligence, for lightning-quick strikes. One intelligence officer said the techniques were so effective that they gave him orgasms. President Bush called them awesome. In a television interview, Woodward said, "I would somewhat compare it to the Manhattan Project in World War II, adding that cutting Iraq's violence in half within a matter of months isn't going to happen with the bunch of joint security stations or the surge." These assassinations were part of a broader authority that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld gave JSOC in early 2004 to kill or capture Al-Qaeda terrorists in 20 countries across the Middle East. Indeed, this authorization produced dozens of foreign lethal operations, including an AC-130 airstrike on Somalia in January 2007, a Special Forces raid in Pakistan's tribal areas that killed 20 in September 2008, and a CIA-directed assault in Syria in October 2008 that left 8 dead. Throughout 2008, as well, Predator drones operated inside Pakistan with lethal efficiency, killing 9 of the 20 top priority al-Qaeda targets identified by the U.S. intelligence community and starting a sustained campaign of aerial assassinations. At this rather preliminary point in our knowledge about the global war on terror, it seems that the CIA revived at least 3 key attributes of its Vietnam-era Phoenix program to prosecute its clandestine war in Iraq: torture, assassination, and native mercenaries. In the future, we can expect more such revelations whose sum will portray the full scope of the covert operations in Iraq and allow us to evaluate the similarities and differences, the continuities and discontinuities, that link the Iraq War and the earlier US efforts in South Vietnam. 114. The Philippines OER's eloquent testimony about the transactional nature of psychological torture. From 1972 to 1986, torture served as a key instrument in President Ferdinand Marcos's martial law rule, creating a cohort of junior officers whose careers were shaped by years of coercive interrogation and extrajudicial killing. As abuse proliferated, these Filipino interrogators combined psychological theatricality with physical brutality to induce terror not just among their many victims but in an entire society. Through their involvement in thousands of torture sessions over the span of 14 years, these officers and their victims reveal the transactional dynamics of such torture, which simultaneously devastates its victims while empowering the perpetrators. These colonels and their ingrained violence are emblematic of an authoritarian age. By 1985, military juntas held power in more than half of the 100-plus nations that constituted the developing world. With ruthlessness and idealism, these martial regimes often attempted a social transformation through systematic violence. The more extreme used terror to wage civil war on their enemies, whether ideological, ethnic, or religious. When their time had passed and these regimes collapsed in the 1980s, the politicized, brutalized armed forces they left behind were often a barrier to democratization, clinging to power, resisting reforms, and struggling to prevent any accounting for the past. Under Marcos's martial law regime, the Philippine military played such a role, spawning numerous factions that became deeply politicized and devoid of civil authority. But none could rival the violent extremes of the Reform the Armed Forces Movement, or RAM. Led by a clique of middle-ranking officers, this group plotted a coup d'état against the Marcos dictatorship in 1986 and, failing to take power, launched more attempts against his successor, Cora. 4. 115. Zon Aquino. In their repeated failures, these colonels reveal much about the mentality of the military officers who served as instruments of state terror in this authoritarian age. Within the Philippines itself, RAM represented, above all, a breakdown in military socialization. Most of its members were regular officers who had graduated from the Philippine Military Academy during the 1970s. There, for 4 years, they were drilled in obedience and indoctrinated into a belief in civilian supremacy over the military. Unlike earlier generations, however, these future rebels graduated into a martial law military and then spent their formative years as junior officers guiding a civil war in Mindanao or interrogating dissidents in Manila. As torture and extrajudicial killings became more frequent, they came to personify Marcos's capricious violence and became veritable superstars in his theater state of terror. For these young officers, torture also proved transformative, freeing them from their socialization in subordination learned at the military academy and inspiring a will to power, no longer self-effacing servants of the state but empowered political actors who would be its master. With egos innate as lords of life and death, pain and suffering, they emerged from the regime's safe houses onto the national stage with the aura of Nietzschean supermen, protean creators/destroyers whose awesome violence would sweep away all that stood between them and the crown of power. In their leap from interrogation to coup d'état, these rebel colonels highlight our need to study the torturers instead of focusing solely on their victims. These military rebels illustrate how torture can inspire a sense of empowerment in the perpetrator, an unsettling topic largely ignored in the literature on human rights and human psychology. To understand the impact of authoritarian rule and its use of coercion on the military, we need to examine how the torturer's experience of torture informed and even inspired a political vision that troubled many of these democratic transitions. The phenomenology of torture. We are only just beginning to understand torture. As authoritarian regimes and their systematic brutality proliferated in the mid-20th century, the international community reacted with treaties to outlaw the abuse and therapy to treat its victims at the close of its RST worldwide campaign for the abolition of torture in 1972. Amnesty International realized the limitations of its lawyerly practice of documentation and appealed to the medical profession for support. A group of Danish doctors responded with research among victims that discovered a pernicious, often incapacitating form of post-traumatic 116 stress disorder. When you've been tortured, explained Dr. Inga Genevke, the private hell stays with you through your life if it's not treated. But the victims did respond surprisingly well to therapy. In 1982, these therapists founded Copenhagen's Rehabilitation and Research Center for Torture Victims and then built a global network of 99 centers that treated 48,000 victims in 1992 alone. Together, Amnesty and the RCT played a catalytic role in turning world opinion against torture, culminating in the adoption of the UN Convention Against Torture in 1984 and the World Conference on Human Rights in 1993, when 183 nations condemned torture as one of the most atrocious violations against human dignity. Through this global effort, therapists have discovered that torture is a uniquely debilitating experience that does lasting psychological harm to its victims. As research expanded after the Cold War, therapists reported that survivors suffer sleep disturbances with frequent nightmares, affective symptoms, cognitive impairment, and changes in identity. Such suffering is persistent, often permanent. In the early 1990s, Polish psychiatrists interviewed victims tortured more than 40 years earlier and found symptoms of mental disorder were present in almost all. This medical research has also explored the role of power in the process of torture. Victims experience depersonalization, fear of annihilation, and the destruction of their body image, reported a team of Argentinian therapists. Essential to torture, Amnesty explained in a 1984 report, is the sense that the interrogator controls everything, even life itself. Similarly, a Philippine therapist found that torture's trauma arises from the experience of extreme powerlessness and can be treated by re-empowering the survivor. If torture leaves the victim feeling weak, even crippled, might it not have an opposite impact upon perpetrators in EECT, inducing an emotion of empowerment? Insights from the treatment of Chilean victims tortured under General Augusto Pinochet's regime are a point of entry into this problem. Otto Dorzegers, a psychotherapist, found that victims suffer a mistrust bordering on paranoia, and a loss of interest that greatly surpasses anything observed in anxiety disorders. The subject does not only react to torture with a tiredness of days, weeks, or months, but remains a tired human being, relatively uninterested and unable to concentrate. These endings led him to a strategic question. What in torture makes possible a change of such nature that it appears similar to psychotic processes and to disorders of organic origin? The answer, Dorzegers argues, lies in the phenomenology of the torture situation, involving an asymmetry of power, the anonymity of the torturer to the victim, the double bind of either enduring or betraying. 117. Others, the systematic falsehood of trumped-up charges, artificial lighting, cunning deceptions, and mock executions, confinement in distinctive spaces signifying displacement, trapping, narrowness and destruction, and a temporality characterized by some unpredictability and much circularity, having no end. Thus, much of the pain from torture is psychological, not physical, and is based upon denying its victims any power over their lives. In sum, the torturer strives through insult and disqualification, by means of threats, to break all the victim's possible existential platforms. Through this asymmetry, the torturer eventually achieves complete power and reduces the victim to a condition of total or near total defenselessness. 7. There are, within torture's phenomenology, elements that evoke theatrical parallels. In a sense, Dorzigers seems to be saying that torture, as done in Chile, was a kind of total theater, a constructed unreality of lies and inversion, with a plot that ended inexorably with the victim's self-betrayal and destruction. In the theater, there is, of course, an asymmetry of power between the actors, who know the plot, and the audience, which does not. Working from a well-rehearsed script, the torturers are actors who force the victim to become an audience of one in the drama of his or her own degradation. To make their artifice of false charges, fabricated news, and mock executions convincing, inquisitors become inspired thespians. The torture chamber itself often has the theatricality of a set, with special lighting, sound effects, props, and backdrop, all designed with a perverse sort of stagecraft to evoke an aura of fear. Both cell and stage construct their own temporality. The drama collapses and expands time to carry the audience forward toward denouement, while the prison distorts time to disorient and then entrap the victim in a mind maze that leads inexorably to self-betrayal. Significantly, both torturers and victims use the language of theater to describe their experiences. A Greek victim, referring to his prison and its torturer, said, "Kesa was a kind of theater of the absurd with Kinich as producer." Two Argentine victims described a sadistically effective interrogator succinctly, saying, "He turned torture into an act of theater." Elaine Scarry notes that in the torturer's idiom the room in which brutality occurs was called the production room in the Philippines, the cinema room in South Vietnam, and the blue-lit stage in Chile. On such a stage, torture became what she called the production of a fantastic illusion of power. A grotesque piece of compensatory drama. 8. Just as the U.S. Army transmitted harsh interrogation methods from Vietnam to Latin American armies through training missions and manuals after 1965, so the CIA apparently gave seminal advice to Marcos's military at the start of martial law collusion long suspected but only recently conned. 118. Fire-Med. In a chilling top-secret document released by Philippine authorities, a Filipino intelligence officer reported, in January 1973, the suggestion of our friend from the U.S. Embassy that we institutionalize the system of safe houses based on their experience in Central America and Vietnam. Instead of military camps, arrested communists should be brought to carefully chosen safe houses, with high walls and soundproof ENG, where the interrogation and physical extraction of information must be conducted. If something happens to the detainee, proper disposition of the evidence is advised. The American advisor cautioned us to make sure that no other people must know about the arrest. 9. In 1978, Marcos's top torturer, Lieutenant Colonel Rolando Abadilla, was reportedly studying at Fort Leavenworth. A year later, a human rights group claimed his understudy, Lieutenant Rodolfo Aguinaldo, was going to the United States for 6 months to 1 year for additional training under the Central Intelligence Agency. 10. While we still lack details of this training, agency advice introduced the safe house to the Philippines as the central, even foundational institution for Marcos's terror. Though torturers on both sides of the Pacific used CIA techniques, the future RAM officers elaborated such psychological methods into a theatricality, often sexualized, closer to the spirit of the U.S. manuals than the physical tortures practiced elsewhere. The preference of Marcos's inquisitors for the psychological had major political consequences. By breaking social superiors through mental manipulation, these officers gained a sense of their society's plasticity, fostering an illusion they could break and remake the social order at will. Through their years of torturing priests and professors for Marcos, his inquisitors learned the daring to attack Marcos himself. The torture cell was a play within a larger play. Inside the safe house, Filipino interrogators acted out their script before the victim, an audience of one. If the plot ended with the victim's death, then the mangled remains were discarded in a public place, a plaza or roadside, to be seen by passers-by. Such displays, called salvaging in Filipino English, was the larger play that made the road or plaza, indeed all of public space, a proscenium of terror. 11. Seeing the marks on the victim's body, or simply hearing of them, Filipinos could read, in an instant, the entire script of the smaller play acted out inside the safe house. In this liturgy of punishment, said Michel Foucault of 18th century Europe, it is the prince who seizes upon the body of the condemned man and displays it marked, beaten, broken. The ceremony of punishment, then, is an exercise of terror. 12. In the modern world, however, torture not only dignifies the prince but also empowers his servant, the perpetrator. We are God. We are the law, Argentinian torturers told their victims. In this place where you are now. 119. Filipino torturers told a priest, we are the judge. One Greek torturer asked his victim, a senior Navy officer, do you know who I am? I am Antonopoulos, before whom all Greece trembles. For the torturer, Elaine Scarry concludes, his blindness, his willed immorality, is his power. Such men who shed civility and embrace cruelty arouse fear and fascination. They become powerful and perversely charismatic, striking a disturbing chord in our consciousness. Origins of terror. The rise of RAM rebels, with their vision of violence, is but one manifestation of martial law's impact upon the Philippine military. With communist insurgency spreading in the countryside and terrorism roiling the capital, President Marcos, weighing his words with a lawyer's care, issued Proclamation 1081 on September 22, 1972, imposing a state of martial law, by virtue of the power vested upon me by the Constitution. Do hereby command the armed forces of the Philippines to enforce obedience to all laws and decrees, orders and regulations promulgated by me personally. The armed forces were no longer the servant of the state but the bastion of Marcos's martial law regime. Backed by his generals, the president wiped out warlord armies, closed Congress and confiscated corporations. Marcos involved the military in every aspect of authoritarian rule, censorship, repression, and governance. Officers became corporate managers, civil servants, local oficials, and judges charged with suppressing dissent. The armed forces were brutal and brutalized. Among the authoritarian regimes of the 1970s, the Marcos government was exceptionally lethal. Argentina's junta established an unequaled record of 8,960 documented dead and an estimated 30,000 missing. The Marcos regime's tally of 3,257 killed is far lower, but it still exceeds the 2,115 extrajudicial deaths under General Pinochet in Chile and the 266 dead and missing during the Brazilian junta's most lethal period. Under Marcos, moreover, military murder was the apex of a pyramid of terror. 3,257 killed, 35,000 tortured, and 70,000 incarcerated. The administration of repression had a profound impact upon the military. Inserted into every aspect of Philippine life through its new roles, legal and extra-legal, the military became politicized in the most fundamental sense. To sustain these multiple missions, the armed forces budget increased by 500% in the RST 4 years of martial law, and its strength doubled to 113,000 troops. U.S. military aid also doubled to $45 million annually, providing ample weaponry for an expanded Marcos military. 120. The armed forces thus strengthened the president's authoritarian capacities. But, over the longer term, these changes also created an opening for a coup d'état. After a decade of dictatorship, Marcos had so politicized the military that its hierarchy split into rival factions and its middle-ranking regular officers nurtured rising resentments. Sensing their anger, Marcos's defense minister, Juan Ponce Enrile, began courting this latter echelon for a coup against Marcos. His ambitions and their grievances merged over time to become the Reform the Armed Forces Movement, or RAM. By the mid-1980s, RAM would grow into a movement of some 300 regular officers drawn, with few exceptions, from just 11 PMA classes 1965 through 1975. Within this larger pool of 861 Academy alumni, only 8 OSERs, largely from just one class, 1971, would exercise overall control. That a small group of junior OSERs could lead a sustained revolt against the entire military hierarchy re-ex deep changes within the culture of the OSER Corps. As catalyst in the many coups d'état of the late 1980s, the Philippine Military Academy's Class 71 is an apt case for the study of the breakdown of military socialization. Not only did this class provide the leaders for most of the country's many coup attempts, but about 15% of its classmates participated in the massive 1989 coup that nearly seized power. These OSERs were, in every sense, the nation's military elite. Most had been outstanding cadets, regimental OSERs, top athletes, and leading scholars. They were natural leaders, men who, in the normal course of events, would have risen to the highest echelons of command. How can we explain their careers marked instead by torture, terror, and coups? Like others in the long gray line, Class 71 went through the military Academy's usual 4-year cycle from dumb guard to immaculate, or from neophyte to command. The class yearbook's narrative of their progression by the class historian, Victor Batak, the future strategist of Ram's revolt, is unexceptional. Even bland looking back, however, we can discern secondary factors at the Academy: excessive hazing and group dynamics that later allowed torture to act on this class with such a corrosive EECT. When Class 71 became upperclassmen, the practice of hazing year plebes, suppressed for nearly a decade, was revived with an extraordinary physical brutality. After new cadets arrived in April 1969, one plebe was admitted to the hospital bleeding. He died 9 days later. 4 days after his burial, another hospitalized plebe wrote the Manila Times charging that his classmate had died of overexhaustion due to hazing and that others had been hospitalized with broken ribs and stomach trouble. At the later court-martial, plebes testified that they had been awakened by blows, left their rooms via a gauntlet of upperclassmen who pummeled their stomachs, and were ordered to squat while being beaten bloody about the face and torso. Among many possible suspects, VE upperclassmen, including a member of Class 71, were later implicated. Through later interviews with military torturers, Dr. June Lopez found that the physical and psychological abuse of hazing at the Academy gave the cadets some sort of invisible badge of honor that instills camaraderie and brotherhood. She concluded with a provocative question. If they can subject their own selves to abuse, what is there to stop them from inflicting the same, if not greater, violence on a perceived enemy? Instead of the more diffuse leadership of other classes, Class 71 had a distinctive group dynamic with a dominant personality who became the class's single, preeminent leader. Every year for 4 years, his classmates elected Gregorio Gringo Honasan II, the future leader of the Ram Revolt, class president. In his senior year, the tactical OSERs selected him cadet RST captain, or baron. Honasan also exercised moral authority as chairman of the honor committee and twice captured the school title as best debater. In addition to VE varsity letters in sports ranging from boxing to basketball, he earned the grade of sharpshooter with the M1 RE and took a gold medal at the National Wrestling Tournament. His yearbook biography celebrated these achievements in almost reverential tones. Gringo, comfortably warm and constantly dynamic, enough determination and perseverance in achieving his goals, coupled with characteristic humility and compassion for the less fortunate. Only 18 months after graduation, Class 71 became the defenders of dictatorship. Instead of garrison duty or conventional combat that would mold them into uniformed servants of the state, these young OSERs, in this 122 second formative phase of their military socialization, were thrust into civil war and charged with surveillance of civilian society. Their experience in Mindanao bonded and brutalized these young OSERs of Class 71. After Marcos imposed martial law, in 1972, Muslims in western Mindanao launched a secessionist revolt, and the military mounted a Vair campaign that threw recent PMA graduates into a vicious con-ICT. For 3 years after graduation, Lieutenant Gringo Hanason served in Mindanao, where he earned a reputation as a fearless, sometimes ruthless leader, winning at least one Gold Cross medal for heroism. According to one member of a military tribunal, Hanason participated in the revenge killing of a Muslim leader, who had allegedly killed his classmate. But he ultimately evaded prosecution because of his links to the defense secretary. Service in this bloody war also strengthened bonds among the class. When Hanason was wounded during combat in 1973, Lieutenant Eduardo Red Caponandi his superior and his helicopter through enemy to rescue his classmate, making the two bosom friends. After one or more combat tours, many classmates rotated to Manila for assignments involving surveillance and interrogation. These special duties trained the future RAM leaders for political warfare, giving them the skill and experience that would later inspire their attack on the state. Among the 80 VE graduates of Class 71, VE reportedly practiced torture, 6 were allegedly murderers, 15 were involved in 2 or more coups, and most saw combat in counterinsurgency. Instead of defending their society from foreign invasion, these young lieutenants were forced to treat fellow citizens as the enemy, putting ordinary civilians in a brutal counter-guerrilla war and, as society's jailers, degrading their social superiors, priests, professors, politicians, and senior officers. During the late 1980s, Class 71 became leaders of a military revolt against civil authority. Not only did these coups deny them, but the class itself denied the role of the coup d'état in Philippine politics. Apart from providing the leadership for VE major coups, these 80 VE graduates supplied 15 of the 77 officers involved in 2 or more coups, by far the highest for any single class. Why did one PMA class play such an influential role in so many coups? Why did so many members of this class rebel against their military socialization? Lacking their own admissions, we must look to events for evidence. Some older academy alumni were involved in torture, and a number of younger classes joined these coups, but only Class 71 exhibited this coincidence of torture experience and coup leadership. Under martial law, almost all members of Class 71 who later became RAM's core leadership had experiences of torture. 123. Interrogation, espionage, or civil war. When RAM tried to capture the state, each of its coup attempts would evince elements that can be traced, through close analysis, to these experiences. Ethos of torture. Under Marcos's martial law dictatorship, torture became an instrument of state power. A 1975 report by Amnesty International concluded, in a statement that angered Marcos, that the Philippines has been transformed from a country with a remarkable constitutional tradition to a system where star chamber methods have been used on a wide scale to literally torture evidence into existence. In response, the palace announced in November 1976 that some 700 military personnel had been disciplined for maltreating prisoners held under martial law. Despite this gesture, torture continued. In 1981, Amnesty returned to discover a Philippine gulag of safe houses where members of the armed forces had been responsible for acts of unusual brutality. The Philippine Medical Action Group found that 102 of the 120 political prisoners held at the National Penitentiary had been severely tortured, 48 subjected to Russian roulette, 19 electrocuted, 17 fed feces, VE sexually abused, and 4 buried alive. After Marcos fell from power, in 1986, an organization of ex-detainees, CELDA, estimated that 30,000 political prisoners had suffered some form of torture. Why such extraordinary brutality? Even at its peak, the Marcos state, reacting the underlying poverty of Philippine society, lacked the information infrastructure for blanket repression. With only 1,000 troops in 1971, the armed forces constituted only 0.1% of the country's population, by far the lowest ratio in Asia. Although the military grew to 153,000 troops by 1978, it was still poorly financed and lacked efficient communications by 1984, a severe skull crisis restricted surveillance agents to only VE liters of petrol per day and the distribution of photographs for wanted dissidents to a single province. By contrast, the Argentine military, operating in an advanced, urbanized society, attempted the systematic eradication of all dissidents. In the words of the governor of Buenos Aires, General Iberico Saint Jean, "RST we kill all the subversives, then we will kill their collaborators. Then those who remain indifferent, and nally we will kill the timid." By the late 1970s, the junta was operating a network of 340 secret camps to GHT, a systematic dirty war that left an estimated 30,000 desaparecidos, victims who disappeared without trace or remains. Instead of a machinery that crushed all resistance, the Marcos regime used the spectacle of violence for civil control, becoming a virtual theater state of terror. In the RST 3 years of martial law, the military incarcerated some 1,000 people. But, faced with the rising insurgency, the regime soon abandoned this costly enterprise. Moreover, as a lawyer rather than a career osaire, Marcos maintained a facade of legality, speaking with pride of his constitutional authoritarianism. Responding to President Jimmy Carter's pressure for human rights reform, Marcos had, by 1977, emptied his prisons, leaving only 563 political prisoners. The regime bridged this growing gap between the sheen of legality and the reality of repression with extrajudicial executions. As arrests and imprisonment declined, the number of so-called salvagings climbed. Military murders rose from only 3 in 1975 to 538 in 1984, with most coming after 1981, when Marcos inaugurated his nominally democratic new republic. In striking contrast to the situation in Argentina, only 737 Filipinos disappeared between 1975 and 1985. But nearly 4 times that number, some 2,520, equivalent to 77% of all victims, were salvaged, that is, tortured, executed, and displayed. Indeed, this practice had such a disturbing resonance within the country's collective consciousness that the Filipino English dialect coined the neologism salvaging to capture this aura of terror. 125. Marcos's rule thus rested upon a theatrical terror. His osaires were not impersonal cogs in a military machine. They were actors who personified the violent capacities of the state. If the president had written a script of terror for his new society, then these young osaires, the future RAM leaders, were his players. When the president ordered the military to enforce authoritarian rule, it was the lower echelons that became the instrument of his will. As chief of constabulary, Marcos's cousin and close ally, General Fidel Ramos, commanded the main civil control units and their notorious torturers, the 5th Constabulary Security Unit and the Military Intelligence and Security Group. Osaires in these elite units were the embodiment of an otherwise invisible terror. As Marcos's favored instrument, the MISG produced some of the most fearsome and brutal cops in memory. Its commander for 12 years, Colonel Rolando Abadilla, in the words of his obituary, towered over other heavies in that closed, tight-knit, psychotic club of martial law enforcers, next only to Gen. Ver. In the dictator's trust and confidence. Only his former understudy, Lieutenant Rodolfo Aguinaldo of the 5th CSU, could rival his psychopathic interrogations. There was an intense competition among ambitious osaires to capture top subversives and extract intelligence. Success was the pass to a military fast track with cash, cars, and promotion. As the military mobilized for war on its own society, these elite commands could call upon the intelligence section of every unit, from infantry battalions near Manila to constabulary companies on remote islands. Military units in the state of civil war made arrests without warrant and conned suspects in extra-legal safe houses for a tactical interrogation that often involved torture. Armed with a blanket ASO or PCO, military personnel raided homes on the basis of mere suspicion and took suspects to unknown locations for limitless interrogation. In EECT, martial law abrogated due process and allowed the military to operate with a de facto or de jure immunity to civil prosecution, producing what Amnesty called gross and systematic violations of human rights. The existence of this gulag served as a warning to all who might resist. As OSERs assumed extraordinary powers, civilians were reluctant to defy them, aware that they were subject to arbitrary, indefinite detention. Even OSERs who never tortured participated, albeit indirectly, in the aura of power that invested everyone in uniform. Except for Marcos's immediate political cronies, wrote the political scientist Felipe Miranda, the military intimidated civilian politicians and government officials practically everywhere. Some OSERs enjoyed their new power over civilians. We in the military. 126. Were mud before martial law, an OSER told an American researcher in 1975. Now the people come to the military tribunal seeking justice. We know from the detainees themselves that OSERs did not torture before the declaration of martial law in 1972. One long-term prisoner, Leoncio Co., noted that the PMA-trained OSERs who arrested him in 1969 were very understanding and even advised him, do not incriminate yourself. After martial law, however, attitudes were very different, a change epitomized when Co witnessed a recent PMA graduate, Lieutenant Rodolfo Aguinaldo, torturing a woman with such severity that she nearly lost her mind. Significantly, in the victims' transcripts, it is usually lieutenants, not majors or colonels, who appear as the actual torturers. After graduating into a martial law military, the lieutenants of Class 71 were assigned to arrest, interrogate, and, ultimately, torture civilian dissidents. Later, as they rose through the ranks, they would take command of the regime's safe houses and detention centers. Only the collective weight of torture transcripts can convey the actual work of these junior OSERs during this formative phase of their careers. By letting the victims speak to us of their pain, we can gain some sense of its reality. Their recollections reveal distinctive patterns in the torturers' methods that may have informed their later conduct as coup leaders. In the victims' statements, the names of the future RAM leaders recur. They did not operate as dispassionate technicians, raising the level of pain to extract information. Thespians all, they assumed the inquisitor's role, using a theatrical torture to heighten the victim's pain and disorientation. Many practiced a pose of latent threat that could, if provoked, unleash unlimited violence. Some appeared as creators/destroyers whose psychological and physical powers could bend any prisoner to their will. A few played the omnipotent by sending detainees for torture by minions. Many of these sessions share a similar plot. The torturer begins with a few questions, meets resistance, and then applies coercion, physical and psychological, to elicit cooperation. Within this common script, each inquisitor seems to extemporize around a guiding metaphor that becomes embedded in the victim's recollection. One OSER crafted his script around imagery of production, another constructed a near conceit of social inversion. A rural priest tortured by a future RAM leader aired the most acute insight into their methods. Arrested for subversion in October 1982, Father. 127. Edgardo Conleon, Social Action Director of the Western Samar Diocese, was subjected to 2 months of constant interrogation before breaking down. In his confession, he admitted to being a communist agent and named his fellow clergy as subversives, charges that the regime seized upon to harass the church throughout his long confinement. The priest suffered only limited physical abuse and was instead psychologically terrorized by his chief interrogator, Lieutenant Colonel Hernani Figueroa, RAM's later chairman. Only a week after his release, Father Conleon composed a 20-page memoir that describes the aura of terror that surrounded Marcos's interrogators and the theatricality of their tortures. In his account, the cell becomes studio, the inquisitors actors, and the detainee an audience for a psychological drama crueler than physical pain. After each long day as a prisoner in a military compound with no release in sight, Father Conleon found darkness a time of fear. For a detainee, the day's ending signals the possibility of facing the nightmare called tactical interrogation, he explained. Hence, I, fully aware of the secrets the night hides in these portions of the earth, literally sweated it out night after night. Till nally and so unexpectedly, my turn came. And, God, there was nothing more excruciating than to be confronted by that NAL leap into eternity. On his FTYRST night of detention, Father Kong Leon was brought before the chief interrogator, Lieutenant Colonel Figueroa, a name synonymous with terror on Samar Island. Significantly, the colonel's methods echoed techniques outlined in the CIA's Human Resources Exploitation Training Manual 1983, then being used to train Honduran officers on the other side of the Pacific. As prescribed in this manual, which was discussed in Chapter 3, the Filipino colonel entered Father Cangayon's cell with bulgingly and maintained a controlling calm, like an actor striding to center stage with a prop signifying his omniscience. The entry of the dreaded chief intelligence officer, who came in with a thick pile of documents, dashed to the ground the last bit of my hopes to get out there unscathed. His initial declaration, "Father, the general has decided that we start interrogating you tonight," was enough to unleash that fear that was building up inside me for these past 2 months. I felt cold sweat broke all over my body and I thought I was going to faint. For several hours, predator and prey fenced around verbally, one sizing up the other. Questions were posed and answers of innocence were given. Suddenly the chairman changed his approach. He said that since I would not answer his questions without my lawyer's presence, it would succeed if I would just give my biodata. And readily I fall for it. I had fallen into a trap. I was already talking. Hastily, I tried to correct it by sticking to innocent or safe answers. 128. Sensing that I had caught up to what he was up to and, irritated with the futility of that encounter, LTC. Figueroa Nally said, "Since you refuse to cooperate, Father, we will be forced to use other means. We cannot allow ourselves to be taken for fools." The colonel projects an image of absolute control. He enters carryingly symbolic of knowledge and power. He starts by probing like a predator for an opening to establish dominance. When his priestly prey resists, Figueroa announces, with a calm that evokes enormous strength, that the priest will be tortured for arousing his irritation. The colonel seeks not just information but subordination to his will. At the colonel's command, the priest was taken to the nearby OCES of the military intelligence group. There, blindfolded, Father Kong Leon discovers a metaphor central to our understanding of the Ramosers. Inside I was made to sit on a stool. I felt a small table being placed in front of me. Then, I heard voices, new voices. 3 or 4 of these voices, the more commanding ones, took their places around me. And with actors in their places, the most crucial stage of my detention started to unfold. "Now, Father, you are going to answer our questions. In court, HA. Now you are detained, you are invoking the legal processes of the system. In this place where you are now, we are the judge. And you are going to tell us what we want you to tell us. As the NPA utilizes terrorism, we are also willing to use counter-terror. Every time you preached against us, I wished at that time to just shoot you there at the altar. What's the name of that sister you used to visit at the Sacred Heart College? She is your girlfriend, Anno. You are fucking her? How does it feel? For me, he is not a priest. Yes, your kind is not worthy of a respect of a priest. Okay, take his shirt. Oh, look at that body. You look sexy. Even the women here think you are macho. You are a homosexual, Anno. Let's see if you are that macho after one of my punches. A short jab below my ribs. Hey, don't lean on the table. Place your arms beside you. That's it. Another jab. You, take that stool away from him. I stood up. A blow landed behind my ears. I started to plead that they stop what they are doing to me. I started to cower. More blows. You better answer our questions or else you will get more of this. With that, A short blow landed in my solar plexus. I was already quaking with fear. The psychological and physical aspect of my interrogation had nearly taken its toll. I nearly broke down. Yes. Go call LTC. Figueroa. I am now willing to cooperate. 129. As Father Conglion implies by calling the interrogators actors, his torture is a theater of humiliation far more painful than simple physical brutality. After blindfolding, stripping, and insulting the priest, the soldiers communicate their dominion by beating him, almost playfully, and forcing him to assist in his own degradation. He is beyond the help of courts and the law. As their interrogation proceeds, the torture becomes a drama of social inversion. In this Catholic nation, the simple honorary Sea Father is a title of great respect, perhaps more prestigious than any military rank except general. After proclaiming themselves judge, these soldiers strip the priest of his OCE and his cloth, signifying their superiority. When he resists, they begin with sexual abuse of a celibate clergyman, commenting on his bared body and accusing him of both homosexuality and fornication with a nun. Less courageous but more intelligent than most, the priest sees the inevitable. Inside this cell, he is no longer a priest, honored and protected. Naked and blind, he is theirs. He surrenders to the colonel's power. He calls out the name of his tormentor as his savior. The colonel required a complete capitulation. After confessing his Communist Party membership, Father Conglion was owned to Manila for a press conference, where he denied being tortured and denounced fellow clergy as communists, a sensational exposé that provided the regime with a pretext for repression against the church. Abandoning his mission to the poor of Samar, Father Conglion became a military chaplain and was issued a pistol, symbolically joining the ranks of his torturers. Then, on New Year's Day 1984, the priest was injured in a tracee accident and taken to a Manila hospital, where he remained in a coma for 3 days. There, under mysterious circumstances that prompted several bishops to call for an investigation, Father Conglion died on January 4. The torturers. While Lieutenant Colonel Figueroa delegated the torture, Lieutenant Rodolfo Aguinaldo, another future RAM leader, immersed himself in the violence, both physical and psychological. A review of human rights under the Marcos regime rated Aguinaldo as its top torturer, ending him implicated in the torture of at least 27 detainees. A 1980 report by Task Force detainees described Aguinaldo as a persistent and systematic torturer whose legendary maniacal torture sessions left many detainees permanently injured. From his victims, Task Force detainees compiled a portrait of Aguinaldo's transformation. After graduating second in PMA's class of 1972, just months 130 before martial law was imposed, he was assigned to the 5th Constabulary Security Unit, where his interrogations were soon distinguished by their relentless determination, physical violence, and psychological cruelty. Beyond simple physical pain, he had a unique ability to engage his victims emotionally, using his sexuality and aggression to probe for personal weakness. One of his tactics is seducing wives and sisters of political detainees, noted a TFD report. He relishes the ensuing misunderstandings and splits between couples and families. In its RST Philippine mission, in 1975, Amnesty identified Aguinaldo as among the most persistent and systematic torturers at 5 CSU, who appeared to have treated prisoners with outrageous cruelty. His methods involved prolonged beating with STS, kicks and karate blows, the pounding of heads against walls, the burning of genitals and pubic hair with the aim of a cigarette lighter. From interviews with detainees, Amnesty detailed one case of particularly brutal torture. Mrs. Jean Coquier was transferred to 5 CSU, where she was kept sleepless for 8 days and nights, made to stand to several hours naked before a full-blast air conditioner, and was slapped hard. Lieutenant R.A., her main tormentor, told her that whether you like it or not, he would take her away from her husband, who was also being interrogated. She said, He told me he would hurt me where it would hurt most. She was forced to undergo unwanted caresses. He had threatened to ruin her moral reputation and to spread gossip about an heir. He had threatened her husband and her child. Over the next 9 years, Aguinaldo's many victims reported his obsession with male genitals. Con net at Fort Bonifacio in 1974-75, Father Luis Galandoni saw men returning from Aguinaldo's sessions with genitalia badly burned. Sometimes the lieutenant inserted a match into the head of the penis and struck. Sometimes he cinched the pubic hair. In 1982, Aguinaldo grew frustrated when strangulation, beating, and electrocution failed to extract information from a 20-year-old male prisoner named Marco Palo. "Xenophobic," the lieutenant shouted at his subordinates. "Make him undress completely and electrocute his balls." A lay missionary recalled torture sessions by Aguinaldo and Lieutenant Vic Batak with a string of sensory fragments: electric treatment, water cure, karate kick, strangulation, Russian roulette, asked to masturbate at count of 10, penis did not erect, hit by .45 cal pistol. Aguinaldo used a mix of physical and psychological means to humiliate his social superiors, whether journalists, professors, artists, or activists, on 2 occasions. Between 2 to 3 o'clock A.M., the political science professor Tomario Rivera wrote in a later deposition, "I was roused from sleep and inter. 131. Rogate by then Lt. Rodolfo Aguinaldo. During these sessions, he repeatedly punched me in the chest and abdomen. While interrogating me, he would time and again point a .45 caliber pistol in my face and pull the trigger. After his unit took Juan Villegas, a philosophy professor, to a safe house, Aguinaldo administered a dramatized torture. Villegas was told that he would be taken to a cemetery where he would be killed and buried, read a human rights report. He was taken by car, presumably to the cemetery, and made to alight. The next morning he was again interrogated by Lt. Aguinaldo, who pointed a cocked .45 cal at his head. Aguinaldo played a leading role in the torture of Sator Ocampo, former business editor of the Manila Times and later chief negotiator for the NPA guerrillas. Arrested in January 1976, Ocampo sued a 2-day torture session at Camp Olivas, outside Manila, with a plot that seems driven by a theme of inversion. Junior Oseres humiliate a media executive, feces becomes food, genitals carry pain. The torturers took Ocampo to the RSTO, stripped him naked, poured cola drinks all over his body and forced him to stand up almost throughout the torture period up to the wee hours of the morning. The electrically charged spoon was repeatedly pressed on several parts of his body like the knees, thighs, genitals, groin, abdomen, ears, nipples, shoulders, neck, chin, face, and nose. Besides this punishment on his body, Ocampo was spat upon by his torturers. His mouth was forced open and he was fed human excreta. Lighted cigarettes were pressed on his nipples, on the corner of his mouth and his toes. Throughout the torture the jurors would chorus whenever the electric shock was applied to Ocampo's genitals, "We'll make you impotent for the rest of your life." Only when the torturers became physically exhausted did they stop the punishment. Identi et among them were Lt. Rodolfo Aguinaldo of the 5th CSU and Lt. Amado Espino Jr. of CSU and Major Ly Barnes of the 1st PC Zone, who was present during the torture session. After this group assault led by Major Ly Barnes failed, Ocampo was transferred to Fort Bonifacio in Manila for a one-on-one encounter with Lieutenant Aguinaldo, a revealing psychological duel between a communist leader and Marcos's top torturer. On day 1, the lieutenant, unlike others who concealed their identity, removed Ocampo's blindfold and pointed to his own face with 4 engers-forming pistols, saying, "Look at me. Look at my eyes." Without any questions, Aguinaldo then beat Ocampo and left, promising, "I'll come back tomorrow." For the next 6 days, the interrogations followed a pattern. Aguinaldo would try to draw his victim out with tantalizing confessions from a comrade. 132. When Ocampo remained silent, Aguinaldo muttered something like "Matigas Kamasiaduo" and then erupted with dramatically athletic blows crashing down on his victim's immobile body, which was manacled to a steel bed. Determined to show d'ance, Ocampo sort of psychologized myself that I don't feel anything. So I kept on staring at him and he kept beating me, so I think it made him unsteady because I wasn't breaking down, I wasn't shouting. Ocampo added, that enraged him more. He kept cursing me. With a NAL karate kick to his victim's body, Aguinaldo would leave. On the 7th day of this routine, he disappeared. After a month's absence, Aguinaldo reappeared, saying, "Oh, now let's end out how thick you are." Unlocking the monocles, he led his victim to the window and, pointing to the Makati skyline, asked, "What place is that?" Ocampo, understanding Aguinaldo's need for conquest, answered, "That's Manila Bay." The lieutenant laughed, "Ha, ha, ha. You're mad. Sorry you are disoriented." Then, he walked out of the cell and out of his victim's life for the next 16 years. With insight heightened by his need to survive, Ocampo understood that Aguinaldo's drive for dominance dwarfed any need for actual information. The aim of all torture was, he concluded after a decade in prison, to terrorize the victims into submission or to break their will. With his relentless ambition, Lieutenant Aguinaldo scored a major intelligence coup in 1977, capturing the Communist Party's founder and ideologue, José María Sison. Following a lead that Sison was hiding on the Ilocos coast, Aguinaldo won funding from his superior, General Ramos, for a 6-week surveillance mission that nabbed the country's #1 communist on a provincial highway. After the arrest, Aguinaldo was promoted to captain and given command of his own anti-subversion unit, with a motor pool of fast cars and an armory of sophisticated weapons. Another member of the 5th CSU, Lieutenant Vic Batak, later known as the Brains of Ram, emerges from his victims' davits as a persistent torturer. While Aguinaldo assaulted his victims with a relentless energy, Batak grew too obese for such activity and instead posed as the all-powerful inquisitor, ordering violence and theatrical torture to break his victims. In 1974, only 3 years after his graduation, Batak participated in the torture of a senior officer, ordinarily due the deference of rank. "I was picked up at my residence in Makati at about 9 p.m. on May 25, 1974 by 5th CSU. Intelligence led by 1st LT. Batak," recalled Navy Captain Danilo Vismanos, then recently retired after a senior posting as Inspector General for the Armed Forces. "They had no arrest warrant." After being blindfolded and driven to a safe house, Vismanos heard the metallic click of an automatic pistol being loaded and then felt the muzzle pressed at the back of my head. For at 133. Least 1 minute seemed like an eternity. Under threat of liquidation, he was ordered to identify certain names. When he refused to cooperate, the captain was locked in a tomb-like cell made of concrete with a solid steel door for 60 days of solitary confinement. During his 808 days of detention, Vismanos noted that the future Ramosers who participated in my arrest, detention, and torture were Lt. Batak, Lt. Aguinaldo, Lt. Bibit. 4 young lieutenants, trained to obey superiors without question. These acts breaking into a senior officer's home, hauling him without warrant, subjecting him to death threats and detention represented a serious rupture in their military socialization, manifest in their later leadership of the Ram Revolt. Among Lieutenant Batak's many victims, it is a journalism student, Maria Elena Ang, who has provided the most detailed description of his methods. In her account, Batak's unit crafted a metaphor of inverted social production, assaulting her organs of sexual reproduction, while calling their water torture the Naweza session after the national waterworks and dubbing electrical shocks the Meralco treatment after the city's power utility. On the morning of August 5, 1976, I was on my way to Lord's Church in Quezon City when unidentified military authorities pounced on me and dumped me into the car. It was about a 20-minute trip from my place of arrest to the secret headquarters of ISAF. Immediately, I was subjected to a most degrading, inhuman and humiliating experience I would never want to relive again. But the memories keep coming back. Up to now in detention, I still have recurrent nightmares. I remember that while being restrained in a high-backed chair, several men about 10 to 20, swelled the ranks of those already in the room. Immediately, they swamped me with a battery of questions and psy-war tactics. They threatened to kill me, get my relatives and friends and torture them in front of me. They kept telling me nobody saw them taking me in. Failing to answer one of their questions, I immediately received a slap in the face and a blow in the thighs. By this time, I was able to remove my blindfold and identify two of the officers in the room as attorney Lazaro Castillo of the National Intelligence Security Authority and Lt. Victor Batak of the 5th CSU or Constabulary Security Unit. Then, several agents began clamoring that I be given what they called the Moralco treatment. An agent then forcibly removed my blouse and bra and unzipped my Y. Another brought in a hand-cranked electric generator used in military telephone. Two exposed wires were then tied around the little engers of my right-hand foot. Attorney Castillo, with a sneer on his face, started cranking the generator and read another barrage of questions. Suddenly, the current shot painfully through my body. I could do nothing but scream and plead and scream, but he only turned. 134. The crank until I was screaming continuously. The electric shock session lasted for nearly 2 hours and was repeated in the evening. After the electric shock session, the military authorities still were not satisfied. This time I was stripped naked and forced to lie on a short table. At this instance, Major Arsenio Esquerra of the 5th MiG ISAF entered the room and signaled the start of the water cure, which they laughingly called the Nueza session. This time, besides 4 men restraining my hands and feet, another formed my hair into a bun and pulled my head down so that it kept hanging on the air until I felt that the water was racing through my brains. I passed out twice, but they kept pouring water until I thought I would die. Beside pouring water, several agents mashed my breasts while another contented himself by inserting his engers in my vagina after failing to make me masturbate. Alone among the RAM leaders, Batak has been forced to respond to allegations of torture. While he was speaking at the University of Wisconsin-Madison in October 1986, the local Amnesty chapter confronted him with the 5th CSU's record of torture. Yes, he answered, we were aware of abuses in the unit. Admitting that comrades may have been guilty, Batak explained that torture arose from individual initiatives to get information in a short time. Although he denied any role in Maria Ang's torture, claiming that he was asleep at the time, Batak still insisted on the state's sovereign right to do anything necessary to protect itself. Despite his denials, Maria Elena Ang insisted that the lieutenant directed her torture. Batak ordered me stripped naked and tied to a chair, she stated in a 1989 interview. As soldiers gave her electrical shocks with a crank radio, Batak sat there, leaning back in his chair with his feet on the table facing me with a smirk on his face. At one point I can recall him saying, give her the Nueza treatment. And they led me up with water. As she drowned in water and vomit, Batak was leaning back with arms behind his head with that smirk on his face. The future RAM leaders may also have engaged in salvaging. After interviewing members of the Human Rights Commission in April 1986, a correspondent for the Australian newspaper reported that Colonel Honnison has been linked with several salvagings in the late 1970s, including one particularly brutal killing in 1983. Uncan Ramed reports strenuously denied by Colonel Honnison, wrote this reporter, say he played a role in the brutal slaying of a dissident, Dr. Johnny Eskander, whose body was found dumped outside military headquarters in Manila, the brain removed from his skull and his underpants to add in the cavity. The coterie at the heart of RAM also tortured together. During the RST 135. 9 days after his arrest in 1983, the activist Randall Ishanese was blindfolded, with his hands handcuffed behind his back, and subjected to round-the-clock interrogation by Hanasan, his classmate Red Kapanan, and Aguinaldo. When the prisoner asked Kapanan to unlock his handcuffs, the RAM leader answered coolly, "Sorry about that, we just don't have the key here." The prisoner remained painfully handcuffed for the next 9 days. After Ishanese proved uncooperative, Kapanan spoke in a tone of threat, saying, "Think about it well because you have just a few days. I won't be able to do anything if the others take over, so you decide." Transferred to Ram's provincial stronghold in Cagayan, Ishanese found himself in a cell block with 9 detainees who had been tortured by Major Rodolfo Aguinaldo, including a couple whom he had beaten with a baseball bat, including the wife. Group torture encouraged lasting bonds. From victims' questionnaires collected for litigation, it seems that torturers operated as stable teams inside the regime's elite anti-subversion units. At the 5th CSU, Aguinaldo worked regularly with his classmate Billy Bibbit and with Vic Patak, forming close ties that would later help them cohere in RAM. To cite but one example of their daily routine, after a victim was stripped naked and handcuffed, Lt. Rodolfo Aguinaldo and Lt. Bibbit alternately punched him in the ribs, a syncopated, rhythmic brutality that may have bonded these torturers. Similarly, at the rival MISG, its commander, Rolando Abadilla, and 2 close comrades, Robert Ortega and Panlo Lacson, tortured together for more than a decade, forming a close-knit faction that would oppose RAM and then rise together within the police after Marcos's downfall. What is the impact of torture upon the torturer? Since the literature has largely ignored this question, we can only speculate. If Osaires such as Hernani Figueroa were involved in a single incidence of torture, then we could accept it as an aberration with minimal impact upon the Osaire Corps. But, when torture becomes duty and Osaires spend years in a daily routine of terror, the experience becomes a sine qua non aspect of their socialization. For a young lieutenant to degrade and dominate society's leaders, priests, professors, and senior Osaires may well induce a sense of mastery, even omnipotence. The move from mastery over social superiors to dominion over society seems, within the mindset of a military torturer, the next step. Once Osaires have crossed a threshold by transgressing against social superiors, then it takes but a short leap of the imagination for them to turn their guns upon the state. After subjugating strong-willed activists and politicians through limitless violence, the RAM Osaires may have emerged from the safe houses feeling like supermen capable of seizing the state. As lead actors in Marcos's theater of terror, the RAM leaders discarded 136. The military habit of subordination and adopted a ambiance that seemed to express an expansion of individual will. When I visited Colonel Hanasan at the Defense Ministry between coup attempts in July 1986, his security officer had taken on the air of Q's laboratory in a James Bond LM. In place of standard-issue weapons, Osaires toyed with crossbows, Israeli assault rifles, and automatic pistols. Rather than the regulation dress uniform for headquarters duty, the RAM boys marched about the air-conditioned corridors in jungle camouflage with quick-draw holsters holding exotic weapons. Instead of short military haircuts, the RAM boys grew flamboyant manis, beards, and mustaches. It was as if they had erupted out of cadet uniforms, with their statement of constrained power, into a costume of lethal masculinity, expressive of a volatile capacity for destruction and an untrammeled will. Colonel Hanasan, RAM's overall leader, cultivated an image of threat. A tank of a half-dozen piranhas greeted visitors to his OCE. Plastered to his OFCE door was his personal statement, "My wife yes, my dog maybe, but my gun never." He entertained special guests with a jar of dried ears slashed from the corpses of Muslim rebels in Mindanao. He encouraged journalists to write about his exploits, his habit of skydiving with his pet python, TNE, around his neck, quick-draw shooting practice, black belt competition in both karate and Filipino Arnis cane fencing. His hair was a leonine mane, his uniform consisted of custom-tailored jungle fatigues, and his military name patch read just Gringo. Instead of rejecting its experiences in the safe houses, RAM invested violence with a romantic power. On day one of the People Power Uprising in 1986, Lieutenant Colonel Red Kapanan told the journalist Sheila Coronel a story of combing the country in search of a hired assassin reportedly out to kill the defense minister. Kapanan found the assassin and later had him killed. At a party for RAM leaders after Marcos's downfall, several women journalists were stunned when Lieutenant Colonel Tiburcio Fusilro tried to impress them with a story. After a few drinks, Fusilro was not that drunk, recalled Sheila Coronel. He said he was given a list of 40 people to kill and only 2 got away. Another journalist present, Joanne Malapan, wrote that reformist TF admits typing out a 2-page hit list of Marcos' enemies upon the declaration of martial law in 1972. He noted, with neither pride nor regret, that only 1 got away, his were professional and clean hit jobs. When Malapan asked TF if he would kill again, Fusilro replied coolly, "Yes, it is my duty to obey." Through their charm and charisma, the aura of violence around this Class 71 coterie seduced other Osirs, making this violent machismo the model for RAM's members. Among Colonel Honasson's many followers, few could 137. Surpass the devotion of Navy Captain Rex Robles, the group's political theorist. Observing Robles at a party after Marcos's fall, a journalist wrote, "The moment Greg arrived, Rex turned into a screaming, hysterical fan." Captain Robles reacted on RAM's theory of political actions in a July 1986 interview, revealing a romanticized belief in the power of violence and an innate view of himself as its master. Without prompting, he aired blood and terror in reply to my mundane questions about chronology and policy. Short, balding, and desk-bound for 2 decades, he mimed the language and mannerisms of robust RAM leaders like Honasson and Kapanan, combat veterans, torturers, and coup commanders. Reacting the infectious nature of RAM's empowered aura, Robles had broken free from his military socialization to embrace a vision of empowering violence. Question: these discussions were taking place from about August onwards? Robles: one time I remember was in November, when our discussion ran until 2 o'clock in the morning about the crown of power. It's like when Napoleon said, there was a crown that was lying in the street and all I had to do was bend over and pick it up with a sword. I told them, it doesn't end there. You put the crown on your head, and you hold on to this sword, and anybody who even tries or even thinks of getting that crown from your head, you have to be ready to cut his head off. You have to kill a lot of people to do this. Are we prepared to shed a lot of blood? That's my belief. That is why I am so afraid of this stew. You have to kill. You have to have the stomach to kill cold-bloodedly a lot of people. Because power does not stay on the head of people by itself. It has to be actively maintained and by blood, especially blood, until people realize that you are serious about it. And they will fall back and say, hey, this guy means business. We have to follow him. Unless you do that, I don't think you are going to be very successful. You need to do that. When do you stop killing? One of the questions I asked was, are we prepared to give ruthless examples? For instance, if a general misbehaves in region I, we move over and hit him. Execute him in public. So that people will be interested, this guy means business. For Captain Robles, power is amoral, a prize to be won by any means and held at all cost. In its pursuit and possession, he and his comrades believed in the transformative power of unrestrained violence. Once they had captured the crown, the RAM colonels planned to rule by terror. Mass slaughters and ritual executions done with a theatrical air, would, they believed, captivate the mass and strengthen the hold of their junta. 138. While the bookish Captain Robles theorized about violence in the abstract, many RAM leaders had lived his fantasy of blood and terror. Through service in the safe houses of the Marcos regime, they were freed from the restraints of military socialization. Torture taught them to embrace violence as both ideology and strategy. It inspired their will to power. Stepping out of the safe houses onto the national stage, they would launch a half-dozen coups with tactics informed by torture. Just as their abuse of helpless victims inside cells and safe houses had been theater writ small, so their coups would become theater writ large, with all Manila as its stage. But torture also gave them an innate sense of the political ikaki of violence, culminating in a vision of their last coup as a cleansing cataclysm of mass slaughter. Not only did torture inspire their many coups, it would preordain everyone to failure. Political lessons of torture. During the late 1980s, the Philippines sued more coup attempts than any other country in the world. For nearly 20 years, coup threats dominated the country's politics, blocking major social reforms and slowing the nation's economic recovery. In this troubled transition to democracy after 14 years of dictatorship, several active military cliques rebelled against the restoration of civil authority. Among the 9 attempted coups d'état between 1986 and 1990, VE were serious, and these were all led by that small group of regular officers who called themselves the Reform the Armed Forces Movement, or RAM. One of these attempts featured a lurid mix of torture and terror, another culminated in a massacre of civilian bystanders, and a third was a massive assault that nearly seized power. At a meeting with Defense Minister Enrile in January 1986, the RAM colonels formulated their plan for a coup against Marcos that was awed by an extreme overconfidence. They agreed that the president would engage in systematic fraud to defeat the opposition candidate, Cory Aquino, in the February presidential elections, creating a crisis of legitimacy and an opening for a coup. Accordingly, at midnight on February 22, 1986, Colonel Honasan's 20-man commando team would somehow slip past 9,000 palace guards by crossing the Pasig River on rubber rafts, capture the president, and hold him hostage. Once the commandos had secured the president and his RST lady, 2,000 rebel troops would surround the palace in the pre-dawn darkness to prevent a counterattack, assuring the RAM rebels a sudden, decisive victory. Their plan also contained a fundamental contradiction between RST, A. 139. Commando raid to seize the palace with 20 men and, second, a mass uprising by 2,000 rebel soldiers. As details of the coup plans inevitably leaked to the CIA and then to the palace, Marcos reinforced Colonel Honasan's landing spot on the banks of the Pasig River with 2 full Marine battalions. Marcos's loyal military chief, General Fabian Ver, mined the river with enough explosives to vaporize any commandos who tried to cross, but, in a last-minute patrol on the eve of his coup attempt, Colonel Honasan spotted the Marines guarding his landing spot on the palace grounds. Realizing that the secrecy of their coup attempt had been blown, Honasan and Enrile chose to join forces with Constabulary Chief Fidel Ramos and launch an open mutiny against Marcos. Reacting its spontaneity, this move, too, was badly planned and saved from certain defeat only by events so unpredictable that many Catholic faithful regarded them as a miracle. The mass uprising that followed was a drama in 4 acts over 4 days, February 22 to February 26. Its stage was Epifanio de los Santos Avenue, or EDSA, the 8-lane highway that rings Manila and runs between Camp Crame, General Ramos's constabulary headquarters, and Camp Aguinaldo, the site of Enrile's defense ministry. On day 1, Saturday, February 22, 1986, Enrile and Ramos declared their revolt against Marcos at an afternoon press conference as the small contingents of forces loyal to them occupied Manila's 2 main military cantonments, Camp Aguinaldo and Camp Crame. The situation was, to say the least, desperate. Then at 9 p.m., the hand of God, in the person of Manila's Cardinal Jaime Sin, intervened, speaking to the city's faithful over the church-owned Radio Veritas. I call the people to come out from their houses and to protect our friends, the soldiers. As phones rang across the city, a crowd of some 1,000 people gathered within hours at the gates of Camp Aguinaldo. Simultaneously, rebel officers were working the telephones, calling military comrades and classmates to neutralize Marcos's crushing superiority. In these critical hours, General Ramos won the support of his subordinate, General Prospero Olivas, commander of the Metrocom anti-riot squads. That night, as Marcos called repeatedly with direct orders to clear the crowds from the camp gates, General Olivas gave his assent but then failed to issue any commands through luck and personal contacts. Day 1 had ended in a stalemate. Day 2, Sunday, February 23, saw the unexpected triumph of people power. At 3:02 a.m., General Ver assembled some 20 general officers and their aides at Fort Bonifacio to plan an attack that assigned the assault to Marines commanded by General Artemio Tadr. Since most of his Marines were tied down defending the palace, it would take 8 hours to extract them from their current positions and form up for an advance. At 2:15 p.m., the Marines nally drove up the EDSA highway in a cavalcade that included 7 tanks, 10 armored transports, and 3,000 troops. As the tanks approached Camp Aguinaldo, they were stopped in their steel tracks by the crowds, which had grown to more than 500,000 by mid-afternoon. The Marine commandant radioed the palace for instructions and was ordered, ram through the crowds, regardless of casualties. But in front of the Marines were thousands of people kneeling, led by a phalanx of 141 nuns in white habits reciting the rosary. Suddenly, the tank engines roared, and the steel treads lunged forward 1 meter. But the nuns did not budge. People power had stopped the tanks. This was the turning point. Although neither realized it, both Marcos and Enrile had both lost their bid for power to Cory Aquino, the opposition presidential candidate and the moral leader of these masses. Day 3, on Monday, February 24, was the time of battle. At dawn, Marcos's riot troops cleared a path through the thin crowds at the back of Camp Aguinaldo, allowing a cavalcade of 6 armored vehicles and 28 trucks carrying a brigade of Marines to enter the cantonment. By 8:30 a.m., the Marines were arrayed on the high ground in Camp Aguinaldo, a position that allowed them to shell the rebels concentrated inside Camp Crane directly across the EDSA highway with a lethal arsenal: 3 105mm howitzers, 6 recoilless RES, 6 rocket launchers, 28 mortars, 60 machine guns, and nearly 1,000 M16 RES. The rebel forces prepared to die. At 9 a.m., the palace gave the kill order to the commander of these Marines, Colonel Braulio Balbus. But this tough, battle-hardened colonel hesitated, uncertain that Marcos would ultimately back me for the killing of these innocent civilians. So Colonel Balbus quietly refused, telling the palace command, "We are still positioning the cannons, and we need maps for the coordinates." At 2 p.m., Cory Aquino emerged from hiding and visited the people power barricades on EDSA, where she led the crowds in singing Our Father, signaling that sovereignty was now embodied in this crowd and that it had, with its voices, chosen her as the nation's legitimate leader. Day 4, Tuesday, February 25, was denouement. That morning, Cory Aquino was sworn in as president by a Supreme Court justice. In the NAL hours of the drama, Marcos telephoned his old patron Ronald Reagan and instead got a return call from Senator Paul Laxalt, who told him to cut and cut cleanly. That same evening, Marcos and his entourage were owned by U.S. helicopters to Clark Field, en route to exile in Hawaii after Marcos Ed, his successor, Cory Aquino, faced a succession of military coups that troubled the country's transition to democratic rule for the next VE years. Transformed by their experiences of torture and terror under Marcos, the Ram Boys could not accept the restoration of civilian rule and launched 4 coups against President Aquino. With egos unaided by a sense of power, Ram supermen failed to plan their coup attempts carefully, and each one collapsed through the same sort of strategic blunders so evident in their planning for the February 1986 uprising. 142. After 2 abortive coups that collapsed within a day in 1986 and 1987, Colonel Honasan forged plans, inspired by the Indonesian army's slaughter of 1 million civilians in 1965, for a cleansing maelstrom of mass violence. Honasan said the problem of the EDSA and subsequent revolutions was that they had been achieved with few casualties, a U.S. Embassy attaché reported after dining with Honasan in February 1989. He said the Filipino people needed a national catharsis of great proportions, so they would wake up and be disciplined. A revolution with 500,000 casualties, could, Honasan felt, make the people frightened enough to accept fundamental change. In December 1989, RAM launched a massive coup that came quite close to capturing the palace. In contrast to their poor planning in 1987, the rebels had secured all the elements for victory: a coherent strike force, superior repower, and control of the air. But the RAM leaders again made poor strategic and tactical decisions that reacted, at base, the narcissism of their extraordinary empowerment. Although Honasan had sufficient forces to capture the capital, he diverted them to secondary targets and symbolic actions that doomed him to defeat. Honasan unleashed his attack at midnight on December 1, 1989, with seeming precision and a superior force of Marines and Rangers supported by tanks, artillery, and aircraft. Since the capital had been stripped of troops as a preemptive measure after his earlier 1987 coup, Armed Forces Headquarters held only a small contingent of light infantry, giving the rebels an overwhelming advantage. As planned, the coup forces struck decisively at their initial objectives: Villamor Air Base, Sangley Point Naval Station, and Fort Bonifacio, which proved to be of secondary and indecisive import in this RST wave of attacks. Lieutenant Colonel Red Kapanan and his classmate Lieutenant Colonel Vic Batak led rebel Marines and 3 armored vehicles in seizing TV Channel 4 in Quezon City. At 4 a.m., Kapanan set up a command post inside a studio penthouse to broadcast 12 videocassettes with messages to the city from his leader Honasan. But the station manager, before slipping out, had disconnected a critical mechanism, blocking any transmission and forcing the rebels to reinforce the station against attacks. For a full 24 hours, the most critical period in any coup, the rebel command wasted valuable time and resources: aircraft, armored vehicles, and an infantry battalion in holding a television studio while trying, without success, to broadcast Honasan's image. Had these forces been used to attack Camp Aguinaldo or Malacanan Palace, the decisive objective, the coup's outcome might well have been different. By the end of day 1, the tide began to turn against the rebels. After rebel T-28 propeller aircraft bombed the palace at 6:25 a.m. and continued to 143 strike at the government forces throughout the day, the Aquino administration appealed to Washington. At 2:04 p.m., 2 U.S. Air Force Phantom jets from Clark Air Base made a low pass over Manila, threatening retaliation for any more rebel air strikes. Simultaneously, government aircraft bombed rebel-held air fields, blocking further attacks over the next 2 days. The coup slowly collapsed as its commanders refused orders, troops delayed striking at key objectives, and the government rallied loyal forces that soon countered the rebel superior strength. Just before dawn on day 3, the coup died when 2,000 defenders inside Camp Aguinaldo turned back an attack by 1,000 rebel Marines with repower that soon forced their surrender in a violent coda to the coup. Rebel Scout Rangers occupied the tall towers in the Makati Nanchal district for days until December 7, when negotiations allowed them to march back to their barracks. During the stando, most RAM leaders escaped into a rebel underground, where they remained for the next 3 years, plotting relentlessly and launching one more coup attempt, an abortive regional revolt that provided further proof of their dismal leadership. Impunity. After 6 coup attempts in years, the RAM colonels were further from power than ever before. They had launched more coups with less success than any army on 4 continents. They had exhausted almost every option within the tactical canon of the coup d'état: commando raid on the palace, assault on the capital, urban terrorism, and rural revolt. All had failed. By the end of 1990, one option remained: surrender. Facing criminal charges for capital crimes of murder, rebellion, and torture, the RAM colonels, like their peers elsewhere in the Third World, were determined to lay down their arms in a way that would ensure their immunity against any future prosecution. Over the next years, through a mix of violence, blood, and bravado, they not only won an absolute amnesty but also placed their leader in the Philippine Senate, the country's most powerful legislative body. Like their counterparts in Argentina and Chile, the Philippine military achieved impunity for its many crimes and coups as a recent phenomenon. Impunity is a little understood process with far-reaching ramifications. After military dictatorships collapsed and edgeling democracies rose around the globe in the 1980s, euphoria was soon tempered by the realization that uniformed criminals were manipulating their weak states to escape punishment. During the 6th International Symposium on Torture at 144 Buenos Aires in 1993, delegates defined impunity as the fact that, even in countries where dictatorship has given way to democratic rule, many torturers and other violators of human rights go unpunished. In some countries, impunity comes by new amnesty laws, in others, indirectly through a political and legal stalemate that stalls either investigation or prosecution. Expanding upon this narrow definition, torture therapists have reported that impunity prevents the full rehabilitation of their patients and contaminates the whole of society. In 1992, the Philippine psychologist Elizabeth Marcelino surveyed 100 ex-detainees and found that half suffered stress symptoms, one of which is fear of recapture or reprisals from the agents of the state who were responsible for their torture. Thus, at the 7th International Symposium on Torture at Cape Town in 1995, delegates noted the enormous emotional power of impunity as societies are torn between a long-term vision of reconstruction and a natural desire for justice. At a fundamental level, such struggle for impunity often entails a debate over remembering and forgetting. Atavistic elements, usually within the military, urge forgetting in the guise of national reconciliation, while their victims demand an accounting. The same powers that resorted to state terrorism are promoting collective oblivion, wrote two Argentinian psychiatrists in 1996, the usual way that the winners tell the story. They argued that, since the social body has been deeply wounded by years of repression, collective trauma, unless confronted through remembrance and redress, will be transmitted from generation to generation. In this battle between justice and impunity, the sites of contestation are many: the courts, the ballot box, commemorations, and collective memory. By threatening the stability of a fragile democracy, recalcitrant officers and their commanders can engage in a protracted political campaign that often forces civilian authorities to abandon inquiries and concede amnesty. While the advocates of forgetting usually maneuver in silence, they also, at times, compete openly to shape the public representation of the past. Denied justice in local courts, the victims launch their own oppositional politics, which often entails remembrance at home and litigation abroad. In this struggle, mass media are often heavily contested as partisans seek to persuade the public of their viewpoint through cinema, television, and the press. More than any other nation, the Philippines provides an example of extreme impunity. The tumultuous decade after the dictator's downfall reveals much about this troubling phenomenon, both its political dynamics and its long-term consequences. In the Philippines, impunity has left what one scholar has called the entrenched legacy of martial law, a lingering collect. 145. Malaise that subtly but directly shaped and distorted the nation's political process, seeking to placate a restive military. President Aquino, whose term in office extended from 1986 through 1992, abandoned the prosecution of human rights violators and embraced a militant anti-communism. Similarly, her successor, Fidel Ramos, offered a blanket amnesty and symbolic concessions that, on the surface, completed the military's transition from a body enjoying the privileges of dictatorship to one that accepted the constraints of democracy. Of greater significance, Ramos provided the substance of law and the stew of politics that perfected the process of impunity. As chief of constabulary for all of the 14 years of the Marcos dictatorship, Ramos remained legally responsible for the brutal, systematic tortures carried out by the special intelligence units under his command. As president, Ramos therefore bestowed the imprimatur of a lasting legality upon an impunity that had been, under Aquino, a short-term compromise. Moreover, he effected the reintegration of former torturers into society and their elevation to positions of authority, a central element of impunity. Working less visibly, This president also encouraged Ram's entry into electoral politics by supporting Colonel Gringo Hannesen's 1995 Senate candidacy. After his inauguration in July 1992, President Ramos established the National Unicatian Commission to negotiate the surrender of all rebel forces, Ram included as a sign of goodwill. He then ordered the military courts to suspend prosecution of rebel officers for the duration of the negotiations. When Hannesen and a handful of other surviving Ram leaders nally surfaced from their rebel underground that December, President Ramos hailed them as prodigal sons who had returned to the fold. In an elaborate ceremony at the University of the Philippines Law School, Defense Secretary Renato Davila led a delegation of military officers in full dress uniforms glittering with braid and medals. Hannesen's rebels all wore maroon polo shirts emblazoned in bold gold with the Ram slogan, "Our dreams shall never die." Both sides signed the preliminary peace accord, which stipulated an immediate and complete cessation of hostilities and the suspension of court-martial proceedings. Secretary Davila promised to release all rebels still detained in military stockades. Both parties agreed to meet in January to begin negotiations for a NAL agreement. As the talks wound their torturous way through a first year and into a second, Ram officers appeared at countless public meetings and media interviews, courting public support for an amnesty to cover past crimes and an acceptance of their future role as political leaders. Throughout the 3 years, 146 of stop-start negotiations, Ram RST refused to discuss its hidden arsenal of light anti-tank weapons and then retained enough of these missiles to destroy the military's entire tank force, making the group a credible threat to resume revolt should talks fail. Through a mix of public charm and periodic threat, the rebels began to win a de facto impunity for their capital crimes. In the country's rightward drift, mass media and its cultural production of collective memory recast the past, transforming these human rights violators into heroes. In Ram's makeover from military rebels to social reformers, the Filipino cinema played a transformative role. With their appealing mix of idealism and violence, these colonels were ready-made material for the Filipino action LM and its long romance with the gunman as an instrument of social justice. In August 1993, not long after Ram's surrender, Regal Films released Aguinaldo, the true-to-life story of Gov. Rodolfo Aguinaldo of Cagayan on FTY7 screens in metropolitan Manila, launching this epic as one of the year's major box OCE successes. Reinventing his life for the widescreen, Aguinaldo was transformed from the nation's most notorious torturer into the cinematic Aguia heroic Gur who is repulsed by torture and animated by a quiet courage that makes him a moral center between the violence of communist revolution and the oppression of the country's ruling elite. A year later, as campaigning for the 1995 legislative elections began, Gringo Hannesen's long-awaited movie opened on 67 screens across the Manila area. Although the LM was titled Colonel Billy Bibit Ram, Hannesen's portrayal was the LM's focal point. The script lacked the rich symbolism of the Aguinaldo LM, but its reinvention of the past was even bolder. Once denounced as monsters and hunted as outlaws, the Ram cinematic characters became idealists fighting for social justice against the corrupt government of Cory Aquino. These LMS were the RST sign of Ram's bid for political OCE as both entree to power and capstone to its quest for impunity. Ultimately, these military rebels would eld 10 candidates in the 1995 elections, 4 for Congress, 1 for governor in Mindanao, and VE more for local OCEs. As the campaign shifted into high gear after the new year, Hannesen announced his race for the Senate and soon won a guest slot on the slate of the People's Reform Party, led by the Gadwai oppositionist Miriam Defensor Santiago. Hannesen's RST campaign rally was an extraordinary event, even in a nation with a century-long history of ombulant elections. When Miriam Santiago led her senatorial slate to a major rally at Bacolod City in March, Hannesen's speech avoided serious issues, and his delivery was lackluster. But, as he stepped down from the platform and moved toward his car, the crowd of 30,000 erupted in a sexualized frenzy. According to the Manila Chronicle, Hannesen was swamped with love notes or short personal messages from residents here, mostly young women, and his battle-tested security personnel were helpless before the hordes of people that ocked the candidate. It took the leader of 7 failed coup attempts a full 20 minutes to reach his waiting vehicle from the stage because of the enormity of the crowd that wanted to kiss or just hold him. 148. How can we explain the intensity of this response? With looks, manner, and gesture aligning with his reputation for power, cruelty, and violence, Hanason may have projected a seductively lethal aura. Whatever the appeal, thousands lost control in his presence and yielded to collective ecstasy, shouting, and screaming. Though large and frenzied, these campaign crowds apparently were not representative. On election day, women rejected Hanason in overwhelming numbers, producing a marked gender gap, with 10% more men than women voting for him. Although the other RAM candidates fared badly in the May voting, Hanason won a Senate seat easily with a lock on 9th place. His longtime patron Juan Ponce Enrile also won just enough votes to join the Magic 12, making 2 of the country's 24 senators principals in RAM's revolt and ensuring the group's exoneration, which soon followed in October. Simultaneous with RAM's political ascent, the Ramos administration reintegrated Marcos-era human rights violators into the apex of the country's security apparatus, ensuring them protection, legitimacy, and undue political lenience. Soon after his inauguration in July 1992, Ramos formed the Presidential Anti-Crime Commission to curb the country's crime wave and lead its ranks with officers who had served in Marcos's elite anti-subversion squads. The former commander of Constabulary's notorious Metrocom military intelligence and security group, Rolando Abadilla, now became senior advisor to the PACC in his 12 years at the helm of Marcos's notorious security group. Abadilla and his band of MISG boys had evoked what one Manila reporter called countless images of pain: blocks of ice, droplets of ice water, clothes, hangers, barbed wire, steel drums, light bulbs, car batteries. Adding to the continuity from the Marcos era, several of these former MISG boys joined this empowered strike force, notably Abadilla's former deputy, Panlo Lacson, who took command of the PACC's Task Force Habagat. These appointments soon produced a surge in lurid police violence, marked by torture and extrajudicial killings, that dominated Manila's press for much of Ramos's term. Through the compromises necessitated by impunity, the Philippines, beneath the surface of a restored democracy, soured the lingering legacies of the Marcos era: a collective trauma, a pervasive brutality, and an ingrained institutional habit of torture. The lasting trauma that Marcos's torturers had instilled on thousands of Filipino victims is amply documented in decades of litigation. 149. And thousands of depositions. But, if we are to grasp the transactional nature of this experience, we must look beyond the victims' suing to ask what impact torture had upon the torturers. When Marcos, as commander-in-chief, declared martial law, regular officers had little choice but to obey and enforce his authoritarian rule. Once his regime opened a gulag of safe houses for routine torture, the young lieutenants of Class 71 were the echelon assigned to this duty, and they experienced its impact. These prisons became sites of a transactional torture, more psychological than physical, that damaged the victims and empowered the perpetrators. Through the theatrics of psychological torture, RAM's leaders gained a sense of themselves as supermen, emboldened to shed their subordination and to rebel against the civilian authority they had sworn to serve. Not only did they launch a succession of coups, but these attempts were remarkable for their consistent failure. With few exceptions, military coups d'état in the Third World were usually singular in number and often succeeded in seizing power. To fail, as RAM did, 6 times in a row should be something of a record. Why such an extraordinary record of failure? Much of the explanation may lie with the mentality of RAM's leaders. Enamored of their own aura, the colonels of Class 71 failed to plan adequately for these coup attempts. Overestimating the power of violence after years of torture and terror, they expected the capital to be awed by the majesty of their blazing RES, thundering bombs, and rumbling tanks. Even when possessed of superior force in December 1989, Colonel Honnison and his aides were so absorbed in a narcissistic projection of their power that they dallied in a television studio and failed to attack the objectives that would give them victory. By the time they resumed the GHT, the hour for a successful attack on the presidential palace had passed. The crown of power thus slipped from the grasp of these would-be Nietzschean supermen. Yet, this extreme self-condens, freed from reaction or remorse, served the Ram colonels well in their struggle for impunity after surrender. Their self-adulation segued easily into cinema, producing images of heroic service and sacrifice. In press and television interviews, they focused solely on the government's failings, not their own crimes of torture and rebellion. Throughout this struggle, they proved relentless in their demand for exoneration. Slowly, though political maneuver and media manipulation, their crimes were excused, the trauma of their torture and coups was erased, and their demand for impunity was won. In their success and in their failure, the Ram colonels and their distinctive psyche dominated Philippine politics for nearly a decade, complicating the country's transition to democracy and achieving an impunity that left the 150 trauma of authoritarian rule unresolved, much as their military counterparts were doing elsewhere in Asia and Latin America. Nor was this experience limited to these peripheries of global power. As we will see in the closing chapter, impunity is a universal political process. Just as these Filipino torturers were so successful in winning immunity for their crimes of treason, rebellion, and murder, so American perpetrators would engage in similar media manipulations to escape any sanction for human rights violations during the War on Terror. 151. Just 4 weeks after the CBS television network broadcast those 16 photos showing the torture of prisoners by U.S. soldiers at Abu Ghraib prison in April 2004, Susan Sontag published a subtle yet sensational cover story in the New York Times Magazine. She simply asked us to look again at that iconic image we all thought we knew so well, the one that shows a hooded Iraqi standing on a box, electrical wires hanging from his outstretched arms. By expanding the photo's frame just a fraction of an inch, Sontag captured a casually dressed American soldier in the right foreground, nonchalantly adjusting the setting on his digital camera, a perspective that revealed both the fact of torture and the fascination it holds for many. Except for the bare legs, the hooded Iraqi in that photo is fully clothed, the features hidden, the form indistinguishable in the ample folds of his robe. In stark contrast, other photos in the sequence have, as Sontag remarked, an explicitly sexual theme. In fact, she argued, referring to the notorious prison guard Private Lindy England, most of the pictures seem part of a larger conveyance of torture and pornography. A young woman leading a naked man around on a leash is classic dominatrix imagery. And you wonder how much of the sexual tortures enacted on the inmates of Abu Ghraib was inspired by the vast repertory of pornographic imagery available on the internet, and which ordinary people, by sending out webcasts of themselves, try to emulate. In the midst of this critique of Americans and their culture, Sontag noted in passing, without any evidence or elaboration, that these torture photographs are interleaved with pornographic images of American soldiers having sex with one another. Where were those sensational pornographic images of American soldiers having sex with one another? Not in the pages of the New York Times. Not anywhere on the internet that a Google search could end. Something. The seduction of psychological torture. 5. 152. Was missing. Sontag had shown us what we thought were the worst of the photos: Iraqis naked, forced fellatio, piles of nude male bodies. But, as bold as that essay might have been, Sontag was holding back. There was something important, something she had apparently seen but was not going to share, not the photos, or any description beyond those few words. After nearly 2 years with little publication of any more leaked images, an Australian television network grabbed headlines around the globe in February 2006 by releasing more and much grittier Abu Ghraib photos. A few days later, a compact disc arrived in my University of Wisconsin campus mailbox via air courier from that same television studio in Sydney, Australia. The RST document on the disc was a report, with attached spreadsheets, from the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Command indicating that a computer forensic examination had recovered some 1,600 photos from 2 perpetrators of abuse at Abu Ghraib, identified as Private Lindy England and Corporal Charles Grainer. The sequencing and time dates of the 1,000+ photos on that Army computer log indicate that Corporal Grainer and Private England had interleaved O-duty autoerotic photography of their intimacy with on-duty, on-camera sexual humiliation of Iraqi prisoners, often stripped naked. To view these photos, I selected my computer's slideshow function and clicked, starting a sequence of dozens of photos of sexual intimacy and sexualized torture until I came to 0032.jpg, the one Sontag had published in the New York Times showing that hooded Iraqi on a box while the unknown US soldier adjusted his digital camera. Surveying those hundreds of photos, one depraved, disturbing image after another, took me into some dark, unfamiliar recess of human consciousness. That one U.S. senator who saw these same photos compared to Dante's Rings of Hell, revealing acts far more cruel than anything CBS had shown and far more perverse than the simple autoeroticism that Sontag had written about. In seeking some explanation for torture's adoption as a formal prerogative of American power in the decades since 9/11, we are confronted with a mystifying contradiction. On the one hand, the United States has long joined the international community in enacting conventions, declarations, and laws that make torture and inhumane treatment illegal. And the American people have proved, over the past half-century, deeply humanitarian in their support for disaster relief and development aid abroad, and equally humane at home in their charity, philanthropy, and social policy. Yet, in defiance of law, reason, and morality, Washington, in the aftermath of the 9/11 terrorist attacks, embraced torture as state policy and refused, for 8 years, to repudiate the practice. And the American people generally supported this decision. How, we might ask, did a humane people come to support inhumane treatment of detainees? To probe this contradiction, Sontag offers an interesting, important observation about the ways that American popular culture informed the behavior of the Abu Ghraib perpetrators and, by implication, influenced the public response to their photographs. What formerly was segregated as pornography, she observed with unerring prescience, as the exercise of extreme sadomasochistic longings, as in Pier Paolo Pasolini's last, near unwatchable L.M. Solo, depicting orgies of torture in the fascist redoubt in northern Italy at the end of the Mussolini era, is now being normalized, by some, as high-spirited play or venting. Sontag decried the culture of shamelessness evident in this homemade pornography exported to the theater of war, with Iraqi prisoners forced to play a role in the sadomasochistic fantasies of their captors. Yet how many of the ordinary people who made webcasts of themselves having sex might be titillated by the sexualized torture of Iraqi prisoners? Did such vicarious erotica induce U.S. leaders to order torture? She declined to ask. Despite her sedulously cultivated self-image as a cultural iconoclast who could stare with sang-froid into the most hoary image, Nazi death camps or southern lynchings, it seems she had nally found, in this her last major essay, some recess of the human mind too dark, too disturbing for even Susan Sontag. Musing on the increasing acceptance of brutality in American life. 154. Sontag did ask whether a new video game featuring torture, say, interrogating the terrorists, might not be too far in the future. Indeed, the next several years would see a rash of such games, together with countless depictions of torture in LM and on television, building upon Sontag's observations about the relation between torture and popular culture. We can examine, through the study of visible media artifacts, the acceptance of such abuse within the American popular imagination in the aftermath of 9/11. Focusing on the normalization of torture via LM, television, and video games will lead us back to the political arena, where, by 2008, popular culture would EECT a radical redefinition of the terms for the nation's public debate over human rights. Indeed, the arguments for the use of torture after September 11 reside squarely in this realm of the country's collective imagination. At the outset of America's decade-long debate over torture in 2001, 02, its proponents' main justification was the so-called ticking bomb scenario, a hypothetical elaboration of an exercise in academic philosophy so remote from reality that it is tantamount to fantasy. In the years that followed, television networks and Hollywood studios would, through the invisible tendrils that tie modern media to the state, produce an amazing array of dramas depicting torture as always active and often eroticized. Most importantly, a new Fox television show titled 24 was aired only weeks after the events of 9/11, introducing a powerfully persuasive icon into the American political lexicon, the Chanel secret agent Jack Bauer, who tortured regularly, repeatedly, and successfully to stop terrorist attacks on Los Angeles, attacks that often involved ticking bombs. With such depictions linked screens large and small across America, the boundary between fiction and reality, always tenuous in this country, became blurred as these dramatizations dominated the political debate over torture. Just as the media propagated the ticking bomb hypothetical without critical examination, so US officials, quick to distance themselves from the ugly reality of Abu Ghraib, eagerly identified with the attractive hero of the popular TV show 24, who tortured in almost every episode. By the 2008 presidential campaign, these two iconic arguments, the hypothetical ticking bomb and the Chanel federal agent, served as the main metaphors in the country's political discourse over torture. Within the loose rubric of campaign rhetoric, political leaders like Bill Clinton invoked the ticking time bomb scenario to advocate the creation of formal presidential torture warrants in case of such a critical event. Simultaneously, the invocation of Jack Bauer's name served as political code for an informal policy of allowing CIA agents, acting on their own outside the law, to use torture for extreme emergencies. In sum, the world's preeminent power grounded its most 155 controversial policy decision of the early 20th century, not on research or rational analysis but in fiction and fantasy. The CBS broadcast of just 16 snapshots from Abu Ghraib, even though sanitized with blackouts over bared male genitalia, shocked the sensibilities of humankind, provoking emotional protests around the globe. To minimize the damage to the United States, the Bush administration sought to suppress further leaks from the Army's archive of 1,600 photos. Simultaneously, the American people recoiled. As Sontag noted just weeks after the photos' release, some Americans are already saying they have seen enough. Averting their gaze from the repulsive images of Abu Ghraib, most Americans would turn instead to the airbrushed images of torture so prevalent in their mass media. And yet, wrote Sontag, the photographs are us. The acts of torture captured in these photos were the predictable, even likely outcome of the policies prosecuted by this administration and the hierarchies deployed to carry them out, policies and hierarchies that would soon be sanctioned, at least implicitly, by the American electorate in the upcoming November 2004 presidential elections. Is there, for some, an inherently seductive quality to the tortures revealed in those photos from Abu Ghraib? If so, that same quality may be at work in the willingness of so many Americans to accept the enticing depictions of torture in their popular culture. To enjoy commercial success, which they certainly did, these creative works in film and television must strike some receptive chord in their audiences. Among the many possible explanations for torture's acceptance, we should admit the possibility that U.S. mass media made torture seem tolerable, normal, and even appealing for a significant segment of Americans. From both public policy and its dramatic portrayals after September 11, there is ample evidence for torture's seductive quality, namely its ability to empower, exact retribution, and establish a hierarchy of superior and inferior. Beneath the public declarations of security and intelligence, there were acts of retribution and re-empowerment, restoring the order of ruler and ruled and salving the wounds from 9/11 at a time when world leaders were racked by fear. With egos innate as masters of pain and pleasure, perpetrators and the powerful who commanded them became forceful proponents of abuse, striding across the American political landscape, rather like those Nietzschean supermen in Pasolini's A W MCCOY whose sexually charged power over life and death enraptured and brutalized everyone in this sadomasochistic spectacle, torturer and spectator alike, as news of these abusive practices spread inevitably among the American public through rumor, press report, and media display. Ordinary citizens. 156. Reacted with a tangled mix of fear and fascination, passivity, and anger that soon made torture a major focus of political debate. In the decade after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the discussion and representation of torture in the U.S. media thus served to normalize the practice, whether by glamorizing or by rationalizing it. What is normal began to acquire an air of legitimacy. And that sense of legitimacy would lead RST to public tolerance of torture and later to impunity for the perpetrators and their political leaders. Historical antecedents. The aestheticization of torture is by no means unique to post-9/11 America. In both its medieval and its modern incarnations, the closeted, often secretive infliction of intolerable pain has been mimed by public displays in artistic works that serve to legitimate and even popularize the practice. Many of these depictions, in both high art and low, not only normalize but also eroticize inhumane practices by rendering the human form under torture as exaggeratedly healthy, vigorous, and beautiful, its swearings at once sensual, exquisite, and sublime. From the perspective of representation, there is certain continuity from medieval depictions of the aestheticized abuse of Christ and his martyrs through present-day projections of eroticized torture in film and television. In the decades before and after September 11, public engagement with torture occurred mainly through the ubiquitous media of film, television, and video games, popular art forms whose national dissemination served to bind a heterogeneous American culture into a shared social experience. In medieval Europe, the growing use of torture in civil and canonical courts was paralleled by a proliferation of religious art with almost anatomical displays of physical scourging, producing images that permeated the main socially binding experience of that era, attending church. After a Catholic council abolished trial by ordeal in 1215, European secular courts revived Roman law, with its reliance upon torture to obtain confessions in pretrial interrogations, an approach that persisted for the next centuries. With the parallel rise of the Inquisition, church interrogators also used torture for both confession and punishment, a procedure that was formalized under Pope Innocent IV in 1252. By the 14th century, the Italian Inquisition had routinized the physical scourging of heretics through use of the strappado to suspend victims with ropes and weights in degrees of escalating duration and severity. The impact of judicial torture upon medieval culture went far beyond the courts, coinciding with a subtle shift in theological emphasis from the life of Jesus to the death of Christ. This change was re-acted in artistic representa. 157. Tions of his body being scourged and crucified. From the slender details of Christ's agonies in the Gospels, medieval artists, in the words of the art historian Mitchell Beamerbach, approximated these grisly violations with the unerring eye of a forensic pathologist, creating an artistic convention of the pain eniced on Christ's battered body that mimed and may have legitimated the increasingly gruesome legal spectacles of torture and public execution later, in the 16th and 17th centuries, Europe's early modern states. Elaborated upon this judicial spectacle of torture and the artistic display of swearing. Military torture was prodigious, wrote Alec Meller of these absolutist regimes, religious torture was regularized, and judicial torture was enriched daily by new varieties. In the religious realm, the Counter-Reformation fought challenges to church authority by establishing the Roman Inquisition in 1542 while pursuing bloody military campaigns against Muslims and Protestants. In this age of royal and religious patronage of the arts, there were, as the art historian Stephen Eisenman argues, close parallels between state policy and artistic practice. One of Michelangelo's frescoes in the Sistine Chapel depicts the execution of Haman with nelly articulated musculature of the body that signals ecstasy as much as torment. Next door, in the Sala Regia, the massacre of the Huguenots by the artist Giorgio Vasari details the bloody slaughter of these 30,000 leering blasphemers as the triumph of Catholicism over heresy. In that same spirit, Vasari covered the Great Sala di Cosimo I at the Palazzo Vecchio in Florence with a fresco showing Saturn using a ponderous metal scythe to castrate his father Uranus, who lies prone and passive while a naked goddess nearby fondles her breasts in orgasmic pleasure. As the Counter-Reformation embraced the Baroque aesthetic, this cult of sacred and eroticized violence spread widely. Indeed, the combined erotic and sanguinary desires of noble and religious patrons took form, for example, in Giuseppe de Ribera's painting of Martyrdom of Saint Bartholomew, which shows the saint's torturer as a divine instrument in the miracle of salvation. But, in the 18th century, the Enlightenment slowly eclipsed the twinned practice of judicial scourging and artistic depiction of torture as eroticized chastisement. Amid growing doubts among jurists about the accuracy of testimony obtained through torture, evaluation of evidence on its merits replaced coerced confessions in the secular courts. Following his coronation, in 1740, Frederick II of Prussia banned torture after writing a dissertation that criticized it as cruel as it is useless. Meanwhile, his friend Voltaire famously condemned torture, sparking a movement for its abolition that spread across Enlightenment Europe during the early 19th century. The arts followed the state's retreat from torture, a trend exempli ed. 158. By Edouard Manet's painting of the Mocking of Christ, which shows a pasty-skinned, knobbly-kneed Frenchman surrounded by motley inquisitors expressing thereby a modern sensibility that torture degrades both perpetrator and victim. Torture as U.S. policy. At the dawn of the 20th century, these resonances between art and politics revived to again legitimate the use of torture as state policy. Reacting the far greater penetration of mass media within modern society and popular consciousness, there was soon a convergence of U.S. statecraft and a dramatization of torture that served, over time, to erase the boundaries between fact and fiction. When Washington made abusive interrogation its official practice after the attacks of September 2001, the U.S. news media featured pundits advocating torture as necessary for national security. From this media chatter emerged the iconic ticking time bomb scenario, a hypothesis so remote from reality that it took the country's political discourse into the realm of fantasy. Hollywood soon followed with film and television portrayals of torture as imperative, effective, and enticing. With all the cinematic RDCE that made his actions seem unassailable, Jack Bauer, the hero of Fox Television's hit show 24, acted out brutal interrogations and argued with fictional presidents about torture. Actual military interrogators from Baghdad to Guantanamo would use his methods on real terror suspects. President George W. Bush mimed Jack's mannerisms in White House speeches. Torture advocates cited this fictional hero as doctrine in presidential debates. For a generation that grew up with the assumption of American supremacy, 9/11 had struck a serious blow. In both realms, political and fictional, torture signed a reassertion of that wounded power. In a blurring of representation and reality, the ticking bomb fantasy and a fictional secret agent would become powerfully persuasive media icons in the U.S. debate over torture. Instead of the covert, concealed practice of decades past, the Bush administration adopted harsh interrogation as formal state policy and performed it in the tough-talking vernacular of the spy genre. Right after his public address to a shaken nation on September 11, 2001, President Bush gave his White House secret orders for torture, saying, "I don't care what the international lawyers say, we are going to kick some ass." In a televised interview on Meet the Press just days after the September 11 attacks, Vice President Dick Cheney communicated a mix of fear, anger, and bravado. Explaining the fearful nature of the terrorist threat, Cheney explained. 159. That we begin every day reading the intelligence reports on the plotting by Al-Qaeda members, and contemplating the possibility of an attack against the U.S. with far deadlier weapons than anything we've seen to date. Addressing the people of Afghanistan, he warned that, if you provide sanctuary to terrorists, you face the full wrath of the United States of America. To defeat these enemies, he insisted, the United States had to use extreme methods. We'll have to work sort of the dark side, he said. We've got to spend time in the shadows in the intelligence world. A lot of what needs to be done here will have to be done quietly, without any discussion, using sources and methods available to our intelligence agencies. So it's going to be vital for us to use any means at our disposal. 10 days later, Cofer Black, the head of the CIA's Counterterrorism Center, summed up the agency's approach to interrogation before Congress, saying, "After 9/11 the gloves come o." In the 7 years of torture that followed the 9/11 attacks, the parameters of these techniques were elaborated in interrogation manuals, legal memoranda, and STA meetings that communicated authorization from the White House down the chain of command to ELD interrogators at Abu Ghraib and Guantanamo and in CIA prisons from Thailand to Poland. Within the executive branch, Condoleezza Rice, then National Security Advisor, later recalled that, in the spring of 2002, the CIA sought policy approval from the National Security Council to begin an interrogation program for high-level al-Qaeda terrorists. Consequently, she convened a series of meetings of NSC principals in 2002 and 2003 to discuss various issues relating to detainees. These principals, including Vice President Cheney, Attorney General John Ashcroft, Secretary of State Colin Powell, and CIA Director George Tenet, met dozens of times inside the White House Situation Room. According to ABC News, some of the interrogation sessions were almost choreographed down to the number of times CIA agents could use a SPEC tactic. After watching agency employees pantomime what Rice called certain physical and psychological interrogation techniques, these leaders repeatedly authorized extreme psychological techniques to end by hitting, wall slamming, and waterboarding. During one of these meetings, Attorney General Ashcroft asked aloud, "Why are we talking about this in the White House? History will not judge this kindly." Nonetheless, this national security team apparently authorized every CIA request for torture. Even after the Abu Ghraib photos sparked worldwide protests, these principals met again inside the White House in mid-2004 to approve the use of CIA torture techniques on still more terror suspects. Despite growing concern about the damage that Abu Ghraib was doing to America's reputation, Condoleezza Rice, 160, coolly commanded agency officials, reportedly saying, "This is your baby. Go do it." Under this expansive executive interpretation of U.S. law, Defense Secretary Rumsfeld approved aggressive techniques at Guantanamo in late 2002 and appointed General Geo Ray Miller to command this military prison, with authority to translate these guidelines into a harsh interrogation regime in both formal policy and informal practice. The directives for tough treatment produced the sexualized tortures that would eventually come to light at Abu Ghraib and elsewhere. Reacting the notion circulating among neoconservatives in the Bush administration that Arabs are particularly vulnerable to sexual humiliation, Guantanamo's command began to probe such sensitivities, using female interrogators to humiliate Muslim males. According to a sergeant who served under General Miller, female soldiers regularly removed their shirts, and one wiped red ink on a detainee's face, saying she was menstruating, leaving him to cry like a baby. Singled out for sexualized humiliation, the alleged hijacker Mohammed al-Qahtani was subjected to a special interrogation plan that combined rigorous sensory deprivation with psychological tactics called ego down, futility, and gender coercion via some domination. During 48 days of interrogation, intensified by acute sleep deprivation, al-Qahtani was told his mother and sister were whores, mocked for homosexual tendencies, and that other detainees knew, forced to dance with a male interrogator, forced to wear a bra and a thong on his head, led around by a leash tied to chains, forced to stand naked in front of a female interrogator, and held down while a female interrogator straddled his groin. In September 2003, General Miller flew to Baghdad and delivered his Guantanamo regiment to military intelligence officers inside Abu Ghraib prison. Within days, the U.S. commander for Iraq, General Ricardo Sanchez, authorized a wide range of extreme interrogation techniques at Abu Ghraib that signaled a tolerance for twisted behavior. 4 months later, U.S. Army criminal investigators, alerted to possible violations of military regulations, conducted an investigation and compiled a single compact disc with 1,600 images that documented the illegal treatment and sexualized degradation of detainees, the same images I watched on slideshow. Function after that CD landed in my university mailbox via courier from Sydney. In the RSTLE, Mark CGCD Marks 1, the opening photo, labeled 0001.jpg, showed a woman sucking hard on an erect penis. In the photo 0002.jpg, the same woman, smiling and with her eyes closed, is shown holding the pink head of an erect circumcised penis. The photo labeled 0005.jpg shows the same female mid-coitus, with her face blurred. Then, in 0009.jpg. 161. That woman, now recognizable as Private Lindy England, stares directly into the camera, lifting her shirt to expose her breasts. Photo 00027.jpg shows a male soldier, Corporal Charles Grainer, kissing the same woman's left breast and holding her right breast. And, toward the end, 0055.jpg shows an Iraqi woman in a prison cell lifting her shirt to expose her breasts. In the LECGCD Marks 3, there are 8 photos of US soldiers in a prison corridor with 2 leashed German shepherds. The RST photo, 0001.jpg, shows soldiers leading a dog, fangs open, toward an Iraqi prisoner, completely naked, his hands behind his head, penis exposed. File CGCD Marks 4 opened with a half-dozen photos of Iraqi prisoners shackled in contorted positions. The photo labeled 0008.jpg shows an Iraqi male prisoner chained to a bed frame with woman's underwear on his face, unclothed, his penis exposed. In photo 0020.jpg, Private Lindy England leads an Iraqi male who is crawling, completely naked, on the oar, leashed like a dog. In photo 0024.jpg, US soldiers force 3 Iraqi male prisoners to lie down in the corridor, their naked bodies touching one another, their hands intertwined. Then, in photo 0034.jpg, Corporal Charles Grainer is seen in a pile of 4 hooded, semi-clothed Iraqis, punching one in the back of the head with a gloved ST. Photo 0038.jpg shows an Iraqi who is hooded and naked sitting on another naked prisoner while Private Lindy England points to his penis, smiling and with her thumbs up. Though repulsive, these photos are nonetheless revealing not just about the private lives of ordinary Americans, pays Susan Sontag, but about torture as U.S. public policy. In particular, they reveal a great deal about the performative dimensions of a distinctively American form of psychological torture that was reneged, under the exigencies of the War on Terror, to exploit cultural and, above all, sexual sensitivities. There are just a few egregious incidents of physical abuse, but almost all these photos show techniques that courts would consider psychological or psychosexual abuse. Torture advocacy by professors and pundits. Throughout these years of escalating brutality after September 11, the Bush administration's covert embrace of these aggressive methods drew political sustenance from the public advocacy of torture by pundits and professors, both liberal and conservative. Instead of ignoring these views as irresponsible, illegal, or even dangerous, mainstream media became a megaphone for torture advocates, further normalizing practices once viewed as antithetical to American. 162. Society. Combined with a steady stream of enticing media treatments of torture in LM and television, discussed below, this punditry created strong support for torture among a significant sector of the American public. In November 2001, just 3 months after the attacks of 9/11, the columnist Jonathan Alter wrote in Newsweek, "In this autumn of anger, even a liberal can ND his thoughts turning to torture." Alter advocated psychological torture or the transfer of suspects to our less squeamish allies. When a panelist on PBS's McLaughlin Group asked fellow commentators where they would send Al-Qaeda suspects for torture, Rich Lowry, the editor of the National Review, bellowed, "The Turks." And host John McLaughlin shouted out, "The Filipinos." Adding academic gravitas to this media swagger, Harvard law professor Alan M. Dershowitz mounted a sustained campaign for the legalization of torture to deal with the threat of what he branded the ticking bomb scenario. Of course, he conceded, in a November 2001 op-ed for the Los Angeles Times, torture shocks the conscience. But what if it were limited to the rare ticking bomb case, the situation in which a captured terrorist who knows of an imminent large-scale threat refuses to disclose it? Would torturing one guilty terrorist to prevent the deaths of 1,000 innocent civilians shock the conscience of all decent people? The solution, he said, was the creation of a torture warrant that would allow limited, court-controlled torture. In a January 2002 interview on CBS television's popular 60 Minutes news program, Dershowitz argued that torture was inevitable, if you've got the ticking bomb case, the case of the terrorist who knew precisely where and when the bomb would go, and it was the only way of saving 100 or 1,000 lives. Every democratic society would, have, and will use torture. After the Abu Ghraib scandal broke, in mid-2004, Harvard Law School faculty members, including Dershowitz, circulated a petition signed by 481 prominent professors of law and political science at 110 top universities nationwide, calling for serious consideration of a coercive interrogation policy, made within the strict confines of a democratic process. In EECT, many of the country's leading academics were asking Americans to set aside 2 centuries of Enlightenment principles and to think seriously about legalizing torture simultaneously. A joint project by faculty at 2 Harvard schools, the Law School and the Kennedy School of Government, drew up a code for coercive interrogation, complete with rules, oversight, and accountability. Their NAL recommendations, drafted by law professor Philip B. Hayman, went to Congress, where, in early 2005, they attracted support from the ranking Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, Representative Jane Harman. If you're serious about trying to get information in advance of an attack, she told a 163 New York Times reporter, interrogation has to be one of the main tools. I'm okay with it not being pretty. But furious opposition from human rights groups and concerns about civil liberties in Congress killed this attempt at legalizing torture. The ticking time bomb. Despite this political defeat, the pro-pain pundits scored an extraordinary triumph in the realm of public opinion, persuading many Americans that Professor Dershowitz's ticking bomb scenario justified torture as a necessary evil in an age of terror. Upon closer examination, public support for the Bush administration's embrace of torture was grounded not on rock-hard intelligence about terrorist threats or torture's e-khaki but, instead, on a wispy mix of philosophical supposition and political scenario whose sum was fantasy. More than 30 years earlier, in 1973, the philosopher Michael Walzer had written about the ancient philosophical problem of dirty hands for an obscure academic journal, Philosophy and Public Affairs. He speculated about the morality of a politician asked to authorize the torture of a captured rebel leader who knows the locality of a number of bombs hidden in apartment buildings around the city, set to go within the next 24 hours. Even though he believes torture is wrong, indeed abominable, this politician orders the terrorist tortured, convinced that he must do so for the sake of the people who might otherwise die in the explosions. In all likelihood, Walzer's abstract ruminations would have remained unnoticed on page 167 of an unread journal if not for the efforts of his academic acolyte, Professor Dershowitz. In newspaper op-eds and television appearances after September 11, Dershowitz transformed this fragmentary philosophical speculation into a full-blown case for torture. In his scenario, torture might become necessary when, as Dershowitz put it, a captured terrorist refuses to divulge information about the imminent use of weapons of mass destruction, such as a nuclear, chemical, or biological device, that are capable of killing and injuring thousands of civilians. From this hypothetical, Professor Dershowitz segued to the realm of reality, airing an argument that did not ask whether torture was being used or whether it ever should be used, but that instead began with an implicit acceptance of its use. If torture is, in fact, being used and/or would, in fact, be used in an actual ticking bomb terrorist case, would it be normatively better or worse to have such torture regulated by some kind of warrant? Which, he tells us, will authorize interrogators to shove steel needles under Arab engernails. 164. After this sleight of hand shift from the hypothetical to the real, Dershowitz concludes that his putative torture warrants would reduce the incidence of abuses, since high ochales, operating on the record, would never authorize methods of the kind shown in the Abu Ghraib photographs. Yet, few asked whether this imagined scenario had some basis in history or common sense. In the real world, the probability that a terrorist might fall into police custody after concealing a ticking nuclear bomb in Times Square was so slender that this scenario seems a rather fanciful foundation for U.S. national security policy. When examined a bit more closely, this hypothetical seems an improbable, even impossible, VE stage sequence of variables that runs something like this. First, the FBI or CIA captures a terrorist. Second, the agency captures him at the precise moment between the timer's RST tick and the bomb's burst. Third, the interrogators somehow have enough detailed foreknowledge of this particular plot to know they must interrogate that very person and do it now, right now. Fourth, these same officers have sufficiently accurate intelligence to know all about this spec terrorist and his ticking bomb except for the few critical details that only torture can divulge. Finally, even if we accept the unlikely supposition that the stars might someday align in this particular sequence to place such a terrorist in police hands only minutes before his ticking bomb is due to detonate, this scenario still rests on a critical, unexamined assumption, that torture is the most effective method to extract intelligence from this or any hardened terrorist. Most fundamentally, this extraordinary string of coincidences probably never has and never will occur. Visiting Israel to test this torture stops ticking bomb thesis, the New York Times reporter Joseph Lelyfeld was repeatedly told that coercive interrogation had effectively thwarted would-be suicide bombers. But nobody could cite a single spec case. Instead of hundreds of cases, his Israeli sources narrowly named just one, that of a Hamas organizer broken under torture and, coincidentally, the same one that the Israeli Justice Ministry cited in a letter to Human Rights Watch a couple of months earlier. With reality so uncooperative, torture advocates spun two sorts of scenarios, the fictional and the fabulous. Usually, they stuck to the hypothetical Times Square bomber. But sometimes they twisted historical fact into a fable, a facsimile of this implausible scenario, claiming, for example, that the brutal torture of Abdul Hakim Murad at Manila in 1995 had stopped a plot to blow up a dozen Trans-Pacific aircraft and kill 4,000 innocent passengers. In defense of his argument for torture warrants to deal with the ticking bomb case, Professor Dershowitz cited the life-saving information that Manila police beat out of Murad to argue that torture can sometimes prevent harm to civilians. 165. But, in reality, Murad's torture did nothing of the sort. As the Washington Post has reported, Manila police officers got all their important information from Murad at the moment of his arrest, when they seized his laptop with full details of the entire bomb plot. Most of the supposed information gained from the 67 days of incessant beatings, spiced by techniques like cigarettes to the genitals, was, as one Filipino officer testified in a New York court, police fabrications that Murad parroted to end the pain in another real-world case. An alleged member of Al-Qaeda's original 9/11 hijacking crew, Zacarias Moussaoui, sat in a Minneapolis cell in the weeks before the attacks under desultory investigation as a possible suicide hijacker because the FBI did not have precise foreknowledge of the terrorist plot. In pressing for a search warrant before September 11, the Bureau's Minneapolis ELD supervisor even warned he was trying to keep someone from taking a plane and crashing into the World Trade Center. But FBI headquarters in Washington replied that there was no evidence Moussaoui was a terrorist, providing us with yet another reminder of how difficult it is to grasp the significance of even such a stunningly accurate inference in the absence of foreknowledge. A maximum US effort to investigate Moussaoui conceivably could have unearthed his connections to Bolshevite, wrote the 9/11 Commission in A Beyond the Hypothetical into the Counterfactual. Those connections might have brought investigators to the core of the 9/11 plot. Though it was not an easy trail to ND. But, just as FBI and CIA headquarters failed to realize Moussaoui's significance in the weeks before the 9/11 attack on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon, so FBI or CIA agents might detain some future terrorists while still remaining ignorant of their intentions. The CIA and NSA may be sleek and omniscient in the movies, reads the 2005 report of the President's Commission on Intelligence Capabilities, but in real life they and other intelligence agencies are vast government bureaucracies. Even had Moussaoui been tortured, he might have confessed in rambling, half-crazed rhetoric to a non-existent plot, as he actually did at his trial 4 years later, when he said, "I am guilty of a broad conspiracy to use a weapon of mass destruction to destroy the White House." Had he actually spoken in this megalomaniac manner when arrested in August 2001, would his FBI interrogators have attributed some significance to these ravings? Testing has found that professional interrogators perform within the 45 to 60% range in sorting truth from lies, little better than ipping a coin. Thus, as intelligence data move through 3 basic stages: acquisition/interrogation, analysis, and action, the possibility of human error is innate and, without the divine gift of foresight, the chances that even accurate intelligence will be 166 ignored are high. After the event, Roberta Wallstetter wrote in her classic study of that other great U.S. intelligence failure, Pearl Harbor, "A signal is always crystal clear. We can now see what disaster it was signaling since the disaster has occurred. But before the event it is obscure and pregnant with conniving meanings." In the real world, the impossibility of perfect prescience makes this plea to torture the few an opening to torture of the many. Once we agree to torture that non-existent terrorist with his hypothetical ticking bomb, then we admit a possibility, even an imperative, for torturing hundreds who might have ticking bombs or thousands who just might have some knowledge about those bombs. "You can't know whether a person knows where the bomb is," explained Georgetown University law professor David Cole, "or even if they're telling the truth. Because of this, you end up going down a slippery slope and sanctioning torture in general." Writing to the Washington Post in 2007, 2 top U.S. generals drew upon their years of command experience to warn of such a slippery slope. As has happened with every other nation that has tried to engage in a little bit of torture, the generals wrote, the abuse spread like wildfire, and every captured prisoner became the key to defusing a potential ticking time bomb. Our soldiers in Iraq confront real ticking time bomb situations every day, in the form of improvised explosive devices, and any degree of excibility about torture at the top drops down the chain of command like a stone, the rare exception fast becoming the rule. Despite claims by CIA Director Porter Goss that tough interrogation of al-Qaeda suspects led to documented successes, the agency, in statements both on the record and could not claim anything akin to stopping a ticking bomb after years of torture. And there is ample precedent for such failure. We recognize that espionage is always chancy at best, the President's Commission on Intelligence Capabilities reminded us. 50 years of pounding away at the Soviet Union resulted in only a handful of truly important human sources. Looking back on 4 years of using torture to GHT the war on terror, Jack Clunan, a veteran FBI counterintelligence officer, felt that Washington had already replicated this dismal Cold War result. Have we gotten enough information out of or anywhere else to justify the negative? Clunan said in a 2005 interview. There's a certain naivete in thinking that any schmuck taken the battle held on any given day or taken a street somewhere and own halfway around the world and being held incommunicado with no rights and no charges will know where bin Laden is or what's going to be planned in Iraq or Afghanistan. 167. Media as pro-torture propaganda. As this ticking bomb scenario began to fade from political discourse, the Bush administration's harsh interrogation policy drew political sustenance from the rapid proliferation of torture scenes in LM and television. While violence had long been a staple of Hollywood LMS, the sudden emergence of torture as a major multimedia theme was a distinct post-9/11 phenomenon. U.S. television networks began broadcasting hundreds of hours of popular television dramas that portrayed torture as active, even exciting. Video games with elaborate torture scenarios proliferated, and major Hollywood LMS featured graphic torture scenes. Surveying the most popular of these displays indicates, moreover, that there was a progressive coarsening of representation, with ever more explicit violence paralleling the administration's increasingly overt embrace of torture. From all this media display, Channel Agent Jack Bauer emerged as a potent symbol whose mere name could sway mass audiences toward tolerance for torture. By the time President Bush left OCE in January 2009, screens large and small across America were saturated with torture simulations, serving as ad hoc propaganda for torture's khaki, often made more enticing by its eroticized representation. Through such pervasive media display, torture was, for many Americans, transformed from an unthinkable barbarism synonymous with fascist or communist regimes into a weapon necessary for U.S. national security. While studying the EECT of media upon individual behavior is difficult, and positing any precise correlation between national broadcasts and public opinion is doubly so, the temporal sequence of media display and public support for torture is undeniable. Moreover, the migration of the ticking bomb scenario and the Jack Bauer character from mass media to political debate establishes a clear connection. Over time, the repeated display in video games, television dramas, and feature LMS served to normalize torture, changing an inhumane criminal act into a credible policy option. By simultaneously showing torture's khaki for interrogation and often eroticizing the experience, mass media may well have desensitized ordinary Americans to the inhumanity of abuse, ultimately allowing a rather muted public reaction to the Abu Ghraib photos. According to the Parents Television Council, torture scenes on U.S. network broadcasts shot upward from just 20 per annum in the VE years before September 11 to more than 150 annually in the 4 years thereafter. Instead of the deviant drug dealers or the evil Nazis who did the torturing in the older shows, most post-9/11 perpetrators were upright USO chales defending America from terrorists or other malefactors. 168. Television's RST-sustained engagement with harsh interrogation methods may have laid the groundwork for its treatment of torture following 9/11. For 261 shows over 12 seasons, from 1992 to 2005, Detective Andy Sipowicz, the everyman hero of ABC Television's top-rated series NYPD Blue, put his badge and his pension on the line by deciding to tune up this week's suspect with threatened or actual beatings. Although the suits from the district attorney's OCE moved in and out of the plot, regularly telling the detectives that threats and violence were morally and legally wrong, Sipowicz's approach was always vindicated, extracting timely information to solve yet another horrible crime. Looking at and learning from Andy Sipowicz, many Americans, or at least the 20 million who watched weekly, might well have believed that the tune-up was regrettably necessary for active interrogation if NYPD Blue exhibited a certain ambiguity about the morality of abuse. Fox Television's hit show 24 was an unrestrained advertisement for torture. First aired in October 2001, just weeks after the 9/11 attacks, 24 soon became the informal signature program of President Bush's war on terror. By the end of his presidency in early 2009, the show had broadcast 192 episodes over the span of 6 seasons, each attracting between 8 and 14 million viewers. Significantly, 24 was also tops in torture, with 67 such scenes during its RSTVE seasons. By its last broadcast at the end of Season 8 in May 2010, the show's iconic hero, Jack Bauer, had become synonymous with torture, inspiring copycat television shows worldwide. Sleeper Cell, The Unit, and Burn Notice in America, Spooks in England, and Time Bomb in India each week. As a large clock ticked menacingly, Jack Bauer, the counterintelligence unit's lead agent played by the ruggedly masculine Kiefer Sutherland, used torture to save Los Angeles or the nation from the threat of terrorists armed with horrific weapons of mass destruction, often a nuclear bomb. With the clock displayed after each commercial break and the hero discovering a time bomb an average of 12 times each season, the show served as dramatic recatition of the ticking bomb scenario and its argument for torture's necessity in post-9/11 America. Some liberals such as the show's fictional president might waver, but Jack's torture was always stunningly effective, producing timely, accurate intelligence. In episode 6 of season VE, broadcast on January 31, 2006, for example, Russian separatists acquire dozens of nerve gas canisters for terrorist attacks that could kill millions. At the last moment, Jack Bauer, in the presence of the president, interrogates the White House chief of staff, Walt Cummings, a traitor who knows the location of these lethal weapons. As the camera closes in, Jack poises the glinting steel point of his hunting knife above the traitor's moist eyeball, an enticing orb inviting penetration much as Salvador Dali. 169. And Luis Buñuel did famously with a straight razor in their surrealist short LM and Lou. Jack, I don't know what this man has told you, but we need to end this nerve gas now, and I mean immediately before it is too late. President Logan, it's already too late. Jack, what do you mean? President Logan, apparently it's on its way out of the country. Jack, where is it? President Logan, he told me he doesn't know. Jack, he's lying to you, sir. Walt, the man I had inside has gone dark. I don't know. Jack, I'm done talking with you. The RST thing I'm going to do is take out your right eye, and then take out your left, and then I'm going to keep cutting you until you give me the information that I need. Do you understand me? So, for the last time, where is the nerve gas? Walt, I don't know. Walt, stop. 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 I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's on a freighter leaving the port at Longbridge at 2:30. Setting aside the rule of law embodied by the chief executive, Jack tortures the White House chief of staff in the president's presence and, once again, demonstrates both the success and the sensuality of torture. In the next season's heavily publicized opening episode, broadcast in January 2007, Jack is back from 18 months of being abused inside a Chinese prison, returning home a broken yet honorable man. In a scene of seduced sexuality, he strips his shirt before two male colleagues to show the stigmata of tortures tracks down his torso, shaven and sculpted in the conventions of homoerotic pornography. Instead of appearing like a real-life torture survivor shaking with trauma, emaciated, and scarred by scabrous lesions, Jack shows the viewer his muscled torso and smooth alabaster skin, making his torture experience, as both perpetrator and now victim, seem alluring. Though nearly broken by torture, Jack is soon back on the trail of the ruthless Abu Faid when, in episode 4, the utterly unthinkable nally happens. The terrorists detonate a nuclear bomb and a mushroom cloud rises above Los Angeles. Audiences responded to this approach, lifting the show to its peak of 14 million viewers and helping it win an Emmy Award for Best Dramatic Series at the Cannes of LM and reality common to American culture. The show's interrogation scenarios represented torture as effective and enticing, thereby remaining for millions of loyal viewers, from active duty soldiers to Supreme Court justices, that torture was a necessary weapon in the war on terror. Jack Bauer saved Los Angeles. He saved hundreds of thousands of lives, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia told a 2007 legal seminar in Ottawa. Are you going to convict Jack Bauer? He asked. Is any jury going to convict Jack Bauer? I don't think so. Similarly, Diane Beaver, who served as state judge advocate on Guantanamo's Joint Task Force in 2002-04, when it adopted harsh methods, told an interviewer that the show 24 had inspired many of the 18 controversial interrogation techniques used on detainees, including waterboarding, sexual humiliation, and the terrorizing of prisoners with dogs. Jack Bauer, she said, gave people lots of ideas, adding, "We saw on cable it was hugely popular." While those sympathetic to torture saw the show as a mirror of reality, others criticized it as a dangerous fantasy that damaged U.S. foreign policy. Concerned about the show's EECT on the country's junior officers, West Point's Dean of Students, General Patrick Finnegan, accompanied 3 military and FBI interrogators on an unrewarding visit to the OCES of 24's producers in Los Angeles, telling them the show was hurting efforts to train recruits in effective interrogation techniques and is damaging the image of the U.S. around the world. Finnegan added, "I'd like them to stop," suggesting in vain that they should do a show where torture backrests. 171. In case the televised version of 24 left any doubt about its advocacy of torture, the video game version allowed millions of consumers not merely to watch but to simulate torture, reinforcing the player's identification with the perpetrators, rather than the victims. Released in early 2006 on PlayStation 2 by Sony Computer Entertainment, 24, the game programmed a torture scenario into the buttons that move the chief character, Jack Bauer. Torture is no longer connected to an ambiguous moral and legal territory, observed the media analyst Mark Sample. It has instead been incorporated deep within the structure of the game, normalizing what would otherwise be an affront to human dignity. But, in the world of video games, brutalization had just begun. In the 2008 edition of World of Warcraft, which sold a record 2.8 million copies on the RST day of its release, the player uses a neural needler that inflicts incredible pain to target and thereby extracts accurate information from a bound sorcerer in another gratuitous game devoid of any exculpatory narrative. The free and increasingly popular Torture Game 2, which appeared on internet portals in 2008, features ragdoll physics lend a sickeningly hypnotic charm to every touch of your cruel hand, every cut of the chainsaw as the player dismembers a bleeding humanoid. By 2009, interactive torture scenarios were integral to a wide range of popular video games: Bethesda's Brink, The Punisher, Red Faction, Guerrilla, Killzone 2, and Grand Theft Auto, Vice City, to name just a few. The temper of these times also made torture a significant theme in a surprising number of feature LMS with leading stars, including George Clooney in Sirena, Matt Damon in The Good Shepherd, and Daniel Craig in Casino Royale. Admittedly, liberal Hollywood later produced a few LMS critical of torture, notably Rendition, a box OCE bust that grossed a lackluster $27 million worldwide, even though it featured major stars, including Jake Gyllenhaal, Reese Witherspoon, and Meryl Streep, with a script that was little more than a frame for sadistic, utterly gratuitous torture scenes. Hostel became a surprising box OCE hit, earning an impressive $81 million worldwide on a meager investment of $4.50 million. At the opposite pole of movie making, the big-budget studio version of Casino Royale revitalized the fading James Bond franchise with a script whose chief innovation was an extended genital torture scene. This LM depicts a brutal homoerotic sadism, expanding upon the original novel's portrayal of what its author, Ian Fleming, called a sexual twilight, where pain turned to pleasure and where hatred and fear of the torturers turned to masochistic fascination. In past Bond LMS, the hero's genitals were threatened with a certain decorum, notably in the famed Goldanger scene. Still cool and condensed, Agent 007 is manacled to a metal table, fully clothed, while a laser beam moves slowly between his legs, burning a smoking groove in the steel sheet until it suddenly stops just short of his crotch as Bond cleverly deceives the villainous Goldanger. In Casino Royale, by contrast, Secret Agent 007 is lashed to a chair completely naked. His shaved, muscled torso writhes in eroticized pain while an empowered terrorist pounds at his genitals with a knotted rope. Instead of succeeding in a clever escape from an impossible situation, as was mandatory in past Bond LMS, our contemporary 007, played by the muscular Daniel Craig, is entombed in a concrete dungeon, illuminated in the dramatic downlights of inescapable isolation, passive before the power of sexual torture. Just as the villain prepares to castrate Bond for his refusal to talk, another terrorist breaks in and, angry over the villain's failures, executes him and frees 007. In an otherwise lackluster LM that minimizes the stunning scenery and outlandish stunts of past Bond movies, this scene of sexual torture is the LM's focal point, serving as the story's dramatic climax and infusing the script with the visual conventions of sadomasochistic pornography. As Casino Royale became a 173 box OCE smash with $594 million in total sales, the highest grossing among the 21 Bond LMS, millions of Americans witnessed a widescreen spectacle of torture as subliminally erotic and devastatingly effective, a weapon so potent it can break the will of the world's most audacious secret agent even in a nominally religious LM, The Passion of the Christ. Director Mel Gibson reverted to the medieval focus on the physicality and sensuality of Christ's torture on the road to Golgotha. Drawing on just 11 sparse words about Christ's ogging in the Gospels, 3 words in Matthew 27:26 and 8 more in John 19:1, Gibson creates an elaborate torture sequence that occupies 8 of the LM's 125 minutes. After Roman soldiers lead him into a stone courtyard, Christ drops his robe to reveal a lean, shaven, blemish-free torso. Before a crowd of 100 spectators, 3 burly soldiers select rods and cat-o'-nine tails from a rack of torture implements. They then scourge Christ by beating his back into a mass of oozing lesions, laughing with sadistic pleasure as they wipe his spattered blood from their faces. Periodically, the camera, reprising a technique from Leni Riefenstahl's Triumph of the Will, frames the faces of both torturers and spectators, allowing viewers to insert themselves into the cinema as imagined participants in this gruesome spectacle. Again, the hero/victim seems a compliant participant in his own torture, reacting with a seduced masochistic silence that transforms a vulgar inhumanity into the aestheticized mutuality of sadomasochistic bondage. Just as grisly medieval canvases depicting Christ's swearing normalized that era's gory rituals of punishment and public execution, so this LM's blood-soaked scourging of the Messiah contributed to a torture-saturated media that may have prepared the American public for acceptance of the Abu Ghraib photos. On February 25, 2004, Gibson's gruesome LM was released on 4,643 movie screens across America, and, by the end of March, it was the country's highest-grossing R-rated LM, eventually earning $611 million. Whether coming to the cinema as ordinary moviegoers or as pious Christians, tens of millions of Americans now saw torture normalized as a central facet in the life and death of their Savior. 4 weeks later, on April 28, Americans aired a mixed reaction to a CBS television broadcast of those iconic images of prisoner abuse at Abu Ghraib, with some angered and others unmoved. Indeed, 2 months after the release of these photos, an ABC News/Washington Post poll found that 35% of Americans still felt that torture was acceptable in some circumstances. Accustomed to the slick portrayals of torture in popular culture, many Americans no doubt reeled when confronted with the ugly reality of those prison photos. But style and presentation are very powerful media features, and the images of torture at Abu Ghraib looked undeniably different from its dramatization in NYPD Blue, 24, and major feature LMS that had, in all likelihood, laid the cultural groundwork for a defense of torture. Moreover, the Bush administration soon responded in ways that reassured the American public. O'Chales portrayed the repellent torture of Abu Ghraib as an aberration, and a dozen O'Chale-INVs. 175. Tigations reiterated that view, reassurances that reverberated throughout the national press for weeks on end. In this way, White House O'Chales sought to isolate Abu Ghraib and inoculate themselves, their agencies, and the American public from its effects. They also worked to suppress any further leaks of any more images, successfully keeping all but a handful of those 1,600 Abu Ghraib photos securely classified under both Bush and Obama. President plays Jack Bauer. After the Abu Ghraib scandal broke in April 2004, America's tacit consensus for torture weakened as criticism rose at home and abroad. In the years of tearful debate that followed, media representation of torture, particularly by the fictional Jack Bauer character in Fox's 24, became the dominant referent for embattled defenders of Bush's harsh methods. Only weeks after CBS broadcast those 16 Abu Ghraib photos, the Pentagon held a closed-door slideshow for Congress, with hundreds more of the now classy Ed photos ashing by. Legislators emerged grim and shaken. "I saw cruel, sadistic torture," said Senator Bill Frist, the majority leader. Across the partisan divide, Senator Richard J. Durbin said, "It felt like you were descending into one of the rings of hell, and sadly it was our own creation." On May 10, after the Senate unanimously condemned this abuse, President Bush obliquely acknowledged the problem, stating that there would be a full accounting for the cruel and disgraceful abuse of Iraqi detainees. Apart from criticism in Congress and the press, the Bush administration faced its sharpest challenge in the courts. In June 2006, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, in Hamdan v. Rumsfeld, that Bush's military commissions at Guantanamo were illegal because they violated the Geneva Conventions. 3 months later, on September 6, the White House staged a theatrical response that transformed a stinging Supreme Court rebuke into a stunning political victory. Before an applauding audience of 9/11 families assembled in the East Room, President Bush announced the transfer of 14 top al-Qaeda captives from secret CIA prisons to Guantanamo Bay. He then segued to an inspired defense of his interrogation policy. Speaking with clipped diction and secret agent argot evocative of the Jack Bauer character in 24, Bush told a national television audience a tale of covert action daring-do, spiced with transparent euphemisms for torture. After they risked their lives to capture some 176 of the most brutal terrorists on earth, he said, courageous American agents found it necessary to move these individuals to an environment where they can be held secretly, questioned by experts. Outside the United States, in a separate program operated by the Central Intelligence Agency. There, Bush added, the agents work day and night to ND out what the terrorists know so we can stop new attacks. Through these untiring efforts, said the president, these CIA operatives scored a major breakthrough by capturing a trusted associate of Osama bin Laden named Abu Zubaydah, the same name that recurs repeatedly in these exculpatory accounts. But, once in custody, Zubaydah proved distant and evasive. Knowing that captured terrorists have intelligence that cannot be found any other place, the CIA, with White House approval, applied an alternative set of procedures and extracted timely information that helped in the planning and execution of the operation that captured Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Once in custody, KSM was questioned by the CIA using these procedures, said Bush, producing timely intelligence that stopped a remarkable succession of ticking bombs, including anthrax for attacks against the United States, a planned strike on U.S. Marines at Camp Lemonnier in Djibouti, an explosive-laden water tanker, a planned attack on the U.S. consulate in Karachi using car bombs and motorcycle bombs, a plot to hijack passenger planes and wire them into Heathrow or the Canary Wharf in London, and planned attacks on buildings inside the United States, explosives to prevent the people trapped above from escaping. Beyond these spec-IC attacks, he said, information from terrorists in CIA custody has played a role in providing everything from initial leads to photo identifications, to precise locations of where terrorists were hiding, thus taking potential mass murderers off the streets before they were able to kill. After all these broad hints that the CIA was engaged in torture, Bush, in a deft rhetorical twist, announced to the American people and the world, the United States does not torture. It's against our laws, and it's against our values. I have not authorized it and I will not authorize it. Even the alternative set of procedures the CIA used against Abu Zubaydah was, he insisted, reviewed by the Justice Department to comply with our laws, our Constitution, and our treaty obligations. Although security prevented him from describing the spec-IC methods used, Bush assured his audience that the procedures were tough, and they were safe, and lawful, and necessary. To allow continuation of this critical CIA program with its alternative set of procedures, two code phrases for torture, Bush announced that he was sending legislation to Congress that would protect agency interrogators from the threat of prosecution. Amid a vigorous round of applause from the 177 9/11 families, Bush urged prompt passage of this bill to protect intelligence personnel involved in capturing and questioning terrorists could now be at risk of prosecution under the War Crimes Act simply for doing their jobs in a thorough and professional way. Emulating the dialogue of the spy thriller 24, President Bush thus made a public appeal for the president's prerogative to torture that was striking for its subtle juxtaposition of competing claims. By invoking the language of this television show and its rich visual subtexts, Bush could hint to conservatives in his audience that the CIA had used tough measures tantamount to torture. Bush also used his privileged access to top-secret intelligence with telling EECT-O airing what was shown, 3 years later, to be a tendentious, even specious account of the CIA's use of alternative procedures on Abu Zubaydah, a contradiction analyzed in Chapter 7. Simultaneously, his denial of any torture assured international allies that the administration still respected human rights. With this bravura performance, Bush soon worked his will upon Congress. Just 4 weeks later, both houses passed, without any amendment, his omnibus anti-terrorist bill called the Military Commissions Act 2006 that prevented, just as he had directed, any prosecution of CIA interrogators for past actions and permits some future president to order torture. Torture in the 2008 elections. With his intuitive feel for American popular culture, President Bush used his East Room performance to make Jack Bauer the dominant metaphor for discussion of torture in the 2008 presidential campaign. In the RST years of the War on Terror, the U.S. torture debate had been dominated by the hypothetical ticking bomb scenario, with advocates asking audiences whether torture should be used in the rare instance when a terrorist had set the timer on a nuclear bomb in Times Square. But, by the time Bush made his East Room address, in September 2006, Agent Jack Bauer was torturing anyone, friend or foe, who threatened America multiple times in every televised episode. Evading any discussion of the dismal reality inside Abu Ghraib or CIA black sites, politicians preferred to identify with this television hero and repeatedly invoked his scripted scenarios to justify tolerance for enhanced interrogation. As the 2008 presidential campaign started, political leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, had come to accept the reality of these hypotheticals, sometimes fusing them in a generalized argument for abuse, sometimes using them to advocate specific approaches toward torture. Within the narrowly circumscribed rhetoric of the party primaries, the ticking bomb scenario often 178 supported an argument for formal presidential torture warrants, while Jack Bauer signaled an informal tolerance of torture by CIA agents acting outside the law. Following their president's lead, Bush administration officials were quick to adopt the Jack Bauer image as justification for their policy of harsh interrogation. In his 2006 book War by Other Means, John Yoo, a former member of Bush's Justice Department, merged the two hypotheticals, asking, what if, as the popular Fox television program 24 recently portrayed, a high-level terrorist leader is caught who knows the location of a nuclear weapon in an American city? Similarly, Michael Chertoff, the Secretary of Homeland Security, found Jack Bauer an inspiring guru. "This is what we do every day," said Chertoff referring to the television show 24, "that is what we do in the government, that's what we do in private life when we evaluate risks." During the RST months of the 2008 presidential campaign, there was a muted debate among the candidates over torture, with Republicans outdoing themselves to defend Bush and Democrats adopting a somewhat critical stance. An early Republican primary debate in May 2007 became what the Los Angeles Times called the Jack Bauer impersonation contest. When presented with the ticking time bomb scenario, Mitt Romney replied, "You said the person's going to be in Guantanamo. I'm glad they're at Guantanamo. Some people have said we ought to close Guantanamo. My view is, we ought to double Guantanamo." And he added, using Bush's euphemism for torture, enhanced interrogation techniques have to be used. Similarly, Representative Tom Tancredo said, we're wondering about whether waterboarding would be a bad thing to do. I'm looking for Jack Bauer at that time, let me tell you. Both comments were greeted with applause and laughter from the audience. Asked the same question, former New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani replied, I would tell them to use every method. It shouldn't be torture, but every method they can think of. And, the moderator asked, what about waterboarding? I would, well, said Giuliani, I'd say every method they could think of. Only Senator John McCain, who had been tortured as a POW in North Vietnam, dissented, reminding viewers that it's not about the terrorists, it's about us. It's about what kind of country we are. While most prominent Democrats avoided the issue, former President Bill Clinton, chief advisor to the presidential campaign of his wife, Hillary Rodham Clinton, tried to stake out a centrist position for his party by coopting the tuitions used by torture advocates. If they really believe that that scenario is likely to occur, Clinton told National Public Radio in September 2006, referring to the ticking bomb hypothetical, then let them come. 179. Forward with an alternative proposal, which allows the intelligence services of the country to come to the president for a finding which then could be reviewable even on a post facto basis by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. In other words, we have a system of laws here where nobody should be above the law, and you don't need blanket advance approval. 73. That same month on NBC's Meet the Press, Bill Clinton again invoked the ticking bomb hypothetical to argue for creation of a presidential torture warrant. Every one of us can imagine the following scenario, said Clinton. We get lucky, we get the number 3 guy in Al-Qaeda, and we know there's a big bomb going off in America in 3 days, and we know this guy knows where it is, no, we have the right and the responsibility to beat it out of him. They could set up a law where the president could make a finding or could guarantee a pardon. Post facto to the intelligence court, just like we do now with the wiretaps. 74. In marked contrast to her husband's ambiguous bumbling on this issue, Hillary Clinton herself flatly rejected these fanciful scenarios as a justification for torture. As a matter of policy, it cannot be American policy, period, she said on NBC's Meet the Press in September 2007. Now, there are a lot of other things that we need to be doing that I wish we were, better intelligence, making our country better respected around the world, working to have more allies. But these hypotheticals are very dangerous, because they open a great big hole in what should be an attitude that our country and our president takes toward the appropriate treatment of everyone. And I think it's dangerous to go down this path. 75. Confronted with his wife's very public rejection of his position, Bill Clinton quickly jettisoned the ticking bomb hypothetical and embraced the other iconic argument for torture, Jack Bauer. Within minutes, Clinton abandoned his recommendation for presidential torture warrants, telling Meet the Press that individual agents should, like the fictional hero, defy the law on their own to torture suspects when necessary. If you're the Jack Bauer person, said Clinton, speaking of this television character as if he were real, you'll do whatever you do and you should be prepared to take the consequences. If you have any kind of a formal exception, people just drive a truck through it, and they'll say, well, I thought it was covered by the exception. When Bauer goes out there on his own and is prepared to live with the consequences, it always seems to work better. 76. 6 months later, as Hillary Clinton faced off against Barack Obama in the April 2008 Pennsylvania primary, the CNN cable network hosted a compassion forum on faith and politics. Dr. David Gushee, president of Evangelicals for Human Rights, asked whether there was any justification for policies on 180. The part of our nation that permit physical and mental cruelty toward those who are in our custody. In his response, Obama went beyond any other candidate, including Hillary Clinton, to unqualified opposition not only to direct U.S. use of torture but also to indirect involvement through rendition. We have to be clear and unequivocal. We do not torture, period. Our government does not torture, he said, adding, that will be my position as president. That includes, by the way, renditions. We don't farm out torture. We don't subcontract torture. In defense of this position, Obama aired a sustained critique of torture, starting with the pragmatic question of e-khaki. Torture does not end up yielding good information. Most intelligence officers agree with that. I met with a distinguished group of former generals who talk in forums about how this degrades the discipline and the ethos of our military. It is very hard for us when kids, 19, 20, 21, 22 are in Iraq having to restrain themselves and operate within the law. And then to end out that our own government is not abiding by these same laws that we are asking them to defend. That is not acceptable.